I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Happy Friday. It's Friday. I still got my Thirsty Thursday band on. Oops, my bad. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Come on in. Take your seats. It's Friday. Dreamer Landry said, Happy No Pants Friday. Look, you do you, boo. Yes, that was Cosmic Bowling. Yes. That, and this was my my Thirsty Thursday Cosmic Bowling thing. So the bowling alley here. Well, I say bowling alley. It's like a bowling alley. 80s Museum, and you're not sneaking. We see you. It's like a bowling alley and a arcade and a skating rink and a bar and all of the things, and a restaurant ish. They got like, bar food. All of the things. And on Thursdays after 9:00 for Cosmic Bowling, they do half price drinks, any drink, half price any drink. So it's like $3.50 for, anyway. Thirsty Thursday is where it's at on Thursdays. And I needed a good Thirsty Thursday with my friends. So it was incredible. It was amazing. I needed it. And I feel much better today. Much better today. Tammy L, member for 2 whole months. Tammy L says, woohoo, it's Friday. Oh, it's one of the best days of the week. One of the best days of the week. Definitely in the top 7. Just joking. It's in the top 3. I am so glad to see y'all. I see a bunch of y'all that I haven't seen in a while. I see y'all coming back in here, walk of shame after spending the last 7 years with the Maya trial. Isn't that funny though, how we get so caught up in, in certain trials? Like I feel like that's how I was with the Murdaugh trial. Like my whole entire life was just centered around, the Murdaugh trial. It's like, like nothing else. Like people would be like, hey, you want to go have lunch? No, I have jury duty. Duh. Like, but some trials will just suck you in like that. Just suck you in. I am so glad to see y'all this morning though. I am really glad. Natalie said, walk of shame. Come on in. Walk of shame. Walk of shame. All y'all. I see you. And that trial was, Debbie, it was 84 years long. It was 84 years long. But that's okay. We all have something like that. Speaking of Murdaugh, I'll go ahead and give y'all the inside scoop before everybody else gets here. Y'all get to know the inside scoop about next week. We have the Murdaugh trial. Actually, you know what? Before I forget, let's welcome our first. Oh, I was watching Kathy. Ignore me. Our first in chat. are first in the tailgate. We are glad to see you. Glad you are here. Welcome. Welcome. Ryan the Roofer. Actually, I watched him on a live last night too. He is an interesting fella. Interesting. Marie Moss, look, she not only is she our official 13th year statistician, but she keeps me on it. Every morning she's like, "Did you take your medicine? You're acting a little off the chain. Did you take your medicine?" I did. But see, the thing is, I don't take it until right before we start. So like the first 20 minutes is full on unmedicated Brandi. And then I'll calm down in 20 minutes. Sometimes not. Sometimes. But yes, I did take my medicine. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you. Who needs alarms when you have Marie Moss to keep you on your P's and Q's? I love it. Love it. Good morning. Yeah, you have to be real early. I don't know how, like, I'm sitting here creating the stream and then it's like create and then bam, like patches and 80s Music Man and Dream of Landry and Minnesota Twin Mom and like there's like this little group that's like this waiting on me to create it. And then as soon as I do, they're like, bam, first in chat. I don't know how they do it. They do it. I'm impressed. Let me tell you, my life has been a circus. It has been a circus. I finally got the rest of everything in the mail yesterday. So every single thing from everybody who sent me their email, every single thing was finally sent out yesterday. And since we ended our stream a little bit early yesterday, I made it to the post office. So I got the crowns that Kathy made. Those were the only things that I had not sent out as of yesterday morning because I didn't have the right envelopes. So I did get those sent, and I made it to the post office. And look what I got. Look, it's a gnome puzzle. How cute is that? Gnome, sweet gnome. How cute is that? Puzzle pieces. For those of you who have been gone for 84 years, you don't get that joke. Puzzle pieces. I'm just joking. I got to give y'all a little bit of sass this morning. I love the puzzle though. So cool. And I love doing puzzles. Puzzle pieces. So very cool. But all of the 10K celebration stuff, everything has, like, right after the 10K party, like my entire life, like, blew up and it's been insane. So it took me a long time, but I got all of the cards out. I got all the stickers out. I got all the crowns out. I got all of the mugs out, and I got the grand prize hoodie sent out as well to Bacon Bit. Shunka Bacon won the grand prize, and she wanted an angry hoodie. That was her choice for Bacon Bit. So everything is out, and that is at least one thing crossed off of my ginormous to-do list that is still, I mean, it's like 1 out of a million, but you know what? Now it's one less. So you should all be having your stuff within the next few days. Let's see. Patty Poo member for 3 whole months. Happy anniversary. If I were home, I would do my sound effects, but I'm not, so I can't. I am stuck here for 2 weeks. But if I were home, you would get a fantastic sound effect right now. That scares the crap out of me every time. They have my brother has a, one of those air fresheners that like automatically goes off every once in a while, and it sounds like the door opening back here, and nobody's supposed to be walking in the door back there. So, and Lucy's sitting right here, like with a full belly full of pork chop. So she had a pork chop for breakfast. So every time that thing goes off, I think somebody's walking in on me, and my heart skips a beat or whatever. Not in a good way. Unmedicated Brandi. You get what you get. You don't pitch a fit. Unmedicated Brandi. Julia F., member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I love anniversaries. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see. I'm a little bit behind on chat. I was trying to come through and say good morning. Good morning, good morning. Oh yeah, I'm giving y'all crap. I'm just joking. Look, like, I always say, like, internet's big enough for all of us, and like everybody, we try to all cover different trials too, so that you can bounce around and see what you want to see, and like, I'm joking about the walk of shame thing. Like, I'm just giving y'all crap. Yes, Mary Murphy. This one does sound like a Karen Reed, doesn't it? It does. It does. Like, where state's saying all the pelicans are out there on the dock. Lucy's over there, like, going, "Rrr." That pelican could eat her. That pelican's huge, and she just looking like a snack to that pelican. But they're cute. Good luck, pelicans. I am staying in my brother's house. This is his, like, his family comes here when they come down to visit, but he does it mostly like Airbnb. And so I'm staying here for 2 weeks because they're redoing the floors in the hallways of my condo building, and I can't access my floor for 2 whole weeks. So I'm living out of a suitcase, and I don't have my nomies. I have a plain white wall behind me. What fun is that? But better than having to stay at a hotel. Inside scoop on Murdoch. See, thank you. I will tell you, remember, the Murdoch trial is scheduled to start come November 27th is when it's supposed to start. So there's a lot of stuff that's been happening, a lot of documents, a lot of allegations, a lot of paperwork, a lot of mess. It's messy. And there's a lot to get through before we start the trial. If it happens, I know they're trying to get it delayed, so we're going to see. So next week, to get us prepped for the Murdoch trial, I'm going to have Mark Tinsley come on with me, and I think Liz Farrell is going to come as well. I'm trying to work out schedules to see so that we can have both of them. So next week we will have the Mark the Tiger Tinsley on to go over all of the legal stuff, and answer any questions, kind of break stuff down for us. And then, of course, Liz is incredible and super smart, and she is I'm hoping to get it worked out to where I can have her on too, trying to work it out with schedules and figure it out. So we are going to do that next week. The Murdoch trial is going to be, this is for the Gloria Satterfield stuff. All of the other crimes he admitted to and pled guilty, except for this one. So his trial is supposed to start on November 27th. They are trying to delay it. I think that they're hoping to get the federal sentencing done before the state trial, so that he can go to federal prison instead of state prison, because it's a cakewalk compared to state prison. But we'll see. So Tinsley is going to be here, and hopefully Liz will be here as well. So I'm going to, I think it's going to be on Thursday, but I'm not positive yet. So as soon as I know the deets on that and I get schedules worked out, I will let y'all know. But that is planned for next week. Natalie O, new member. Natalie, welcome. We are glad to have you. Do we just become best friends? Yep. Yes, Lisa, I will do. We are going to cover the sentencing for Tim, to the Boy in the Box dad. Yes. Let's see. Kathy, I just watched your video this morning. I tried to comment on it, and there's not a way to comment on your video from this morning. I don't know if, or unless unmedicated Brandi just couldn't figure it out. Olivia, hi Olivia. Olivia says, come on, y'all, that's shady to say this sounds like the Karen Reed trial. Only because the state is saying it's a hit and run, left him in the snow to die, etc. Let's see. I'm so behind on chat. I was trying to see what all I missed. I missed a lot. It's all right. Getting it done. Okay, so today, the plan for today. Let me get it up and going. We voted on what we wanted to watch today, and because we're doing speed trialing, love a good speed trial. We can get through the stuff much quicker. Much quicker. Let's see. That was one of the things that I really loved about doing this last trial. For that one, we made it through which it was a fast trial too, granted. But we made it through. Why can't I find it? Oh, duh. We made it through the entire trial in one day because it was only 2 days, but we made it through in one day. And then of course the second day we had the closing arguments and the verdict, which was awesome. All right, so I've got this. Go, calm down. Why is this only? Oh, yeah, this is the one that I've heard is not the best audio quality and that it's really quiet, but I can boost that. All right, day one. It looks like day one, it kind of like went straight into oh, I guess they were having issues with it. That's why. I actually heard something yesterday. Somebody had messaged me and asked me to come on as a guest on his show. And he said something about how he saw that we were going to be doing this one. And he said something big had happened. Or there was like a big something. And he's like, I won't spoil it for you. But so I was like, okay. Because I haven't watched any of this. Nada. We're going to experience it together. All right, let's see. Let's see if this boosts it enough. Because if I need to make their sound any better, we can do that. We can do that. Nobody Googled Hoslong to die in cold in this one that I know of. I don't know then. Maybe I just couldn't figure it out. I'll try again. And yes, I got the shout out on Surviving the Survivor. Joel's really nice. He I got to hang out with him some at the at Charlie's trial and at CrimeCon. He's awesome. He's a good dude. MS Kim, member for 5 whole months. Y'all don't know how much I appreciate being here. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy anniversary. 5 months. 5 months is a long time, y'all. That's a long time. We are basically like once you make it past 3 months, it's basically like we're family. Happy anniversary. Aaron Patterson, member for 6 months. Thank you to all the veterans today and every day. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here too. Happy anniversary. Oh, see, BuffyBot is singing for me since I don't have my sound effects. Thank you, BuffyBot. Do you know what today is? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so they've reached out to me twice to try to be on, and both times it just hasn't worked out. At some point, we'll make it work. Maury Bailey, member for 6 whole months, finally watching trials again. Yes, Maury Bailey, welcome, welcome. We are glad to have you here. Everybody's still filing on in. I'm giving y'all a second. Come on in. Get your seat. Yeah, they had asked me to the other day, and then I couldn't because I was driving back from Tallahassee after the trial, and then there's been a couple times where it just hasn't worked out. I try to take as many of the invitations to different things as I can, but it's also really hard when like schedules are really difficult sometimes. All right, so I have not seen any of this trial, so we are about to go through all of this together. I have heard that the audio is bad. I can boost it as much as I can. We'll see how it goes, and see what we can do if I need to try to boost it some more, but we'll see how it goes. So the description of kind of the background of this, like I said, I don't know much about it. This is viewer's choice. This is one that y'all wanted to do and catch up on. It's not live because this one actually started earlier this week. And there's no court today. So we are doing speed trialing where we are going to try to make it through. We're going to skip through all the breaks, and we can do 1.25 for all the, stuff that is moving slower and all that good stuff. So we can try to make it through faster and get caught up. So that is the plan for today. So, but I have heard that there are audio issues, so we'll see what all I can do to fix that. And I'm going to start it out at regular speed and then see how the audio issues go, and then we can move to 1.25. Sound good?
It was 11:30 p.m. this evening when he came down home from the bar. Ori knew that he was upset, and she knew that he was drunk. And she made a decision before Mark coming home. She locked the door. She said, I don't want to deal with this. You're not.
I see what they mean. There's like white noise, but he's quiet.
It's going to be pleasant when you come home and you're drunk and you're angry. And she hoped that he would sleep it off in the man cave, which is a separate structure immediately adjacent to the house. Pretty nice man cave. Has couches and a wood-pellet stove and some other amenities. But Mr. Phillips didn't want to listen to that. He called his parents over to the house, began slamming himself into the door, eventually kicking it down, shattering it inwards, and rushing into the bedroom where Lori had been sleeping. In that position, Mr. Phillips lunged towards an end table immediately to Lori's side of the bed. That concerned her, because there are only 2 things on that end table. Number 1, which he eventually ended up grabbing in the dark, was a remote control that controlled the settings on an overhead ceiling. The other was a loaded hand. Mark's physical and verbal abuse didn't stop, and Lori was able to call 911, prompting this response from the Sheriff's Department. You'll hear that when the officers arrived, Mark had already fled, but Sergeant Cardine concluded that was probable cause to arrest Mr. Phillips for disorderly conduct and criminally damaged property as domestic offenses. He was arrested the next day. You're going to hear that Lori did something that a lot of survivors of domestic abuse do. As the days and weeks went on, she started a roller skating back. She started recanting. She said, maybe this was my fault after all. Maybe I should have just let him back in. Maybe Mark didn't really mean to go for the gun. It's not what she was telling people simultaneously. And you'll hear that Lori eventually reached out to a member of Mark's family, happens to be an attorney, and say, I'm not scared of Mark. I want him home. Lori's going to tell you that that wasn't actually the case. She felt some pressure, but at the same time, she loved him. She wasn't aware of exactly how toxic that relationship was at the time. Nevertheless, after that incident, Lori had some recognition that the relationship wasn't healthy. She broke things off with Mark, or at least suggested taking a break, moved out of the house, and got her own apartment in the city of Alaska. Mark wasn't ready to be done with her. Continued to monitor her, keep tabs on her, ask her who she's hanging around with, ask her what men are showing interest and showing up unannounced. That culminated in one terrifying evening for Ms. Phillips. You'll hear that once more she knew that Mark had been drinking most of the day. The two of them had been arguing across phone or social media or some other platform, and Lori had the sense that things just weren't going to go well. She had the sense that Mark was in a position where he could lose his control. So before she went to bed that evening, she closed her door, locked it, put the chain on, and then did something that she's never done before. Propped up a tall kitchen stool up against the door latch so that if Mark was tempted to come over and try to kick the door in, it would make no possible. After taking these steps, she went to bed, but didn't sleep. She woke up to the sound of her door crashing open. The locking mechanism in the door jamb shattered. The next thing she knew, her ex-boyfriend was jumping on top of her in her bed in the middle of the night, pitch dark. He reeked of alcohol, but at the time she didn't know that because she couldn't breathe. He was strangling her. On top of her, with hands around her neck, so she couldn't breathe. And that's one of many times where Lori figured he wasn't going to see daylight again. Mark let up. He was screaming and yelling about some man that he believed was interested in Lori. And Lori did what she always did. She submitted. Told him what he wanted to hear. Told him that there would never be anyone else other than Mark Phillips. The domestic abuse didn't stop after that point. Lori and Mark did get back together. Lori did move back into the home in Holman. And she'll tell you that during the course of their arguments, when Mark would get so out of control, she legitimately believed that any given argument would be the last thing that she heard. She'll tell you about going to sleep in the guest room and playing possum, breathing absolutely still, because when Mark appeared at the door jam, she believed that he was holding the gun in his hand. And a lot of you might be asking the question, why would she keep coming back? What is she doing with this guy who's hurting her all the time? And you're going to hear the answer throughout the course of this trial. Lori was so caught up in the cycle of power and control that she had no idea exactly how toxic this relationship was. Lori was so caught up in the belief that this man loved her intensely because of the outbursts so protective of her that she couldn't see exactly how out of control he could become. And in December of 2018, two of them had the knot. Lori figured that would be a fresh start. That if he loved her enough to marry her, he'd love her enough to stop her. They figured that they would move to Bismarck, North Dakota, where Mark had recently been promoted at his work, and that with new people, they could have a fresh start. That didn't end up being the case. February 22nd started innocuously enough. Ms. Phillips had a couple of friends who wanted to have a goodbye dinner with her, Hannah Klinsky and Adam Stevens. And she and Mark went out to Slooky's alma mater on the north side of the cross. By all accounts, that dinner was a good time. No drama, food, had a couple drinks, and reminisced. And at one point, Ms. Klinsky mentioned that she and Adam were going to another bar on the south side of the cross. It's over by Carboni's now, Ward Avenue, then called the Dive Bar. And they were going there for a drawing of a large amount of cash, $1,500 or something like that. Lori and Mark figured it would be fun, so they tagged along. And that's where things started to take a turn. Because once they reached the dive bar, Mark started drinking more heavily. He had beer after beer after beer. And Lori recognized the sign that she'd seen too many times before. Mark was getting drunk. We know for a fact that Mark was drunk that evening because the most conservative estimate of his alcohol toxicology at the point of autopsy was a .149. For those of you who don't know or aren't keeping track, that's almost 2 times the legal limit to driving over the vehicle. The highest value was a .204. And it was in this condition that Lori will tell you that she started to go on high alert. Whenever Mark got drunk is when the drama happened. So Lori would do everything in her power to not attract the attention of men, not talk to other men that Mark didn't bring over the table, and do nothing that could set him off. And that's where they came into contact with the gentleman that they both knew, a guy by the name of Scott Cundy. It's the type of encounter that all of us have had probably dozens of times in bars across the state. Came up and said, "Oh, hey, good to see you guys. You should stick around. Guess who's coming? Terry LaFleur." Now, at the time, that didn't even mean anything. You're going to hear that her only connection to Mr. LaFleur was that they both used to bartend part-time at another bar that doesn't exist anymore, goes chapter 2, 20 years in the past. But Mr. Cundy pressed and said, "Well, Lori, you know Terry, right?" Indicating that the two of them had worked together before. And Lori's response was somewhat atypical, saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what does that mean? I've never slept with Terry." Trying to cut Mark off on the impression that Mr. LaFleur was coming there for some romantic purpose.
Welcome, Robin.
Didn't work. Mr. Phillips immediately exploded, calling her a whore, blaming her for Mr. LaFleur coming out there, and repeatedly insisting that Lori just wanted to have sex with Mr. LaFleur. You're going to hear from others that were at that table, at the dive bar that evening, and talk about how Mr. Phillips was visibly creating a scene. It's not particularly high quality footage. I would say it's kind of akin to a VHS style security surveillance system, but you're going to see footage of Mr. Phillips at the dive bar table, flailing his arms, pounding his hands, hovering over Lori, and visibly screaming at her during that time. And you're going to see at one point, it got severe enough where Hannah's father, Bob Klinsky, got up and tried to kind of half-heartedly break things up and give Lori a hug and say, "We're sure going to miss you," hoping that it would just dissolve the dispute, but it never happened. Lori knew that the night was unraveling, and she and Mark decided that they would go to another bar and hold her for another bar. Lori figured that if they got away from that bar and where Mr. LaFleur was going to show up, that would be the end of the drama, but it wasn't. When they got into the parking lot, who did they run into? Scott Cundy. Mr. Cundy had something to show them. Terry LaFleur had arrived. Laura's going to tell you that she had kind of an awkward hello. 30 seconds, a minute. They reminisced about the old days when they weren't that close to begin with, got into the truck and left. She figured that was the end. It wasn't. Mark was white hot inside of that truck. He was furious. He was screaming that this was all his fault, or all her fault, that she really wanted to stay there and have sex with Mr. LaFleur. His anger reached the point that Lori became scared of him and said, please just take me back to my friends, Adam and Hannah. We can figure things out later." You'll hear Mark that obliged that request. He turned around, parked in front of the dive bar, and that's where the first physical attack of the evening happened. After he parked the truck, Mark lunged over towards Lori, grabbed her head with enough force that he could force it down to the seats. You'll hear that in the course of this attack, his arm manipulated her earlobe to the point that her hearing became written out, showing that she had visible blood after she walked back into the bar. Mark climbed on top of Lori, put his elbow on top of her chest, all of his 220 pounds on top of her, and protruded his forearm, and moved, choking her across the room. Couldn't breathe. They had no idea what was happening. All the while, Mark was screaming that she just wanted to fuck her. Mark eventually let her up. But before he let her go, he did something else that Lori was familiar with. He demanded her cell phone. You're going to hear that Mark didn't like Lori having access to others, but they were having those types of disputes. And he took that phone from her regularly, but in this case, Lori certainly submitted to that request as well. She went back into the bar and eventually had a discussion with Hannah, who, at one point or another, was shocked enough that she said, I don't think you should move to North Dakota. I don't think you're safe for me. Now, Mr. Phillips comes back into the bar, and we know what he does because we're going to hear from the witnesses to this. Comes back in, he's creating a scene, he angrily points at Lori, and he says, get your fucking ass back in the truck. Screaming at her in front of everyone else. Lori wasn't in the mood to be back in that truck. She didn't feel safe. Mr. Phillips began call bombing Adam Stevens' cell phone from Lori's 2, 3, 4 times, each time trying to convince Mr. Stevens to get Lori to get back into the truck. When he called again, an exasperated Mr. Stevens took the cell phone, handed it to Lori, and said, can you just talk to him? And Mr. Phillips had a request. He asked Lori if Terry LaFleur was still in the home. And she said, yeah, I see him over there. He told her to go over to Terry LaFleur. At which point he said, tell Terry that I'm going to come in here and kick his ass. Lori will tell you that she did that, but did in a way where she was putting her finger on her temple, kind of like, it's crazy, don't worry about this. Now, Mr. LaFleur was kind of a low-down guy. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that he didn't want part of it. He and his buddy left. At some point after Mr. LaFleur left, Mark starts to settle down a little bit, gives Lori back her cell phone, and texts her this message, I'm so sorry, I love you. And Lori will tell you that she believed that this was a sign that Mark was starting to settle down and realized that he had been out of control earlier. So eventually, as the night reached a second conclusion, she decided, all right, I'll go home with Mark. She said goodbye to Hannah and Hannah. She ducked into the bathroom, but before she did, there was another incident with Mark where he exploded again. When Lori ducked into the bathroom, she texted Hannah quickly. She said, just getting real. Don't respond to this. I'm deleting this text message. Just letting somebody know what was happening, just in case things escalated later that night. And when Lori got out of the bathroom, she saw that Mark must have gone to the restroom herself and had her. She figured she'd get into the truck, she'd drive home, she'd let Mark find a friend or sleep it off someplace else and leave the order. She didn't even get backed out of the parking spot before Mark reached her. Pulled her out of the car, took her by her arms. He slammed her up against the side of the truck, and he was screaming at her about Terry LaFleur, about leaving. And at that point, Lori raised her voice and screamed, stop, stop, Mark, you've done enough. Hoping that somebody in the parking lot would intervene. Hoping that she'd have another Mr. Bureaucrat come up and say, this isn't going to happen in the parking lot. Nobody did. And nobody did as Mark grabbed Lori, enough force to be visible bruises on her bicep days after the fact, yanked her all the way around the car, threw her to the passenger side door, slammed the door, and then punched the window right where her head was. She'd never seen her husband that angry before, and he was taking her home alone to rural home. The ride home wasn't any better. Mark was red hot. She was as angry as he was as angry as she'd ever seen. And she described him as like somebody that she didn't even recognize. Not the man that she married. And during that ride, Lori made a couple decisions. Number one, she decided that she didn't feel safe staying with Mark that night. As soon as they got home, she was going to get her contact lens case, her eyeglasses, and go find someplace else to stay. Decision number two was a little bit more hard. Took off her wedding ring, put it in Mark's hand, and said, take this. I don't want anything. Thinking that might calm him down, thinking that he could lose her. You'll hear that it worked for a little bit. And Mark said, please, 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 don't do that. Don't take that back. I love you. You're my wife. But Lori left it in his hands. When she got back home, we're going to hear that Lori followed through on her plan. She put a couple of undrink cans of seltzer that Mark had in the car in the kitchen. Got her contact lens case and her eyeglasses, and got back into the truck. And the next she saw, Mark was charging off the back door of the home with his fist up, right to her face at the open door. Lori reacted reflexively, going, no, 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 thinking that she was about to get punched in the face, but he didn't. When it became apparent that she was actually leaving, Mark said, well, you can't leave until I get all of my belongings out of this truck. Walking around to the passenger side of the truck, flinging open the door, and beginning to pile up a pile of property from the center console of the glove compartment onto the passenger side seat. You'll see a photo of this at some point during the trial. The usual junk that most of us accumulate in our cars in the process of loading them. Receipts, bills, chewing gum, sunglasses, some canned koozies. And in the process of doing this, he's still yelling and screaming at Lori. And he takes that canned koozie that Mr. Bird told me about, something that he gave Lori on her birthday. It has a pair of cartoon breasts on it, and it says, "Tits my birthday." He threw it at her and said, "That's all you're good for." Lori will tell you that she kind of flipped it back over, marking approximately the spot where the front passenger door was at the time that he parked the car. There's another piece of evidence that Mark was going through a reference that will become important later. He said that he found a couple of tokens for free drinks at a local tavern, and he said, "I'm going to take these tokens and go find some women and bring them back to the house." During this process, Lori figured, if I can get my cell phone out and turn on the video, I might be able to capture some of this so that you can see what he's like when he gets in the sleep. She got her phone out, got it up, didn't quite get the record function set, and then Mark saw the phone and lunged forward, knocking it down to the driver's side floor. She looked at Mark. She saw a face that was filled with sheer rage. She'd never seen him that angry. And as soon as they locked eyes, Mark began tearing around the front of the truck to the driver's side. Lori had every reason to believe that what happened when Mark got to that driver's side was going to include at the very least more physical abuse, if not her worst fears. You'll hear that she was in a moment of panic as she's put into this situation where she has no idea how to react. That when Mark clears the front of the truck, Miss Phillips' instincts are taking over. That urge to fight or flight takes over, and as he reaches the side of the truck within an instant of being able to wrench that door open and pull Miss Phillips out, her instincts took over and she hit the gas. She didn't look back. Miss Phillips will tell you that there's only one reason that she fled. Because she was scared. Because she was reacting to the situation that was presented to her. And you're going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, that nobody's quite sure exactly how Mr. Phillips was injured. I expect the state's investigators and Dr. Reichert even to acknowledge as much. But if there's one thing I expect the evidence to establish, is that this was not a head-on collision. Ms. Phillips did not run Mark Phillips down in front of the truck. You're going to see photos of the truck, and you're going to hear from the investigators in this case will tell you that the truck was spotless. In fact, I expect him to testify that the truck showed absolutely no sign that it had been involved in a collision. Dr. Riker will testify that Mark's injuries were not consistent with what he would typically see with an upright pedestrian. And I expect Dr. Riker and others to acknowledge that there are any number of circumstances that could have caused Mark to slip, fall, become caught towards the back end of the truck. You're going to see photographs of an aftermarket rail or a step that Mark had installed. Obvious tripping hazard had he reached the area where Ms. Phillips said that he reached when she hit the gas. You're going to see that there's plenty of room where Mr. Phillips could have fallen and been dragged for a short period of time. But what we know for a fact is that this accident, this collision, assuming it was Ms. Phillips, didn't occur within her field of vision. It occurred when she was fleeing. And you're going to have a bunch of facts thrown at you throughout this trial, ladies and gentlemen. And at the end of the day, it's going to amount to a jigsaw puzzle of about half the pieces gone. Nevertheless, it's still important to try to figure out what happened, because that'll help you answer those three major questions. Number one, who caused substantial risk of death or great bodily harm? One of them is consistent with what the state is asking for. The other is consistent with her skills not being. Number 2, was Lori personally aware of a substantial and unreasonable risk caused by her behavior, not Mark's, at the time that she fled? Which leads us to the why. Was this so objectively unreasonable that it constitutes criminal recklessness under the circumstances, rather than a tragic accident that was killed?
The whispering's creepy.
And as you're going to hear, there's a tremendous difference in the legal sphere between risking somebody's life for no good reason and reacting, relying on your human instincts because you believe you need to get the safety. One of those is consistent with the guilty verdict, the other is not. And one of the issues that I expect to come up repeatedly is this issue of whether or not Lori knew that Mark had been raped. And I expect that after you hear all this evidence, your answer will be unequivocally no. Everything happened incredibly fast. You're going to hear about Lori describing how her heart was beating out of her chest, just trying to escape this man in a sense. And we know what Lori was thinking in the moments immediately thereafter, because she began using herself. Amazing contraptions. We're walking around with thousands of times the computing power in our pockets than the Apollo astronauts have when they landed on the moon. And our phones are almost an extension of our very thoughts these days. And in Lori's case, they're an extension of hers. But what if she texts Hannah Klinsky just moments after leaving Mark and going to the subdivision to hide? He just freaked again. He was at the passenger side of the truck and tried to come at me around the truck, but I took off. I don't even know what to do. He's lost it tonight. He promised he would never touch me. He lied. At 10:57 p.m., again just minutes after fleeing her husband, Lori sent the following text to Mark. I wish you the best, but the best will then leave with me. You lost everything tonight because you let your mind get the best of you. I cannot even believe you put your hands on me. Good luck in Bismarck. Lori will tell you that there's a simple reason why she sent him that text. She had no reason to believe that he'd been injured. She had no reason to believe that he'd died. She wanted him to know that this very likely cost him his marriage. And she wanted him to know right after she fled from him. After hiding in the subdivision for a few minutes, Lori waited for Mark to come racing by in the Subaru, the other vehicle that Lori typically drove.
Thank you,
And not
Christopher.
seeing him there, she began looking for a hotel. She went to the Comfort Inn and there was no room available. She began searching for hotels near her, once more, ladies and gentlemen, because she believed that Mark was alive, well, and furious, and she didn't feel safe going back home. Eventually, she made a reservation at the Baymont Inn, and you'll see the footage of Lori driving over to the Baymont and the reception desk. She hands over her driver's license and credit card, and is only told that, well, because you made the reservation so close to midnight, it automatically looks to follow you. And by the way, the Baymont's also there. Lori didn't know quite what to do at that point, so she went to Woodman's, used the restroom, and sat in the parking lot, thinking that she could just spend a few hours in the truck until Mark sobered up. And during that time frame, she began using her cell phone again. Mr. Burdick told you, she, aside from looking for a hotel, she had a couple of specific searches on her Google. She searched for physical abuse and physical abuse quick. Both were misspelled and both reattribute to that finger, so to speak. The characters are right next to one another, but that's what Lori was searching for. She wanted to put some context into what had just happened. What was happening in the relationship, how she should feel about this, how Mark should feel about this. And when she found a quote that somewhat encapsulated her feelings on that evening, she copied, pasted, and sent it to her husband. And the user can seem emotional and needy. You can get caught in the trap of catering to him, trying to fill a bottomless pit. But he's not so much needy as entitled, so no matter how much you give him, it will never be enough. He'll just keep coming up with more demands because he believes his needs are your responsibility until you feel drained down to nothing. Lori will tell you once more that when she sent this text, she wanted Mark to read it. She wanted him to reflect on his behavior and how he hurt her. She had no idea whatsoever that he'd been injured. Now, there's no dispute that in this time frame, Lori checked the camera system repeatedly. So here's what you're going to hear about that. The camera system had been disarmed by Mark's phone on February 21st. They had been selling a bunch of items on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, I believe, and the motion detectors kept going off and alerting their phones to the point that Mark shut them down. They weren't rearmed until Lori started looking at some point after she fled Mr. Phillips. And she's going to tell you that the reason that she looked on the camera was pretty simple. One, she wanted to see if there was any evidence of Mark coming after her in the Subaru. See if Mark had taken the Subaru out to go to a different bar, go hang out with a buddy, or maybe leave the home for the night. And number two, in the back of her mind, she had that comment about Mark saying that he's going to bring some money back to the house. So she started checking the cameras to see if that happened, particularly about the hot tub that they had out by the lake. It's undisputed that Lori Phillips did not delete any video footage from that camera system. And it's undisputed that Mark Phillips would not have been visible from that camera system based on where it was positioned. We're going to show you a video of that, ladies and gentlemen, to show you that Mark's body came to rest in a large snowbank that would have been completely invisible from the camera system that evening. Ultimately, though, it's the camera system that captures the moment in which Lori discovers Mark had been outside and was ultimately dead. Lori at some point decided that she was going to go home. Got cold, she couldn't find a hotel room, and she figured that if she disarmed the cameras, it wouldn't alert Mark when she got back in. When Lori got back in, she went to the restroom and eventually went upstairs to sleep in the bedroom so that Mark didn't look in the main guest room looking for her. At some point before she got up, she rearmed the cameras because that's something that she's gotten in trouble with Mark in the past too. He wanted those cameras operational. But she turned them back in. And ultimately those cameras captured the moment that Ms. Phillips found her husband dead. Now, about 6:30 a.m., Lori gets up. She uses the restroom. She goes downstairs, in her words, to demand an apology from Mark. Flung open the door, figuring that he'd be hung over and sobered up, and all that was there was an unmade bed and a bunch of clothes. This didn't concern her, because she figured that Mark had likely taken the other car out and ended up at a bar or a friend's house or someplace else. Maybe he was out looking for her. So she put on her boots and decided to go out to the exterior garage, look through the side door to see if the Subaru was there. This captures the moment that Lori exits the house. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, that Lori is walking towards the direction of the exterior garage, and you can see the exterior garage door, that almond shaded door on the red garage over there. Doesn't appear to be in distress. Appears almost to be annoyed at that point. Step number 2 depicts her discovery. And this one's much less about what you observe and much more about what you hear.
That whispering is so creepy.
You can hear Miss Phillips off camera screaming, "Oh my God!" She turned, saw her husband dead inside the snowbank at the side of the driveway. Step number 3 is Miss Phillips' reaction as she runs back to the house to get her phone and call 911. She's plainly distraught, screaming, yelling, and crying, even well outside of the range where she would have been on camera. The 911 call that follows is difficult to listen to. It depicts somebody who's in the most panicked and worst moments of her life, trying to relate to this 911 dispatcher that her husband was dead. You're going to hear that help arrived approximately 10 minutes after the fact and informed of the Cross-County Sheriff's Deputy, Michael Valencia. And Officer Valencia took some initial observations, but among those, he and others described Ms. Phillips as essentially hysterical, distraught, totally beside herself, shaking so hard that she couldn't calm down. And the one question that ultimately came up in the course of investigating whether this was crime or not was, how could Ms. Phillips drive by and not know that Mr. Phillips was there? And we're going to talk about that at length, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to hear from Sergeant Valencia himself, first officer on scene, describing snowbanks that were plowed out approximately 3+ feet high on either side of the storm driveway. And he's going to tell you that when he turned into that driveway, he couldn't see Mr. Phillips' body positioned inside of that snowbank until he was literally right on top of it. Sergeant Valencia had a squad car video operating that day. We're going to show that to you frame by frame from the center of his vehicle. You're not going to be able to see Mr. Phillips inside that snowbank the same route that Ms. Phillips drove on. You won't be able to see him anywhere in that squad car video, as a matter of fact. But aside from the testimony, we're also going to show you some photographs.
Thank you, DL6. Thank you.
Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Phillips is present in this photograph. This is the view up the, westbound side of the driveway, this horseshoe. And it's viewing directly the direction that Ms. Phillips would have traveled by at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, no natural lighting. At the very edge of the driveway, near that large berm of snow, you can see a tiny section of black peeking out. That's the very edge of Mr. Phillips's jacket that he had been wearing at the time. The rest of his body was invisible, lady.
Wow.
You're going to see photos from a number of different angles. I'm about to put up a photo now that does depict Mr. Phillips deceased and on the ground.
Okay, trigger
but
warning.
I'm going to show
I don't
you
know
this
what they're about to
photograph,
show.
ladies and gentlemen, just so you can see how he truly ended up in this snowbank at the point of his death, making him invisible to anyone driving by.
I haven't seen this. I don't know what they're about to show. So I want to just throw that out there. I don't know what they're showing.
You'll see that he was completely concealed behind that snow berm, and unless somebody happened to look by 90 degrees to the right and down in the second or two that they happen to be passing him on the driveway, you're not going to see him. You're going to hear testimony and see footage that Mr. Phillips wouldn't have been visible from behind the truck or behind the house where Lori actually parked the truck. Now you're going to hear that the investigators on scene initially concluded that Lori wasn't at fault. You're going to hear Sergeant Valencia say out loud on the squad car audio that the footprints that he observed in the snow were consistent with what Lori said. She went out looking for him in the garage, went down, saw him laying down, ran back to the house and ran back to Mark after getting her phone and calling 911. But as more investigators got involved in this and more people arrived at the scene, they began exploring, well, what if something did go wrong? And that's where we started to get a narrow focus on the evidence. Now, I don't fault the investigators in this case. They're human. And like all humans, they tend to make assumptions. And when you make assumptions, ladies and gentlemen, you tend to miss the evidence that's right in front of you, suggesting that you might be incorrect. And you're going to hear about several items of evidence in this case that weren't collected, that weren't examined, that had every ability to exonerate Ms. Phillips outright. It wasn't collected. And if there's one question I want you to ask yourselves as you're listening to this evidence, it's, does this theory make sense in light of every bit of evidence? Not just the evidence that suggests that something wrong had happened, but the evidence that suggested that nothing wrong had happened with the incident. These are emotional cases. I recognize that there are members of Mark's family who loved him in life that are here today because they love him to death. I'm not asking any of you to turn off your humanity in that process. It's okay to feel empathy for them. They've lost somebody too. But if there's any other request that I make of you as we hear this evidence, it's this. Turn on the logical sides of your brain and keep them turning. Because ultimately, it's the facts and not the feelings that'll adjudicate those important questions at the close of this case. What happened to Mark Phillips was tragic, but it wasn't a homicide. This was an ordinary woman in impossible circumstances. Domestic violence victim doing the best that she could in the seconds that she had. At the close of this case, I'm going to ask you to return the only proper verdict. Not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Zacher. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. Obviously, we'll be running a long time here. What I ask you, please don't talk about the case with each other during these breaks.
Okay, so since we're catching up, we get to skip a lot of this. Welcome to everybody that's joining from RA, it is good to have you here. We are watching this trial. We did a vote on, we're speed trialing right now. So this is one that started this week, and we are getting to speed trial. So we get to skip through all of the fluff, all of the extra stuff. Oh, the pelican is still out there. He's so big. He's so pretty. Squirrel, pelican. So we are watching this. This is the one that everybody voted on. So we get to skip through all of the long breaks and all that stuff and get caught up. Long Crime showed up late to the trial, apparently. So they didn't have their audio and everything set up. So this is, so the audio, I guess, on the first day is pretty tough. We knew that going into it. It is what it is. I've got it boosted so that we can actually hear them, but I can't do anything else about their mistakes. So it gets better, but yes, we realize the audio is not, movie worthy. Yeah, pelicans are the new squirrels. Yes. Also, we missed prosecution opening because Law and Crime got there late. So all we've got to hear so far is the defense opening. So now we are going to the first witness. And the first day, I guess because they got there late too, the first day is only like less than 2.5 hours, and we're already an hour in. So we're moving right along. With the audio being bad on the first day, I'm going to keep it at regular speed instead of 1.25 so that it's a little bit easier to hear. And I got the
Record. My name is Michael
CC
Valencia.
on.
Last name is spelled V as in Victor, Alpencia.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a law enforcement officer with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed?
25 years.
So you were on duty February 22nd, February 23rd, 2019?
The 23rd, yes.
Did you receive a call for service or any kind of call that morning?
Yes, I did. I was a patrol supervisor at that time, and I responded to a person who was down in a snowbank.
Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that the 911 call is authentic and inadmissible. I would ask that we be allowed to play Exhibit 1. Any objection?
No objection. You may proceed.
Hello. Thank y'all for joining us.
Just give it to her. There we go. Okay.
Oh wait, this is another one of my, I can do my 5 seconds.
911, what is the address of the emergency? W5414. Toledo, W. Foreman. Oh my God. What is it? I need you to give me the address one more time, please. W5414. Toledo Road, W. Okay, what's going on? My husband is Otis is chasing me. He's frozen. Oh my God. You said he's frozen? Oh, no, he's not moving. Oh my God, I didn't know he was frozen. Is he breathing? No, I don't think so. Okay, stay on the phone with me. Do not hang up. I'm going to page some help out, and then we're going to get some medical team to help you here. Hang on 1 second. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's going to sound like I'm hanging up on you, but I'm not. Stay on the phone. Oh my God! What did this happen? Oh my God! first name? Lori. What is it? Lori. Okay, what, your address you said was W5414 County Road W, like William, correct? Yes. Okay. Yes. All right, stay on the phone with me. I'm going to put you through to our medical team. They're going to have a question. Help arrives. Don't hang up. One moment. Did you see going to W5414 County Road W in Holman? Call back 799-0822. A woman on the phone who found her husband in the snowbank. Doesn't believe he's breathing. Seems to be frozen. Sending first responders. Go ahead. Ma'am. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I went to the bedroom this morning to the light. Oh my God, after I came home.
Okay, what's going on right now?
He's ill.
Okay. Are you with him right now?
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 48.
Okay. Is he awake?
No.
Is he breathing?
No, he's not.
Okay, we have help on the way, okay? I'm sending the paramedics. Stay on the line, okay?
Oh my God, I just didn't know he was out here.
All right, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now in case we need it later, and listen carefully. Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Lay him flat on his back on the ground.
Oh, I can't touch him. I can't touch him.
Why can't you touch him? I need you to roll him flat on his back. Pull him flat on his back. Don't hang up the phone. Ma'am, listen to me. Lay him flat on his back. We're going to try to help him, okay?
Ma'am, I'm sure he's been here for a long time. They're still all over him.
Okay, ma'am, we need to do this until help gets there, okay? We're going to do what we can. Lay him flat on his back.
I don't know how to touch him. I don't know how to do this.
Okay, is he face down or face up?
No, he's face up.
Okay, is he flat on the ground?
No, he's either side.
Okay, roll him to his back.
Oh my God.
Roll him to his back.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Oh my God, he's out on the ground.
Roll him to his back.
Oh, I oh my God.
Listen carefully. Roll him to his back. Did you get him on his back? Try to put him on his back. Ma'am, roll him on his back. Tell me when that's done.
Hold on.
Okay. You're doing a great job. I need you to just do this. Ma'am?
Saturday, February 23, 2019. 06:34 and 30 seconds.
Ma'am?
I can't. I don't know what you want me to do.
Okay. Tell me exactly what you see.
He's laying in the snowbank.
Okay.
Our house. Not breathing and very, very cold.
Okay. Ma'am. Are you able to get him on his back and we'll try to do chest compression?
No, he's too heavy.
Okay.
He's too heavy.
When was the last time you saw him?
Last night at like 11 o'clock.
Okay.
He was chasing me down in the trunk and I just took off.
He was chasing you down in the truck?
Yes. Oh my God.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. No, he was out here.
Okay. Okay. And the last time you saw him was last night?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
I know this is very hard for you, ma'am. Do you want to do CPR right now?
There's no reason I can.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, please. I know this is difficult. Tell me, please, why does it look like he's dead?
No, he's frozen to the ground.
He's frozen to the ground right now?
Under the blue.
Do you think he's beyond any help?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sending someone to assist you. Please leave everything as you found it, okay? They're all coming as fast as they can right now.
Oh my God, Mark. Oh my God.
I'm right here with you until they get there, okay?
Oh my God, I don't even know how this happened. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, honey. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Ma'am, I'm right here. I want to ask you again, do you want to do CPR? Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Mark. Oh, please.
I'm right here with you until help comes.
Oh my God, why is he out here?
Can you tell me what happened last night?
Yes, we got into an argument, and we got home here, and he was being aggressive, and I took off in the truck, and he tried to stop me, but I didn't know that he got hurt or anything. I didn't know he was off to this. I don't know what happened. I would have thought he was hurt. It was him lost. Oh my God. I'm not. I just assumed he went in the house and went to bed. Oh, I tried to get some hotel rooms last night. I went to 2 different hotels. That didn't work, so I came back here. I slept on the couch thinking he was in the room. And then I went upstairs because I didn't want him to get mad that I came home. So I went upstairs so that he didn't know that I was home. And this morning when I went to the bedroom, he wasn't there. So I came out to go to the garage to see if his car was here. And that's when I caught a glimpse of him over here.
Okay.
Oh my God, he has 2 kids.
Okay.
I don't. I'm so sorry you're here.
Ma'am, I can give you CPR instructions if you want to do CPR on him.
There's no. I'm sorry. I wish that was an option.
Okay.
Oh my God, Mark.
Saturday, February 23, 2019. 06:39 and 12 seconds.
Oh, I hear ambulances coming.
Okay. You let me know when they're right there with him, okay? Please leave everything as you found it, okay?
Ma'am, are you in the front of the house or the back of the house? Right on the side.
Right on the side of the house, okay?
Down the driveway, partially down the driveway. Oh, honey. Oh, my God. Oh, I hear them coming. Oh, my God. Why is he here? Honey, please, wait.
They're coming as fast as they can, ma'am.
Oh, my God.
Can you hear the siren? Can you hear the siren?
Now.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
I want you to stay on the phone with me until they're right there with you.
Oh, God. I don't. There's a police officer here.
Okay, you can hang up the phone and talk to them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
I'm gonna do a poll. It seems like
And
y'all are
your
really
position
split
now
on if you
is-
believe it or not.
I'm an investigator currently.
Okay. Would you like me to call you Investigator Valencia, or would you like me to call you Deputy Valencia?
Sergeant Valencia, Investigator Valencia is fine.
Okay. Your position at the time, just to recap, was?
I was a patrol sergeant on patrol at that time.
So Sergeant Valencia, now that you've heard the subject matter of that call, do you believe that that was the call that you had testified about responding to?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked. Are you able to tell us what that is?
This is an overview of the Mark and Lori Phillips property.
And is that the location you went to that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what I'm going to do next is, before we get further, I would like to ask some questions about just kind of general setup of the property. Attorney Skemp is queuing that up.
Oops.
While she is doing so, do you recall what time you arrived, or do you recall what time you got the scene, or got the call?
The call was around 6:29, 6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Do you recall when you got on scene?
That would have been about 6:40, I believe, in that area.
At that time, we've heard the 911 call. What information did you have available to yourself?
That there was a person who was down in the snowbank, possibly deceased, that there had been an argument the prior evening, and it was information to that nature.
What are your duties and responsibilities at this time?
My duties and responsibilities, I was dispatched along with another deputy, Deputy Stotinger. My job is to get to the scene, assist in any way I can, assess the scene. If there's someone who's deceased, my job is to get initial information, and if it appears as though there may be anything suspicious or something that didn't seem right, to contact investigators, make sure the person, if they are still alive, provide any medical care that I can until first responders arrive.
Does the information you have available affect how you proceed?
It does.
How so?
So initially, on initial response, I do an initial scene assessment to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, anything that would look suspicious, and again, just to try to secure the scene as best I can.
Were you the first person on scene here?
Yes, I was.
And is part of your responsibilities, did I hear that you communicate with first responders and other similar?
Yes, I would typically communicate with dispatch with any request and inform them of any needs or what I had. If there was something important, I would relay that to them. That they would relay to first responders.
So I have pulled up on the large screen, or Attorney Skemp has pulled up on the large screen, Exhibit 2, which you've identified as the Phillips property.
Yes.
Most people said still unsure on the poll.
I would ask,
We'll end it.
if you could, or I could, if you could kind of walk us through. I want to start with, I guess, that driveway on the left. What can you kind of tell me there and how the property is set up? And where does that driveway on the left-hand side, where does that connect to the main road? Or does it connect to the main road?
Yes, the driveway that's on the left-hand side connects with County Road W. It is on the western side of the property. The house is on the right side of that driveway. It's the larger of all of the structures there. At the very end of that, or toward the top of that photograph, there's a concrete pad, and then
Before
there's
you go on, just to kind of set and make the record. So because that driveway that we're talking about connects to County M, or excuse me, W, if I said the W driveway, would you know what that meant?
Both entrances to this property, the one that you see on the left and the other loops around underneath the trees that you can see on the right side. It's somewhat angled. That would also connect with County Road W, but that's at the intersection or closest to the intersection of County Road M and W.
Okay. So if I called the one driveway the W driveway and the other driveway the M driveway, starting with the W driveway, could you point that out to us on the map?
That would be on the left side of the driveway, on the left side of the residence.
And the M driveway then, that is the one that is the right side of that horseshoe?
Correct.
Okay. And that goes towards the intersection, did I hear that right? Goes towards the intersection of W and M?
That's correct.
Okay. So going up from the W driveway, can you tell us what that structure is?
Straight up, the W driveway would be the more square structure with a smaller structure next to it. That would be what was called the garage.
Okay. And is that, I guess, and then to the right of that, or going towards the M driveway at the other side of the horseshoe, is that the house?
Yes.
What is that structure above the house?
That structure was referenced as a man cave.
Is it a standalone structure?
Yes, it is.
So between the house and what you just called the man cave, were you able to walk that stretch of driveway?
Yes.
Do you have an idea of how much distance exists between the man cave and the main house?
I would estimate that as approximately 20 feet.
So Sergeant Valencia, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 3. Are you able to tell us what this is?
This would be the in-car video from my squad.
Those numbers on the left-hand side of the screen, do those mean anything to you?
The numbers on the left-hand side show my GPS location. It'll show things like my speed, that's really what you can gather from that would be my GPS location and the speed that I'm traveling at that time.
Okay. Can I ask where you are right now?
Right now I'm near I'm on Highway 35 approaching the county line that leads into Trempealeau County.
Okay.
Hey, Dean Sparks. Trigger warning, I don't know what's... Let me put it back up. Just in case. It showed his body in the snow a little while ago, so... Just warning y'all.
I just wanted to stop the video momentarily, which is at... The video time shows 6:31:08. Does it look like it's snowing in the background? Is that accurate, or is that just...
That is accurate.
Okay. Can you tell us how hard it is snowing?
It's not snowing, it's not real hard, but it is snowing and it's noticeable.
Okay. Go ahead. We're starting the video from that point.
Good girl.
Recording progress. Update suspicious.
It sounds like one of those toy police cars where the batteries are going out. They replaced the batteries.
Streets are going to be County Road W and Takasakan Road. Got a 40-year-old male. Our caller found him laying outside building. He is cold to the touch, not breathing. He may have been outside 11 p.m. Your narrative has been updated.
I am pausing the video at 6:36:14. Sergeant Valencia, I guess the sound we're hearing, it sounds like voices. Is that what you would testify to in terms of what you knew?
Yes, that's dispatch coming across the radio with additional information and updating me as I drove.
Okay. Did you receive any additional information other than what we're hearing now?
No, I hadn't had any other information other than what my dispatch center was providing me.
Did it stop snowing at this time?
No, it's still snowing lightly.
Okay, so it is still snowing lightly here? Okay.
Yes, it is.
I am resuming the video at 6:36:14.
Your narrative has been updated. Your narrative has been updated.
Okay, I
She's advising she's on one of the sides of the house.
Your narrative has been updated.
oops.
That was us attempting to stop the video at a moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I know everybody's dogs are going crazy now because of the sirens.
So we have stopped the video at 6:40:06. Sergeant Valencia, can you tell us what we're looking at?
So I'm approaching the Phillips property from the west. The house is the structure that you see up in front, and in a snowbank between the house and me, you can see there's two black dots there. That's what I can see. That would be Lori Phillips and Mark Phillips.
But did you know that at this time?
With the description that dispatch had given me, I could see that there was a movement there. I also deactivated my siren. I slowed way down just to observe the scene and get a view of what it looked like from a distance. And I could clearly pick out the two shapes of Mark and Lori in the snow. They were dark spots. One was moving, one was not.
So you had indicated that that's the house that you had talked about earlier on the left?
Correct.
And we're on the side where the W driveway is closest to where your SWAT car is.
That is correct.
Okay. And can you point out for the where the black spot you're referring to is?
Do you want me to go to the screen and do that?
Roro, welcome.
I have a pointer, but I'm going to need a tutorial on how to use it. So if you could just point for the sake of doing it right now.
If I could reach up that high. The two dots I'm speaking of are right.
He just say he needs a tutorial how to work his pointer. Bless him. Why is this doing that?
Right here are the two dots that I'm speaking of.
Did it
And that
yesterday
is
some too.
Mark and Lori Phillips.
Mark and Lori, correct.
About how far are you able to estimate how far you are from the house?
Right now I'm approximately 200 yards, maybe 175 yards away from them in the house.
We are restarting the video at that. Thank you.
Roro, welcome to the family. You live here now.
130 location.
Dispatch updated.
Got.
The whispering again. Oops.
Dispatch updated.
Got.
Your Honor, we're having a problem with our exhibit as we try to stop the video. We were attempting to stop the video.
Let's take it
If we could take just a moment.
Yeah, we'll take it off the screen once you get there. Let us know.
Thank you.
It would be the W driveway on the west side of the house. You can see Lori in the background, and Mark would be just off in front of her and to the right side of that, along that snowbank. Additionally, when I pulled in right in the center of the video in the middle of the driveway, there's a shiny object that caught my eye.
Can you point that shiny object out to us?
Yes. Would be this object right here.
And you indicated that caught your eye.
Yes.
Why did it catch your eye?
It looked out of place considering I'm driving into an area, it does not look plowed, and there's a shiny object. It drew my eyes went right to it when my lights struck that object, and it appeared out of place.
Was there a glare that you saw?
A glare?
I guess a glare from the object.
Yes. That's that reflection that you can see off of that object.
And are we looking at the W driveway?
Yes, we are.
And is going back to the aerial view that you had discussed, that structure directly behind it, is that the garage?
Yes, it is.
And then can you describe to us how, and we'll talk more about how the driveway, I guess, which direction does the driveway go? Is it as it connects to the other M driveway?
So this driveway, I'm heading north in a northerly direction. The driveway loops around to the right and goes in between the house and the man cave, and then it comes back to near the intersection of County Road W and County Road M.
We are starting the video again at 6:40:30.
Welcome, welcome.
Hi there, hon. What's your name?
Lori.
Okay, Lori. All right.
Oh my God, he's 48.
Did you guys have an argument last
Yes,
night?
we did.
Was he drinking too?
Yes, I didn't know he was. Oh, he was like this.
All right. Stop there.
Oh my God.
Hey guys, I got evidence and stuff out here, so.
John K. Welcome.
Go ahead, Jen. Why don't you sit back here with me real quick, okay? Just be careful. Be careful. Come back here. Back here. Just step by the front of my car real quick, okay? Just step by the front of my car. I'll be with you in just a second. I didn't see you other than hers. Okay, what's your name?
Lori.
Lori. What's your last name?
Phillips.
Okay, step right over here. Okay, so tell me what happened. You saw him about 11 o'clock or so last night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Take some deep breaths, okay? Look at me, take some deep breaths. All right.
Oh my God, I did not know he was out here. So we had an argument last night. He was coming around the truck to come and get me. So I took off. His door was so wide open, but I didn't know that he was, like, I don't know what happened. I didn't know he was there. Oh my God.
Okay, stay here. Stay with me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Are these your footprints here? Just yours?
I thought he was, I went to see
Okay.
if he was, because I got up and I went to the bedroom and I went to see where he was. And so I went to see if his car's gone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, his car's normally in the garage?
I don't know. I always think we're talking about my car's in the garage, but when he was in the bedroom, oh my God. Oh my God, I don't even know what to do.
Why don't you let go of 135? So you guys just got married, you said?
Yes.
Okay, when did that?
December 29th.
Okay. Okay, how long have you two been together?
3 years.
You just moved in here then, or
No.
you've been living here for a while? Does he have any medical conditions?
He's diabetes. Oh my God, I don't know that.
Is Lori the LOR? Hi? Okay.
My God, I came home last night and I never even saw him.
So I'm out at a residence by W. William.
That was my ex's ringtone.
By William and Mary, right at the intersection there. You got a 48-year-old male kind of found in a snowbank here. Last thing about midnight last night, got in an argument with his wife. She didn't know he was out here. She either thought he was in his little man cave or got in the car and left. But he's in the snowbank 100. I didn't see any footprints other than hers around him. There's some glasses that are laying in the middle of the driveway here, kind of between him and the road. But other than that, there were no tracks around them when I got here. So, About 11 o'clock last night. They got into some kind of an argument. She thought he left. What's that? It's like, no, it's a little small shed behind the house and next to the garage. It's kind of a cluster of buildings all in one area. No, he's diabetic though. I'm guessing he had been drinking as well. Yeah. I don't know. We've notified him, but they're notifying him now. I don't know who it'll be. Well, there's footprints all over. I took as many as I could right away, but first responders were right behind me, so. The only tracks I see were her tracks where it looked like she came out of the house, went to the garage, directly to the garage, came down here, went back to the house maybe to get her phone, and then came back to him. So those are the only tracks I see. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't see any. The only thing I see is he's got kind of a bloody nose and he's kind of tipped upside down, but he could have easily fell that way. So, no, I haven't gotten that far with her yet. Okay. Not yet. They got the roads pretty well taken care of so far, so yeah. I mean, I don't think it would hurt to have somebody come out. We'll just cover him up for now and have somebody come out. Yeah, it's right at M&W. Last name is Phillips. I've only got his wife so far. Mark Phillips, huh? Okay. All right. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. She said they just got married in December.
And I did try transferring 135 over to you and 139. It didn't go through on your end.
Okay. I just talked to 104 with the
Is that the EOD phone you want him? Yep.
I had perfect service here. It's probably just right over there. I couldn't. Well, I see ya. Okay. Hello. Hi, Lisa. Valencia calling. How are you this morning? So I have a 48-year-old male who was found in his drink alongside his driveway. He got into an argument with his wife last night, and she decided he was in the man cave or got in his car to leave. They both had some alcohol to drink last night. She woke up this morning, didn't see him. She went out to the garage. His car's still there, and she saw him laying in the snow. We can't even get a temperature on it, so No, he's not that frozen. He's diabetic as well. She didn't know he was in this whole thing until this morning. The only set of tracks I could see was just one set of footprints that appeared to come from the house down to him and then back to the house and back. There were no other footprints in the driveway or anything else. The third last is about halfway down the driveway, but other than that, I didn't see anything. There weren't a lot of tracks around him. Okay? Yeah, no, I think you're fine. Sounds good. Right. Hello. Okay, sounds good. I just talked to the ME at Lisa. So, no. Okay, sounds good. Okay, sounds good. All right. Thank you. We're good, fellas. Okay. Don't need names or anything like that? Yeah, I just did all that. I need, okay. I don't. Go ahead and do so.
Daniel R. Manigal. MANIGEL. 31683.
Just a phone number for you,
498 5459.
Okay.
STR.
Okay, what's your middle name? With a V? What's your middle name? What? ROCK. Okay. Huh? Okay. What's your birthday for?
9/8/29.
Phone number for you?
669 20.
Okay.
Anthony Edward. KROTELI.
Okay.
Date of birth 3030376.
030376.
Phone number 8792.
Okay.
071.
Okay. Next question. Jeremy? Okay. What's that? Richard? C. Oh, okay. Birthday? 3/30. Okay. So Corey's the odd one out here. Everybody else has March birthday. Everybody? Right? Right? Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Sounds good. We'll figure out. Yeah. But you can tell we've got it kind of checked out. All right. You guys have a good. Not you. I got called out at 3 o'clock for some crap they had on the interstate. Some chick shooting some shit. So, yeah, she was from over by Oxford or something like that. Stole a car, stole a gun. State patrol was chasing her. She buried her. Right? I know it. All right, you guys have a good one.
Sergeant Valencia, the video has ended. On that screen, before the screen went off, that structure, and I guess, we've identified, you've talked about the garage, you've shown us the house. Is that other structure, is that the man cave?
Yes, the structure that would be to the right and farther away would be the man cave.
Okay. Why did you call it the man cave?
It had some type of signage on it, I believe, that said man cave on it.
So that wasn't your term?
No.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I am handing Sergeant Lunsky with 4, 5, 6. Before I do that, Sergeant Lunsky, those sunglasses we talked about previously, did you have to drive around those?
Yes, I did. When I entered and saw that reflection or glint off of the glasses, I felt at the time that it was something important that I should not drive over, considering the road conditions, the intersection. I felt it best to pull into the driveway. But when I saw that, I drove away from them, to stay away from them, to leave them preserved as much as I could.
So I've handed you exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Can you tell us what is on those pictures?
These are photographs of Mark Phillips in the snow.
We're going to be asking to put this on the screen now, so if there's anyone who is live streaming or just doesn't want to see it. Exhibits 4, 5, 6, and then a few thereafter are pictures of the decedent's body. Use the Elmo.
Maybe you should use the Elmo. Okay.
Trigger warning, trigger warning. Because I don't know what they're about to show.
While they're setting that up, those pictures you said that was the body.
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell us about, I guess, the position of the body in relation to the driveway and the structures that you've already identified? Can you give us a description while we're waiting for it to queue up?
Yes, the description would be Mark was alongside the driveway, between the driveway and the house. He was closest to the driveway. His head was into and along the snowbank. There was a snowbank at his head side, which kind of also, there was a spacer wrapped around behind him where they had piled snow from the winter. There was a tree and a birdhouse located inside that area as well, between him and the snowbank. And he was more in a, with his north-south direction, with his feet on the northern end and his head pointing toward the south into the snowbank.
Restate that last part and explain. His head is facing which way?
His head is facing in a southerly direction, and his feet are in a northern direction, as you would look at this photo. The driveway is in the area of where his hands are located. That would be the driveway, and where his left, or correction, his right hand is where the end of the snowbank is that ran along the driveway.
Okay, so that's his right hand, the elbow. You said that's about the end of the snowbank there?
That's correct. And it's hard to see in this photograph, but that's the edge of the snowbank where it was plowed along the driveway.
And his head facing towards the house, or is his head and hands facing towards, or head facing towards the road?
It is facing towards the road.
So that is exhibit 6. I'm now showing you exhibit 4 again. You describe the position of the snow now that you have a different angle.
Okay, you can see his right arm, the elbow area is right up against the edge of that snowbank. His head and his shoulders are against that snowbank as well, and his hands are toward the driveway.
Linda, welcome. Welcome, welcome.
That was exhibit 4.
You live here now.
5. Point out the edge of the driveway there.
The edge of the driveway would be where his hands are in that area. More his left hand than his right hand. His right hand is closer to the snowbank.
I am going to be handing you what's been marked as exhibit 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, I'm going to use the Elmo, but...
Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Y'all are generous today. Thank you, Holly Mack. Thank you so much.
What's been marked as exhibit
Welcome to new members.
Are those
Thank you, Holly Mack.
sunglasses you previously told us about?
Yes, they are.
And did you already, or you already asked about how far away they were from the body now?
I haven't been asked. They were approximately 15 feet away from his body in the center of the driveway. They were farther south from him and in the center of the driveway.
It's been marked as Exhibit 8. Can you identify, can you tell us about those tracks? I guess are there tracks in the snow?
Yes, there are tracks in the snow.
Okay, can you describe them to us?
Describe the tracks. Tire tracks or the footprints?
Oh,
There are footprints in the snow. That would most likely be from the first responders after they arrived. When I initially drove up, I think you could see from the video, there were no tracks, footprints, or anything like that when I drove into the driveway. These would be the sunglasses in the middle, and then there's the, looks like the bottom end of a vehicle in the upper part of the photograph.
So am I correct that these footprints and tire tracks were not there before you?
That is correct.
Yarn, welcome. Welcome, welcome.
At this point, I guess now that, the point where the end of the SWAT video, who was on scene?
I'm not sure when this photograph was taken.
Okay. During the SWAT video we watched, can you identify some of the people you were talking to?
They were the first responders and tri-state personnel.
Okay. It looked like there was an officer with a beard. Would you be able to identify him?
That would be Deputy Stotinger. There was also a tri-state personnel there, I believe, also who had a beard, but the one in the law enforcement uniform was Deputy Stotinger.
Who's Lisa?
Lisa would be the medical examiner who contacted me at my request.
I'm putting Exhibit 9 on the Elmo. I'm trying to. Can you tell us about this picture?
This photograph is, I believe, myself and Deputy Stotinger. I had backed my squad up to, I'm not quite sure the reason why, but in the foreground, and it's difficult to see, would be Mark Phillips' body covered by a white sheet. And just facing this direction, also you can see the birdhouse that I mentioned earlier, along with a tree, and in the background is County Road W running east and west.
Describe kind of the way the snowbank is and edges into the driveway.
The snowbank here is pushed back away from the driveway. Exactly where the edge of it is, I cannot tell, but it appears as though they plowed somewhat into the grassy area.
Yes, we watched the verdict yesterday.
Been marked as Exhibit 10. Does that give you, I guess, is that the same thing or same kind of area we're talking about?
Yes, very similar.
Does that give you a better angle of where the snowbank is?
Yes, it does.
And that is Mr. Phillips' white sheet.
Correct. It looks as though his feet may be sticking out from underneath it.
Does his feet and body extend into the driveway?
I cannot tell from this angle.
The mark is Exhibit 11. Can you see the edge of the driveway in this photo?
I cannot see the edge of the driveway. I can see the edge of where they plowed the snow.
Okay. So can you describe that and where the edge of the plow mark?
It may be easier if I step up to the screen to do that.
This line right here is the edge of the snowbank, which you can see running vertical straight up the top of the screen. Here's its hand, which extends towards the driveway. You can see that area that is one plowed.
The picture we had previously seen of the body, at this point, nothing had been done to disturb the body. Is that accurate or not?
That is correct.
Putting what's been marked as Exhibit number 12 on the Elmo. What are we looking at in relation to the driveway, snowbank, property?
In this photograph, in the foreground, you can see Mark's body covered up with a white sheet. Behind it, and at his head is also the plowed area, the snowbank, and where he came to rest against the snowbank. In the background are the tree and the birdhouse that I referenced, and in the background of that is the residence. In the upper right of the photograph, you can see the intersection of County Road M and County Road W.
And is there something up on the house there?
Yes, there's a camera, which is a small dot right on the corner of the house.
Did you personally do anything with the camera footage, though?
I did not.
Are you able to say whether that camera could see him?
I don't believe that it can based on the position of the camera and the snowbank and the height of it.
So are we looking down? Did I hear that you don't think that you can see it, the body from that camera?
I don't believe that you can see the body from that camera. I think the snowbank obscures his body.
So if there's another group, this would be a good time to break.
Okay, and Judge, I was just going to suggest the way we've organized these, we're now moving from position to what else is on the scene and then transitioning to other witnesses. So if the court would prefer, that would be, I would agree this is a good time to break.
Let's take a break. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end for today. If you could come at 8:30 tomorrow morning. 8:30 tomorrow morning. One thing is, again, please don't talk about the case. I usually make a joke that your family and friends will probably turn to you and say, hey, so tell me what's going on in the trial. And the really easy answer is, there's this mean, nasty judge who told me I can't say a word. So just blame it on me. I'm totally willing to take the heat. Otherwise, we'd like to see you here at 8:30. We'll start up at 8:45, assuming everything is going well. If there are any issues, you have any questions, talk to Terry or Kevin, or call if something comes up. Give us a call and we'll try to get back to you. But otherwise, have a good evening. We'll see you then.
That's day one. We're already to day two. Am I covering up with pictures? There are no pictures. Everything y'all are seeing is straight from their feed.
I organize them, and I present them to...
Yeah. Do you want them to be received?
I was going to move for everything at the end, but just for the sake of me not forgetting after day one, I would move the exhibit process.
1 through 12, no objection.
Okay.
And
1 through...
one call on the squad
Is that 1 through 12? Or, yeah, 1 through 12. I'm sorry.
Yeah, with the 911 call and squad video labeled separately from the 1 through 12.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Were the video and the call labeled separately? How are those labeled?
1 and 3, and we gave USB.
Okay, yeah, no objection.
Okay, so exhibits 1 through 12 are received. Just technicality, they should be received before publication, but they're received. If there's no objection to that process, I have no problem.
No, these are part of the batch that I agree are admissible, Judge.
Okay, all right. Be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Is there any issues we need to talk about right now before we leave, but from the state's perspective?
Judge, may we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oops. I love the 5 second
not a big
skill.
deal. But anything further from the statement?
No, Judge.
Anything further from defense?
No, Judge.
Okay. See you all tomorrow morning, 8:30, and we'll go from there.
We'll get our little view of her before we swap over to the next day. I used to get that haircut, that same haircut that she has, like once every however many years. Because I would grow my hair out and then I would chop it off and donate it. And I would always get that haircut and I would love it for like a week and then I would miss my long hair. But then every time I see it, I'm like, oh, I need to cut my hair again. I didn't realize they had only been married for... They got married in December and this happened in February? Is that right? I have not cut my hair short since after chemo because now I'm like... Once my cancer hair grew back, I was like, I can't get rid of it. Not ready yet. All right, so that is, look at us, speed trialing. That was day 1. Let's go to day 2. Day 2. I have to move it over here so I can see it. So I want to tell y'all something too. Oops, we're going to keep it on 1.25 and see how that goes. When they were talking, somebody said something about snow shovel, whatever, shoveling snow. And I mentioned this one time before when I was talking about, you know, I grew up in Georgia, I lived there my whole life, and then I moved to Ohio. I lived in Ohio for 6 years before moving back down south, and now I live in Florida. When I moved to Ohio, it was my first time ever having to deal with snow, and I bought this super cute house, like, you know, in historic district or whatever, and it was like right on the corner, little picket fence, and it had like this, you know, the sidewalk and stuff, like beautiful, loved my home. But I didn't realize that it snows and you have to shovel the sidewalks. There's like all this sidewalk that, you know, had to shovel. And I didn't know that there were like snow shovels that were like, that were different than regular shovels. I grew up on a farm in Georgia. Like we had, you know, there were only 2 types of shovels, and, you know, and they were both like the metal. I mean, there was no plastic there. I didn't even know that snow shovels were a thing. So first big snow that comes, I'm like, I go out there to the carriage house, and like, I'm like, okay, well, you know, I have a shovel from where I had done my garden. So I'm out there trying to shovel. It was so hard. And I was like, how is this like, how do people do this? Like, why would anybody live up north if, like, this is so hard? And I mean, it took me a hot minute. And then I'm sure my neighbors were laughing at me. I did not realize at the time that there are snow shovels that are plastic and just scoop it right up. I had no idea. So I'm out there working much harder and not smarter and trying to shovel snow, and I had no idea that snow shovels were a thing. Once I found out, I went on down to the Ace Hardware and bought one. But yeah, so anybody, if you ever have to shovel snow and you've never done it before, they make shovels for that. Learn that the hard way. We don't shovel snow in Georgia or Florida. I know my neighbors were laughing at me like, that moron.
So Sergeant Valencia, I am handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 13 through 37 and States Exhibit.
Oh, he's back. Okay. I didn't like driving in it either. Like in Georgia, if it's, you know, if they talk about snow and like everybody runs to, you know, the Piggly Wiggly and buys up all the bread and milk, and then you just go home and you don't leave for, well, and a lot of, you know, bread, milk, and, you know, beer or whatever. But, and then you go home and you just don't leave the house for 3 or 4 days. And you might get like a flurry, but that's it. But there will be no bread and no milk in that Piggly Wiggly. But that's not how they do things in Ohio. Like, it's like literally whiteout conditions, and you still have to go to work and stuff. It's crazy. Insanity. I love that we get to 5-second this while he's looking through stuff. What happened? They have no audio?
Class of your knowledge.
Oh, there it goes. I lived in Miamisburg, Ohio. And I lived in Springboro first, and then I bought a house in Miamisburg. My brother moved up there to do his
This is what's been marked by State's Exhibit
residency
13.
after.
And Sergeant
medical
Valencia, I am
school.
handing you a laser pointer instead of making you stand up like we did yesterday.
Okay.
As you testify, would you be comfortable and willing to point out things that are interesting and explain it so that we can create a record for the jury?
Yes.
You get your milk sandwiches.
Looking at Exhibit 13, can you point out, or is the body of Mr. Phillips in this photo?
Yes, it is. Mr. Phillips' body is right in this area here, covered up by the white sheet.
Has he been moved at this point?
No, he has not.
So is that his original location?
Yes.
You said something about a white sheet. Can you remind us, was that how you found him, or how did that get there?
No, that was placed on there. I'm not quite sure who placed it on there, but it had been placed on there to cover him from view from traffic from County Highway M and to protect him.
Yesterday, you described the positioning of the body. Can you describe how the sheet is laying on him?
The sheet is just laid across portions of his body. You can still see some of the portions sticking out. His body is slightly sticking out from the snowbank in this area.
Asked to show Exhibit 14. That snow mound, I guess, can you tell us what this is?
This photograph shows the feet of Mark Phillips, the snowbank that's behind him, and also partially to his back. This is the residence. Here is the man cave, and then here is the garage area. This portion is a driveway that circles back around to County Road W, or the other portion of the driveway.
The mound of snow on the right-hand side, are you able to estimate how deep you think that is?
With the snowfall that year, I believe that was easily over 4 feet.
Does it taper off towards the driveway?
Yes, it does.
About how deep is it right before it hits the rest of the driveway?
Very minimal snow accumulation there. It snowed overnight. I'm not exactly sure how much that is, but it's minimal snow there.
Asked to show Exhibit 15, and Your Honor, this does show part of the body, but not the face or anything. Is that Mr. Phillips?
Yes, it is.
Is this at about the time, has he been moved at this point?
Yes, he has been.
Can you point out any indication, or is there any indication of where he was prior?
He had been in this area over here to the left of the photograph. That's the indentation or imprint made by his body as the snow had melted, and he lay there.
And did you remove the white sheet at this point?
Yes, it had been removed.
Do you notice anything, or can you point out anything about his clothing?
His clothing has several rips in it in this area of his pants. They're in different directions. This is along the belt line, and this is in the along his legs, or parallel with his legs, so to speak. And there were noticeable gaps or rips in that denim material.
Did those rips occur while you were moving him?
No, they did not.
Was any part of him frozen to the ground in a way that, I guess you had to, for lack of a better term, pry him off of where you moved him from?
Yes, he had, his body temperature had melted the snow there, so it had sunk into the snow a little bit. You can see the areas of his legs where those areas were stuck to the snow or frozen to the snow, as well as his hands, but his core had very little sticking. It was more around the edges.
Are you confident, though, that you did not, or someone who moved him, or see those tears occur from pulling him from his previous location?
Those tears did not occur from moving him.
Asked to show Exhibit 16. Is this the same photo from a different angle?
Yes, it is.
Asked to show Exhibit 17. Can you point out in this location, or can you show in this location, can you see in this where he was previously, or do you know that?
Yes, this area in the lower left portion of the photograph is where his final resting position had been, and you can see how the snow had been pushed and or melted for him to drop into that position.
Where those 2 feet are, is that the edge of the shoveled snow there?
Yes, it is.
Does that comparison give you any idea of the depth?
Of the depth?
Of the snow in the driveway versus the shoveled snow?
Here, I think this gives an indication of at least the ground level where the snow has been melted. I would estimate that's probably 4 to 6 inches there.
Okay. And did your pointer, did it go back to the spot where you had previously moved Mr. Phillips? I guess, where did you point? Can you describe it? Because I actually asked you something
Okay,
different. Sorry.
This area here is the imprint that was made by his body as the snow melted. You can see the ground and then the snow edge above it.
Asked to show Exhibit 18. Have we already talked about this? The structure?
Yes, this is the garage Over in the center of the screen, this is the man cave building over on the right side, and then there is a trailer parked in the driveway as well.
And did you or the crew you were with bring that trailer, or was it there before?
That was there beforehand.
Asked to show Exhibit 19.
Hey, Rebecca.
I don't have any questions about this. Is there anything you'd like to add about this picture?
Actually, I guess I'm going to object to the vagueness of that question.
What, is there a specific reason why you're showing?
Your Honor, I'm making a record so that we can go through it line by line. I'm saying I don't have a question at all, vague or otherwise.
You might want to identify it.
Can you identify this photo?
In this photograph, this is of the garage. Here are the two main garage doors for vehicle entry. This is a side door for personal entry.
Asked to show Exhibit 20. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is a view from farther down into the driveway. This is the residence on the right side. I mentioned yesterday the birdhouse and the tree that were inside of the snowbank area between the driveway and the house. Here's the garage that we saw in the previous photograph. The man cave is farther behind the residence. Here's a snowbank running alongside the driveway, and at the very end you can see the sheet and it's a portion of it extending into the driveway.
Is this the W driveway?
Yes, it is.
And did you indicate that you can see the sheet that was covering Mr. Phillips?
Yes, you can see the sheet right along the edge of the driveway as it extends out past the end. The coloration of the snow is a little dirtier, and the white sheet is much more white than the surrounding snow.
At this point, are you able to say whether that sheet is still covering him?
It is still covering him, yes.
And is this is before or after the body was moved?
This is before the body was moved.
Asked to show Exhibit 21. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the east side of the residence, or the other driveway, the M driveway. The M driveway runs, again, in a southerly direction, but more at an angle. There's a tree line to the east of the residence that you can see on the other side of the vehicles. In the background is a squad car, and then I believe there's a portion of County Trunk Highway M that's in the very, just past the squad car. In addition, there's a camera located on the corner of the house here.
Does that tree line go all the way down to the road?
Yes, it does.
Asked to show Exhibit 22. Is that the same camera you just described, or a different camera?
No, this is the same camera that I just described being on the corner of the house. In the background, you can see County Trunk Highway W running from right to left, and then running more from the right corner upwards is County Trunk Highway M, which runs north and south.
Asked to show Exhibit 23. What is this?
This is a photograph of the west side of the house between the W driveway and the residence. This is County Trunk Highway W running from right to left. This is a Paul's towing vehicle right here. Here is the tree that we had talked about earlier, as well as the birdhouse. Right here on the residence is a small camera, right where my laser pointer is at.
Is the tow truck, do you know what the reason the tow truck is there for?
The tow truck was there to remove the truck that was possibly involved.
Asked to show Exhibit 24. What are we looking at here?
This is another view of the western side of the residence. Again, running generally from right to left is County Trunk Highway W. In the background is County Trunk Highway M. There's a residence kind of in the middle background of the photograph. Again, here's the birdhouse, the tree, and then the camera on the western side of the residence.
Is that the W driveway?
Yes, it is.
Asked to show Exhibit 25. What are we looking at here?
This is a portion of the driveway. In the background would be the structure that was identified as the man cave on the northern side of the property and the house. These are tire tracks from the vehicle that had been removed, in addition to a tire track in the middle. And this area with no snow would be the area where the vehicle had been parked.
So that is where the truck was parked?
Yes.
Do you recall what direction it was facing?
It was facing in an easterly direction, which was pointing at, if you were to travel from here, you would travel down the M driveway, down to near the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W.
Asked to show Exhibit 26. Can you identify this photo?
Yes, this photo shows, if you look in the lefternmost portion of the photograph, this is County Truck Highway W, running east and west. The residence is the white building in the photograph, the larger building. In the background, you can see the man cave. You can also see the vehicle in its parked position before it was removed. Just over the top of that, you can see the garage, or the east side of the garage. Where the car is parked here is the M driveway, which runs down to County Trunk Highway M, NW.
Are you able to say the location of, I guess, the nearest neighbor or residence to the Phillips home?
I'm not exactly sure of the exact distances. What I had saw yesterday, this area over here where the pine trees are, where my laser pointer is, that's approximately 175 to 200 yards from the house, and there's a house behind that. There was also the other house across County Trunk Highway W in the background that we saw in the previous photographs that was back in the distance. I'm not sure of the distance from that, but it could be several hundred yards.
Asked to show Exhibit 27. What is this?
This is an overview of the general area. This right here would be the Phillips residence, which would be in the upper right-hand corner of the photograph. What's labeled as Jostad Cooley Road. If you look on Google Maps or anything like that, it would come up as Jostad Cooley Road, but that is also County Trunk Highway M. Running from across here, I know it's labeled, you can see a W here, but it says M here. This is County Trunk Highway M. It runs across the full length of the correction, it's County Highway W. It runs the full width of of the photograph from right to left. That is County Trunk Highway W. This is Dokabakan Road here, which is in the area of the pine trees from the previous photograph. And then you have several roads that run off it and a small subdivision here.
Traveling, if we were to, from left of the screen to right of the screen, is this the route we saw you take yesterday when you arrived on scene?
Yes, it is. I would have entered from the left side of the photograph, traveling east along County Trunk Highway W. Along this route, I slowed right about Dokabakan Road. As you could evidence from my video, I slowed there where you could see the photographs of Lori and Mark in the snowbank as I slowed and approached, and then turned into the driveway on the western side. You don't see it very well here, but this would be the W driveway here, which then loops back around near the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W. That would be the M driveway.
Is this area familiar to you?
Yes.
How and why?
I've worked as a patrolman and a patrol sergeant for many years. I traveled this County Trunk Highway W and County Trunk Highway M many times. I can't recall how many times I've driven it during the day and during the night.
Are you still familiar with this area today, in 2023?
Yes.
Is this map that we're looking at here, are you aware or familiar of any changes, new subdivisions, new roads, that kind of thing, or is this still an accurate description of the area?
This is still an accurate description of the area.
Traveling away from the house back towards where you would come in, is there an S-type curve of some kind?
Yes, there is.
About how far down the road is that?
That S-type curve would be west of the residence, and it would be off of the left side of the photograph, but that's approximately 2 miles.
Are there subdivisions or roads before the S-curve if you were traveling from the direction of the house towards that S-curve?
Yes, there's McCurdy Road here. There's what I would identify as more of a subdivision because it's more built up with houses right here, which is Friar Road and Roberts Road. Those are identifiable subdivisions on the left side.
Are you able to tell us in terms of miles, how far each of those roads are respectively from the Phillips house?
McCurdy Road, I would estimate, is being approximately a half mile, and Friar Road is 3/4 of a mile from the residence.
Would you be aware if you could see the Phillips residence from any of those roads?
You could not see the Phillips residence from Friar Road. From McCurdy Road, you could see it if you were in the area where my laser pointer is right now. You could see across here during the winter if there's no crops. You would easily be able to see the residence from this little spot right here, but that would be about it.
That's all I could.
Asked to show Exhibit 28.
Does that help?
Can you identify this?
This appears to be a photograph of the scene again. In the background, you see County Road W running from right to left on the screen. You see squad cars as well as investigator vehicles in the driveway. There's also personnel around Mark Phillips' body. You also have the snowbank and how it's plowed in this area of the W driveway.
I guess it looks like
Martin, thank
something in a neon green or yellow jacket. Are you able to tell us who that is or what that is?
I believe that would be the medical examiner.
Okay. Ask to show Exhibit 29. Are you able to identify this?
This photograph shows the door to the man cave, which is in the upper left part of the screen. It shows that there are no tracks on the snow, the freshly fallen snow. Here's the corner of the red Dodge pickup, which is in the rightmost portion of the photograph. And this item, kind of in the center of the snow portion that no one has stepped on, would later be described as a can koozie that was flattened out and under the snowfall.
Okay. Ask to show Exhibit 30. What can you tell us about this photo?
This photograph is another photograph of the vehicle parked in the driveway. Note it's facing toward the M driveway and east, with the passenger side door next to the residence, the entry door to the residence, and then the driver's side doors are on the side of the man cave. In addition, there would be the can koozie, which was located in this area where my pointer is at right now in the lower center portion of the screen. And then now there are footprints in the snow from personnel looking at the keys and moving around the vehicle.
Is this before the truck was moved?
Yes, it is.
Asked to show Exhibit 31. Can you identify this photo?
Yes, this is another photograph of the truck with a license plate. Again, it's still in the same position. I note that there are tire tracks underneath the vehicle, which were made when it pulled in, and there's less snow underneath the vehicle than surrounding it. There's also a trash can between the garage, or correction, a trash can in between the truck and the residence.
Can you describe where the location of, since you brought it up, where's the trash can in relation to the residence door?
The door to the residence would be out of view, but to the right of that trash can.
Were the trash cans or any other items like that on the property moved during the course of what you did on scene?
No.
Okay. Did you observe anyone move any particular item like that?
I did not.
Asked to show Exhibit 32. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a photograph again of the passenger side of the vehicle. Out from the previous photograph, we could see the trash can. You can see plowed portions or shoveled portions of the driveway. This would be the direction the vehicle moved into its position prior to it being parked. The door to the residence would be just past the trash can on the left side. And then you also see in the background the trailer and the entrance door to the garage.
And that is Exhibit 32 or 33? Asked to show Exhibit 33. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the front passenger side corner of the truck. There's tracks around it. You can also see a snowbank, the garbage can noted before, and then the entrance door to the residence.
Asked to show Exhibit 34. What are we looking at here? Should be 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 35, and let the record reflect that is, we are skipping 34, and I had identified that earlier. This is Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
What we're looking at here is again, the truck parked in the driveway. You can see the tire tracks underneath it where it pulled in. You can also see that on the driver's side of the vehicle is that can koozie in the lower center portion of the photograph.
Asked to show Exhibit 36.
While he's just describing all this, do y'all want to go to 1.5 speed instead of 1.25?
That's what we're looking at.
And see how it goes?
What we're looking at here is, again, the driver's side of the truck. The driver's door is open, and then we're also looking at the running boards on the truck itself.
Asked to show Exhibit 44.
Since we're not seeing the pictures anyway.
What can you tell us about this photo?
This photograph is similar to one that we've already seen. It shows the end driveway to the residence, which is on the east side. It shows the vegetation and trees right along the edge of that driveway on the east side of it. We see vehicles parked in the driveway, the red truck in the background. We see the roof of the man cave. We see a portion of the garage, and then we see the residence clearly in the center. There's also a for sale sign, I believe, out in the front.
Clarify that. Is this 37, Michelle? Okay.
See how fast we can go.
Okay, this is Exhibit 37? Okay.
Since we're not seeing it anyway, it doesn't.
Now, can I ask Exhibit 44?
that's the good thing about speed trialing. We get to do that for some of the stuff that's...
We'll go back to Exhibit 44. Sergeant Valencia, you had indicated that you're familiar with the area around.
Yes.
And that includes the intersection of W. That includes the intersection of W.
Yes.
And I guess you just tell us again, you're familiar with that due to?
I'm familiar with this due to patrolling this area for many, many years. I also lived in the area for a while.
Describing that intersection, are there any safety concerns that would exist pulling out of the M driveway onto the road you just described?
Yes, there would be concerns that I would have. If you're traveling west, just prior to the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W, there's a small corner, and there's also a dip in the roadway. So in front of the residence, it's fairly straight and flat, but just to the east of it, there's a small corner, and it's lower in the roadway. So as you're approaching the residence from traveling west, you go through a small corner, and then you also go through this dip, and then you rise up to the flat, which meets right near the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W.
And are those concerns equally present for the W driveway, or are they different?
They would be very different. The vegetation at the M driveway comes right down near to the roadway, which would block your view of vehicle travel coming west on County Trunk Highway M. If you're exiting the driveway on County Trunk, or the W driveway on County Trunk Highway W, you would have much more of a reaction to have to react to any vehicles that would go through that dip and small corner. So you have a much better view from the W driveway than the M driveway.
Given what you know about the two driveways and everything you've testified to, how would you recommend coming in and leaving the residence based on what your relevance? What can you tell us about this photo? I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 44. What's been marked as Exhibit 44. Can you identify this photo?
Yes, I can. This is a photograph of Mark laying in his final resting position with the house in the background, the snowbank in between him and the house. There's a camera that's on the corner of the house in the background. In addition, you see his body laying. His feet are on the northern end. His head is on the southern end. You see a hand out here, and then you see the edge of the snowbank, which had been plowed alongside the driveway.
Can I show? Can I ask to see Exhibit 45?
I'm used to listening to stuff faster,
What are we looking
so
at
I
here?
can
This would be the
get through it.
in the background. You can see the garage. You see a portion of Mark's hand extended past the snowbank here, and in the lower center portion of the photograph is the sunglasses that had drawn my attention, which my headlights had reflected off of when I approached and turned into the driveway.
Ask to see Exhibit 46. And what can you tell us about this photo?
This photograph also shows again Mark in his final position in the snowbank. What you see again here, his feet are on the north side, his head is on the south side. You see his hand extending from that snowbank. Additionally, this hand is extended farther out past that snowbank. You also see that in the background, more or less the edge of the snowbank, for lack of a better term, it somewhat curves toward the roadway, and then it comes to kind of an abrupt corner here, where his head and shoulders are.
I'm going to move on. I'm going to request that we, now that it's been discussed, due to the sensitive nature of the photo, we take that down. Yesterday, when we saw the camera, did you yourself interview Ms. Phillips?
I spoke with her briefly, yes.
And did we see that? Is that part of the video that was seen yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Would you describe that? I guess, what was your goal in talking to her at that point?
My goal at that point was to arrive, try to get some background information, and just talk with her about what had taken place.
Was that an interrogation that we saw?
No.
Relevant speculation. Distinct. Okay. If that doesn't mean we struck in the question.
I guess, are you familiar with, I guess, or do you do, is there some type of a checklist or something you do while you go through the scene?
We do complete a death scene checklist. It's a form that we have that gives us reminders of things that we should look at or do to make sure things like photographs being taken, who might have been on scene, things like that.
What is the purpose of that form?
The purpose is really, it's just a checklist that we go through to make sure that we're covering certain areas at scenes like this.
Does the form ask you to identify a suspect?
Yes.
Does that term mean, the term suspect, does that mean anything to you? Why or why not?
Judge, objection, relevance. This is point for a legal conclusion. It's asking the jury to, for the witness to testify to an issue within the criminal jury. Objection sustained. Go ahead.
Will be struck, Your Honor.
The question will be struck.
I have no further questions.
Press. Thank you. I get the
Good morning.
All right, so I just want to cover your initial response here. At the time, this was something that you believed to require an emergent response. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the nature of the call.
Anytime you have a medical call like that where somebody might be dead or dying, you're going to respond to emergency.
Typically, yes.
All right. And at the time, you were driving a marked squad car?
Yes.
And that squad car was equipped with a squad car video system?
Yes.
At the time, did the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department have body cameras in use?
No.
All right. Where is
No
that
body cameras,
squad car
that's
camera
why.
positioned within your squad car?
Typically, it's positioned right around in the area of the rearview mirror. That'd be the best place to describe it being okay.
So approximately in the center of the windshield, towards the top where the rearview mirror would be?
Yes.
All right. And you received some information from your dispatcher prior to responding to this call, is that correct?
Yes.
That's fairly common in your line of work to get updates and information from your dispatch.
Yes.
Your dispatchers are employees that you work with frequently in the course of your work.
Daily.
And the information that you received from dispatch was that the caller was, quote, hysterical. Is that correct?
I don't recall those words, but it's possible.
Is that something that you had noted in your police report? Had you, let me ask by this. Do you not recall that, Sergeant, or are you saying that that wasn't the description?
I do not remember that.
And if I showed you, did you author a police report in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And if I showed you a copy of that police report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I slowed it back down some. Do you need me to slow it down more? I was trying to get through his because there's not a lot that he's offering right now that is as
Sergeant Valencia, I'm handing you
as interesting. We can slow it down. It's just there's nothing
Mark Exhibit 500.
there's nothing to hear really right now.
Let me ask you, does that appear to be a copy of a report that you authored?
Yes, it does.
Would you turn to page 2 for me and then let me know when you've reviewed the relevant section?
Okay, yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And were you informed by dispatch that the caller, Ms. Phillips, was hysterical?
Yeah. Yes.
Exhibit 500 for me. And that was your impression when you made contact with Ms. Phillips initially as well, is that correct?
She was very emotional, yes.
You described her in your report as, quote, extremely upset and emotional, end quote. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
And that's certainly your candid observation of Ms. Phillips at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, if you believed that she was faking an emotion, you would have noted that on your police report, right?
I guess I don't understand that question.
If you believe that somebody was putting on a show and pretending to be angry or sad or hysterical, that's the type of thing that you would note if it appeared to be disingenuous to you, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And you didn't note any such factor in your report, is that correct?
I did not.
All right. Now, in this state, Ms. Phillips gave you a little bit of information, correct?
Yes.
You previously testified that initially you were trying to calm her down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That's what we saw when you took her by the arms and looked her in the eye and said, it's going to be okay?
Yes.
And you asked her what happened, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Phillips told you that the two of them had an argument of sorts the other night, right?
She had confirmed what she had told dispatch, yes.
That Mark had gotten aggressive?
Yes.
That she took off to escape from Mark?
I don't believe she used the word escape. I think she said get out of here.
To get away from him because he was coming at her?
He was coming around the truck, yes.
And indicated that she left so quickly that the passenger side door on the front was still open. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then she told you repeatedly that she didn't even know that Mark was outside. Is that correct?
Correct.
She appeared to be quite distraught about the fact that her husband was outside dead. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that when she came home the prior evening or early morning that she didn't even see her husband out there. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So at some point you moved Ms. Phillips to the front of your squad car. Sergeant, is that so that you can preserve the area around Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I had first responders arriving. There was evidence, what I thought might be evidence out in the driveway. I wanted to move her away from that location briefly to just move her away from it for a little bit.
And at some point shortly thereafter, Deputy Brandon Stotinger arrives. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point you speak with Deputy Stotinger about taking Ms. Phillips away from the scene into the home. Is that fair?
I don't know that I spoke with him about taking her away. I don't recall that.
Okay.
Don't remember that.
And if Deputy Stotinger were to testify that you mentioned something to the effect of, can you take her away from the scene, any reason to doubt his testimony?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, were you aware that Ms. Phillips was able to contact friends and family to come to the scene?
Yes, I could see that she'd been on her phone.
And you saw that various loved ones of Ms. Phillips arrived at various points during this encounter, is that correct?
I became aware of it later, yes.
Now, Sergeant, is it fair to assume that if you felt there was a realistic opportunity to resuscitate a person in Mr. Phillips' position, that you would have begun life-saving measures?
Yes.
It was your impression upon arriving at the scene that Mr. Phillips was visibly deceased?
Yes.
And as a result, it wasn't the type of scenario where you would try to use an automatic external defibrillator or perform CPR, right?
Overruled. I would say that when I pulled into the driveway, I could hear these sirens on the first responder vehicles arriving. They arrived a short time later. They have all of that equipment and could provide much better care from the position I was in. It did not, at that time, seem to be anything that would be needed.
Okay. Could I get a copy?
Debbie Long, I'm trying to get us caught up to it
Is this Exhibit 2?
because I want to see it too.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 501. Does this appear to be a copy of State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And offer Exhibit 501, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You received? Yeah, go ahead. It's been published before.
Just go through and write down the location, the approximate location of some of these pertinent pieces of evidence that you testified to earlier. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right. So I've got a laser pointer here, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct or incorrect, but I'm pointing to the area, the concrete patch between what's been described as the back of the home and the man cave. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say the main part of the driveway is gray in color. That tan portion would be that concrete pad between the man cave and the house.
Okay. And your testimony killed my laser pointer, but could you write on this photograph, Exhibit 501, Sergeant, sketch out approximately the location of where the truck was parked when you arrived on February?
The approximate location?
Yes.
Do you want me to use a box, or do you want me to write the word truck?
Truck is fine. All right. And my understanding is that the truck would have been facing eastbound in this photograph.
Correct.
Could you draw an arrow facing eastbound with the direction of the front of the truck, please?
I hope that will suffice.
Now, could you mark the approximate position of Mr. Phillips' body on this photograph? Maybe just label that Mr. Phillips will mark. And from that point, you said that the sunglasses were approximately 15 feet south of the driveway from Mr. Phillips' head, correct?
Correct.
Mark approximately in the driveway where those were.
Okay, I'm speeding it back up a little bit. All he's doing is going over pictures. We're going back to 1.5 for a minute. You can slow it down on your end if you want to. I'm trying to get us caught up to the important stuff.
Put Exhibit 501 back out.
And him pointing to pictures of where the sunglasses were when we can't see it anyway.
Truck would have been parked in that section between the man cave and the back entrance of the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The home actually had two entrances. Is that right, Sergeant?
Okay, this is what I showed y'all a minute ago. Let me try to move this. This is what I showed y'all a minute ago, but they actually have it move. Oh, I guess I can only move it that way. They actually have it labeled on this one. It didn't have it labeled on the other one. So you can see right here. Here's right here, glasses right here. Does that say truck?
I do not know that. I believe so, but I do not know.
You didn't know whether there was an entrance in the front of the house as well?
I don't believe that entrance was being used. I did not see any tracks or anything like that. It wasn't plowed out or shoveled out.
And you positioned Mr. Phillips' body approximately right at the crest of where the driveway begins to curve in an eastbound fashion. Is that correct?
It's in that area, yes.
and the sunglasses were approximately in the middle of the driveway, about 15 feet to the south of the position of the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, oftentimes you have access to resources like the Wisconsin State Patrol's Technical Crash Reconstruction Unit, correct?
Yes.
And that's a resource that you've relied upon many times. Is that true?
I would say that I'm not anyone who has contacted the Wisconsin State Patrol to do anything like that.
You certainly participated in investigations where the State Patrol has conducted accident or crash reconstruction. Is that fair?
There are interrogation videos.
And you're aware that the State Patrol has technical measuring equipment, like a total station, to come out and measure exactly the location and distance of evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
They did not do that in this case. Is that fair?
I do not believe that happened.
So the distances that we're relying upon here are approximate. Is that fair to say, Sergeant?
Yes.
Now, the can koozie would have been located approximately on the driver's side of the truck as depicted in the state's earlier exhibits at the point that you viewed it on February 23rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. The scene here depicted in Exhibit 501 certainly looked different on February 23rd of 2019, right, Sergeant?
Very different.
There was a lot of snow, right?
Yes.
And that snow had been plowed up into snowbanks on both sides running parallel to the driveway. Is that correct?
There was more of a snowbank on the, as I recall, on the house side of the driveway versus the western side of that driveway.
But there's a smaller snowbank on the western side of the driveway
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
And that snowbank, you testified, reached upwards to, you estimated, about 4 feet. Is that accurate?
The one on the house side, yes.
All right. And it was your impression that that snowbank hadn't come from any snowfall on February 22nd, right? In other words, the snowfall was fairly light on February 22nd.
I do not remember that.
All right. So I want to ask you just right off the bat about when you turned into that driveway. Sergeant, do you agree that when you turned into the driveway on the westbound driveway and began driving upwards, Mr. Phillips was not immediately visible?
He was not. I could see Lori's dark shape. You could see in the squad video, as I was approaching, there were two dark figures. So if Mr. Phillips had blended into her figure, I would not have seen that. It could have been clearly visible, but I couldn't see it because of her dark shape as well.
Well, do you recall testifying on that very topic during a motion hearing earlier in this case?
You're close to it, huh?
I believe so, yes.
And as is today, all that testimony was under oath, correct?
Yes.
And everything that you testified to during that motion hearing was the truth, right, Sergeant?
Yes.
And you testified during an earlier motion hearing that Mr. Phillips was not immediately visible when you turned into the driveway. Is that correct?
Does he recall that at all? Overruled, if you can answer the question. Recall testifying to that? That's a question. Did you recall testifying to that was the last question, so we keep things moving along?
Yes, I do recall testifying to that.
Okay. He does recall testifying. Go ahead.
Thank you, investigator. And I want to go through some of the photographs here. In particular views from the driveway itself. You agree at the very least that Mr. Phillips was mostly obscured behind this snowbank to somebody driving up that stretch of the westbound driveway.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you which I believe the state has previously marked. Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been marked as 502 and 502. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What do those photographs depict?
These photographs depict the driveway, the edge of the snowbank, as well as Mr. Phillips' body in the photograph. And these two are, I would say, the colors differing in them, in what they present.
All right, thank you. Offer exhibits 502 and 503, Your Honor.
You received? Are they, can I just, for cross-reference, are they, you said they were former exhibits?
It's hard when they don't
Doesn't
show us
matter.
the
Go ahead.
pictures, you know?
I'll just exhibit 502 right now. So.
Because then all we're having to do is
Take this
listen to them
photograph or
talk
did
about
somebody
it.
else?
I do not recall or remember whether I took this photograph or not.
All right, and I'm assuming that the purpose of this photograph was to show the degree of occlusion of the snowbank with respect to where Mr. Phillips' body was on the driveway. Is that correct?
I would assume.
And we can see just barely the outline of possibly Mr. Phillips' left arm at the edge of that photograph. Is that fair?
With the white sheet over the top of it, yes.
All right. And let me ask you, Sergeant, at any point did any investigator take a photograph of Mr. Phillips from this angle without the white sheet over him?
I do not believe so. I don't know that, though.
Okay. That would have been a pretty important piece of evidence to show what was actually visible to a motorist coming up that driveway. Is that fair to say?
Could have been.
I'm going to show you a closer photograph. This is Exhibit 503. Is that a closer up view of 502, Sergeant?
Yes, it appears to be closer.
And that view appears to also depict the very edge of Mr. Phillips's, well, I guess it would be his left hand. Is that fair?
I don't know that, I would believe that that would be accurate. Right in this area here, this photograph is, at least up on this screen, I don't think it is as clear as maybe the actual photograph is, but yes, I would say that that would be accurate.
All right. And you agree with me again, Sergeant, that from this angle, both with or without the sheet, Mr. Phillips is mostly occluded behind that snowbank?
From this angle.
And this would be the angle that a motorist entering from the westbound driveway would typically drive, right? Great.
Straight in, but they wouldn't view it from that angle. If you were looking at the squad car and they were driving in that driveway, the driver's side would be on the other side. So if, for an example, if this squad car were pointing into the driveway versus facing out, a driver is on the west side of that driveway looking at it from a different angle.
And typically when somebody drives into a driveway, they're looking in the direction of travel, right?
Typically.
And the direction of travel in this case would be straight forward until the driveway begins to curve right around where the exterior garage is, correct?
Yes.
Show us the pictures.
All right. Could I get State's Exhibit 6, please?
Oops.
Body. Recall viewing the body in this position?
Yes.
And we do have some glare on this, but does this appear to be Mr. Phillips angled within that snowbank?
Angled within the snowbank. I think you see, can I use pointer?
Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Phillips appears to be partially within the snowbank. Is that correct?
His upper body, yes.
And the snowbank is running approximately parallel at that point where we see his hand protruding. Is that correct?
I'm excited to see her testify. and
Correct.
stuff.
It's difficult to see on this
Yeah, I know
photograph.
that the glossy photo on the Elmo is a little bit more difficult, but I'm gonna hand you this, Sergeant.
Let's see what she has to say.
Do you agree that the depth of the snow is higher than Mr. Phillips' torso within the snowbank?
Yes.
Hey, 80s.
All right. Not know Exhibit 6 yet.
I do not recall. I do not remember. It was probably by me, but I do not specifically remember.
And it looked like you had been moving around the body at that point, correct?
Yes.
You certainly would have noted the presence of any footprints within the snowbank behind Mr. Phillips if they had existed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can we assume from the fact that you didn't note any footprints in that snowbank behind Mr. Phillips before examining the scene that they likely did not exist?
Yes.
Thank you. Could I get State's Exhibits 45 and 46, please?
Oh my gracious, more pictures. Oops. I just keep hitting buttons.
Notice I'm going to be publishing some photos in this body. Yeah, depth of the snow with respect to Mr. Phillips's torso and the remainder of his body.
Yes.
And we can see that the snowbank is running approximately parallel to where Mr. Phillips's left hand is sticking out. Correct?
Both his left and right hand, yes.
I'll show you Exhibit 45.
I'm not sure about Sarah Boone. I know it got delayed again.
Phillips's body.
Yes.
I'm zooming in on the portion where Mr. Phillips's covered body is. Do you agree that this photograph was taken from an angle? In other words, was taken from a position of somebody standing, I guess, to the west and to the south, angled towards Mr. Phillips, in order to capture that view?
I think if you show the sunglasses for relevance, it would be from the area where the sunglasses were located in the direction of Mr. Phillips.
But
I don't know that it was for a particular angle. I think it was an angle from the sunglasses to Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, but taken with that purpose of showing both the sunglasses and Mr. Phillips, right?
Yes.
In other words, it wasn't taken from a straight-ahead angle, looking forward like a motorist might when they're going up that driveway, correct?
I think at the angle of the sunglasses, it would be reasonable for a person to start looking to the right around the driveway.
Well, I'm asking you, Sergeant, you agree that most people going up that driveway are going to be heading due north until you hit the curb, right?
Heading due north, yes.
All right.
All his long pauses in between questions are driving me nuts.
Six. Recognize this photograph.
I do not.
That appear to be part of the scene where Mr. Phillips was found.
Yes, it does.
Does Mr. Phillips's body appear to have been rolled at that point?
It is not in the photograph.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And does that appear to be where Mr. Phillips had been rolled?
Yes, he had been moved from his frontal rest position.
And Exhibit 504, what is that photograph?
This a similar photograph, he had been moved.
Offer 504 and 506.
Received.
And then I am going to point out the body. Hold him to, I guess it would be on his right side, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the outline in the snowbank where Mr. Phillips was presumably resting prior to being rolled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It looks like the body heat from Mr. Phillips melted the ground, or melted the snow beneath him to a certain degree. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And presumably Mr. Phillips would have been in that position for some degree of time in order to melt that snow. Fair assumption?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, I'm going to show you a closer up in the form of 505. Got a closer view of some of the snow melts beneath Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And it looks like from this view, he actually melted the snow down to ground level where we can see some grass or some leaves beneath.
Yes, there's some vegetation that's poking through.
Exhibit 506, closer up photograph this area where Mr. Phillips was positioned. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe from a different angle.
And we see a patch of red there next to where some of the snow melt is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that approximately where Mr. Phillips' face was?
It could be. I can't tell from this angle without his body there. I'm not sure. It could be.
You agree that Mr. Phillips was bleeding somewhat from his nose or his face when you observed him on scene. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And does that red mark appear to be consistent with the possibility of blood?
Yes.
Out in that position in the snowbank. Is that correct?
I did not.
And you have no idea whether or not Mr. Stone Phillips had ended up, well, strike that. Let's go to your squad car video here.
Squad car video.
All right, Sergeant, does it look like we're looking at a view of your squad car video that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
All right, and this is a view that you're viewing at approximately 6:40 a.m., right?
Correct.
It looks like it's starting to get light out, right?
It's still fairly dark. The lighting from the video camera is not necessarily as accurate as your eyes would see it.
But lighter than it would have been around 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
I don't see any visible street lamps or lighting around the Phillips home. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So presumably when you're driving by this area at night, unless you happen to illuminate it with your headlights or some other device, it's going to be pretty dark.
Yes. There's a street light that you can see in the background at the intersection marking it. That and the stop sign from County Trunk Highway M and W. But yes, other than that, there's no other.
Yeah. And the street light that you referenced would be southbound from the eastmost end of the driveway, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The street light that you referenced would be across the intersection and south of the eastmost driveway, right?
Yes, that's correct.
The view that we're getting here is the westbound driveway, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know, Sergeant, which way Ms. Phillips would have traveled back to the home from the area around Woodman's and the Baymont Inn. Is that correct?
I do not know.
In other words, you could reach that area this way, coming eastbound the way that you are by way of Onalaska, right?
By way of Holman, yes.
But yeah, excuse me. And you could reach it westbound by way of West Salem, correct?
Yes, if you traveled north on N to the intersection where the light is and took a left, you would approach from the east.
That's actually quicker, right?
Quicker.
The quicker route of travel approaching up M through the east, right?
It could be, yes.
All right. Now, a person coming from the east, even if they had the area illuminated and were looking in that particular spot, wouldn't be in a position to see Mr. Phillips laying in that snowbank. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
So, and obviously, in order to see Mr. Phillips from a position coming from the east, excuse me, yes, like you were, you have to actually be looking at it, right?
Looking. I'm not sure the question.
In order to see Mr. Phillips, you have to actually be looking at him, right?
I'm not sure that I could answer that from someone else's perspective.
Well, you knew what to look for because dispatch told you that there was a hysterical wife kneeling next to her husband on the driveway, right?
And I could see them as you see the video here.
Yep. A person in Ms. Phillips' position wouldn't necessarily be aware that there was a system. You have no idea whether or not Ms. Phillips was able to see Mr. Phillips in that position when she returned home, correct?
I do not know.
Now, I'm going to have Ms. Witzke just play this through for a quick round until you're from this point, which is stopped at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 20 seconds, until the point that your vehicle stops. Let's have everyone take a look.
Just before you say that, I don't think this was ever said. This is Exhibit 3, State's Exhibit 3. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
130 location.
Okay. And now we're going to go frame by frame from 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 28 seconds. And we're just going to go frame by frame, and I might stop to ask a question or two, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Into the westbound driveway, or the westmost driveway, correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Phillips is the one who's kneeling at the edge of the snowbank over there, correct?
That is correct.
We cannot see any defined features of Mr. Phillips in this frame, is that correct?
I do not see any.
All right, continue please, thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you, Ms. Kemp. That was at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 30 seconds. All right, you can continue.
I don't know. I only saw the one driveway.
All right, we'll stop here. We're stopped at 6 minutes, 40 seconds, or 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 31 seconds.
But they're only showing us that one
We
picture.
can see clearly that Ms. Phillips is kneeling in the snowbank next to where Mr. Phillips is found. Is that correct?
I don't know if she's kneeling in the snowbank. I think she's kneeling, yes. Her exact position, I don't know. She could be, I don't know her exact position there.
Well, let me rephrase that. It looks like she's kneeling at least in the driveway to some degree, right?
Correct.
And in a kneeling position, correct?
Yes, it appears to be.
And Ms. Phillips appears to be dressed mostly in dark colors. Is that correct?
They appear darker, yes. There's no lighting there.
And that appears consistent. Well, strike that. We haven't got there yet. Okay, we can continue. Okay, stop. And we're stopped again within some of the frames within 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 31 seconds. Sergeant, we can see that Ms. Phillips' knees are both clearly down, extended on that position on the driveway, correct?
Yes.
We can see her, what appears to be one of her arms, extended over her right knee as she's kneeling.
Could be.
And we can't see Mr. Phillips at all in this view of your squad car video, can we?
No.
Keep going. All right, and stop. We are stopped at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 32 seconds. Again, the only figure we can see in this view from your squad car camera is Ms. Phillips. Is that correct?
Appears to be, yes.
We can keep going. All right. Thank you, Ms. Witzke. We're still at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 32 seconds. The frames have brought Ms. Phillips out of the out of the picture at this point. Sergeant, do you agree that once you turn into that driveway, we can't see Mr. Phillips at all from the perspective of your squad car video?
I would agree.
You would agree? We can take the video down, thank you. You had a chance to take a look at the Dodge Ram?
The Dodge Ram?
Yes.
I did look at it, yes.
And would you agree that this is a fairly high-seated vehicle? In other words,
Yes, it's a larger vehicle.
Driver typically would be higher up than you would be in your standard Subaru sedan.
Yes.
And a person, in order to see Mr. Phillips driving by that position, would have to be able to look directly to the right and downwards in order to see him in that position driving by, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, we couldn't see him from a straightforward view, right?
Straightforward view?
A view of your camera directing straight down the driveway.
Correct, correct. That doesn't explain where a person's eyes might be looking, though.
Well, Sergeant, let's talk about the home security system. You testified in your direct yesterday that you didn't believe that the cameras were able to capture capture the position of Mr. Phillips's body from the home. Is that correct?
I did not believe that they could.
Has anyone shown you a copy of camera footage that you're actually in depicting your perception?
Depicting my perception?
Well, I have them up. Well, need the flash drive, what the exhibits are. On that, we'll know.
Would this be a good time for a break?
Yeah, if everyone's ready, we can take a break.
For you to find that exhibit and stuff. So why don't we do this? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break right now, 10, 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case, and we'll see you back in about 10, 15 minutes.
Skipping forward. I'm trying to find the address.
Okay.
So I
Why don't you come on
pull
up,
the-
Sergeant Lencia. Have you take your seat, and we'll bring the jury as soon as they're ready.
Because I'm
Portion of the frame of her head might be extending upwards of the snowbank.
That part of your initial interaction with Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And you agree that this that's mounted on the side of the home that you pointed out earlier?
Yes.
You agree that Mr. Phillips is not visible?
I would agree.
Offer 507 in the video for the purposes used.
Any objection?
No.
Briefly.
All right. So, touching briefly on the 911 call again, it appears that there were points in that call where the dispatcher muted Lori so that she could issue a radio call or page out EMS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's normal in the course of a 911 call, right?
It is correct.
So in other words, there were portions where Lori continued to talk or cry when the dispatcher was clearly on the radio with you or first responders or the paramedics?
Yes.
All right. Now, Sergeant, would you agree that everyone experiences trauma differently?
I would agree.
There's no right way for a person to react in Ms. Phillips' circumstances?
Overall, you already agreed that they respond differently. Go ahead.
There's no right way to react to trauma for somebody in Ms. Phillips' position, right?
Yeah, people do respond differently.
All right. One of the obligations of officers on scene was to gather evidence in as wide of a net as possible so that you can try and figure out what happened. Is that fair?
If possible, yes.
And one of the questions that you and the other investigators had on scene was how exactly Mr. Phillips ended up injured. Is that fair?
How exactly?
How Mr. Phillips ended up injured and dead.
That would be a question that would be asked.
And initially, you were the ranking officer who responded on scene, right?
Yes.
Eventually, did investigators respond to scene as well?
They did.
And who was the ranking investigator on scene?
That would be Captain Zimmerman, I believe.
Okay, so you physically saw Captain Zimmerman, and what's Captain Zimmerman's first name for the record?
John Zimmerman.
You saw Captain Zimmerman on scene on February 23rd of 2019?
I don't specifically recall seeing him on scene, but he would have been the ranking investigator on this case.
And you would have taken your directions from Captain Zimmerman or somebody who outranked you on that matter?
Or Investigator Leinfelder, yes, that could be.
Okay. And Investigator Leinfelder eventually arrived on that scene as well, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
All right. So one of the things you and the other officers did was
Ricky
try to
Watson,
collect
thank you for
evidence
gifted
that could
memberships.
give you some idea of how Mr. Phillips presumably went from upright to prone and deceased, right?
Yes.
And you've noted that there are a number of different possibilities to explain that. Is that correct?
There could be several, yes.
And that's why you took photographs around the scene to try and figure out what could have caused Mr. Phillips to go to the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh,
Now,
this is, hold on. This is, okay, this is why. Because, first of all, thank you, Ricky Watson, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to new members. I love it when y'all are in green. It's my favorite thing in the world. Thank you, Ricky Watson. I appreciate it. Always supporting us, Ricky Watson is. Okay, so the thing about the 2 driveways, that picture that they were originally showing us, we couldn't see, but this goes, where they were saying the truck was right here, this continues to go over here. So that's why they keep talking about the 2 driveways. I was having trouble picturing it because all you can see is like from here, whatever is what they had that one picture of, but this continues going right here, and then there's another driveway here. So that's what they're talking about. That's all. Just wanted to show you all that. Took me forever to find it, but I found it. But it makes sense now, right?
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36.
Thank you, Ricky Watson.
Sergeant, do you recall testifying to this photograph later?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of the driver's side of the Dodge Ram with the driver's side open. Driver's side doors open.
And published 36.
Thank you, Crystal.
Take this photo, investigator, or did somebody else?
I do not know.
And I'm assuming that the purpose of this photograph is to depict, at least in part, those steps or the side rail on the side of the truck, right?
I do not know the purpose.
So there appears to be a running board with some steps installed on the driver's side of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, they are presented in the photograph.
And this is something that certainly you or any other investigator are going to consider as a possible explanation for how Mr. Phillips could trip or potentially be injured in light of a moving truck. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that.
They appeared, and did I ask you, did they appear to be aftermarket?
I don't know whether they came with the truck or not.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have a Dodge logo on them. It has HDX at the bottom, right?
Yes.
All right. And they appear to jet out at least several inches from the side of the truck. Is that correct?
That would be accurate.
And certainly if the vehicle was moving when somebody was in contact with those, that would be a tripping hazard, right?
Could be, yes.
If you can answer.
Fair?
It could be.
Okay. Was that something that you or other investigators actively discussed at the scene as to whether or not this was consistent with Mr. Phillips coming towards Mr. Phillips coming towards Ms. Phillips at the driver's side?
I don't recall that.
You took pictures of the snow on the driveway as well, correct?
Correct.
And obviously there was fresh snowfall, but did you make any note as to whether or not the driveway was icy or otherwise slippery as a result of the snowfall or the weather?
I did not note that the driveway was icy or slippery. It did not appear to be that way to me when I drove in or when I walked on it.
Do you recall what the driveway was made out of?
That was asphalt material, I believe.
Now, you've acknowledged that you're unaware of whether or not Mr. Phillips tried hanging onto the truck at points. Is that correct?
I do not know that.
You do not know whether or not Mr. Phillips tripped in the process of trying to get to Ms. Phillips at the driver's side door?
I do not know that.
You do not know whether or not Mr. Phillips was dragged for a brief period of time after getting caught on the side of the truck?
No.
And nobody can say with any degree of certainty, investigator, whether or not Ms. Phillips would have been able to see Mr. Phillips at the point that he was injured.
Assistant.
This is the...
You can't say that, right?
Can you repeat the question again?
You can't say with certainty from your role in this investigation whether Ms. Phillips would have been aware of Mr. Phillips at the point that he was injured.
I could not.
Man cave. Here's the man cave.
I want to show you a slightly different version of Exhibit 36. If I can get that marked, please.
See?
No.
I like the little sign on the side, but yeah, this is...
All right, I'd like to show you a different view of the Dodge Ram.
Okay.
You certainly had a chance to go look at the truck and look for any evidence of damage or indications that it was involved in an accident, correct?
A brief look, yes.
And am I correct in assuming that after examining the truck, there was nothing about this vehicle you saw that was consistent with it being involved in a collision?
That would be correct.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 508 here. What is that photograph?
This again is a photograph of the Dodge pickup parked in its position between the house and the man cave.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to hang on to that for a minute because I expect the Elmo might make this problematic. But you said you've been a police officer for 25 plus years?
Yes.
And all of that time in Wisconsin?
Yes.
So you're more than familiar with that sort of salt scum or film that builds up on the side of our cars when we drive around in the winter, right?
Yes.
And that's something that can give you an indication as to whether or not a person had contact with the side of a vehicle if parts of the salt scum are wiped away in a certain manner. Is that correct?
It could, yes.
And were you photographing this vehicle for the purpose of showing an area where parts of the film appeared to have been wiped away from the side of the truck?
As I testified earlier, I don't recall taking photographs of the vehicle, so I'm not sure why that was done.
Well, I'm going to direct your attention to the photograph there. Can you see some form of that salt film on the side of the paneling of the truck?
On the paneling?
The side paneling of the truck. I'll direct your attention towards the rear door by the area where the gas compartment is.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm not seeing what you're looking at. If you could point it out to me, but I'm not seeing what you're looking at. I'm not sure if that's a reflection of something that's on the other side, or if that's salt scum or something rubbed off. I can't tell what that is.
Well, one view of that photograph appears to be consistent with something rubbing off in the midst of a salt scum deposit, right?
I don't know that.
You're aware that this vehicle was taken to the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department garage afterwards for further examination?
Yes.
And were you present at all for that examination?
No.
Did you view any of those photographs of the truck after the fact?
No.
I'm going to offer exhibit, what is this, 508?
Any objection? Receive?
Publish.
Go ahead.
So, investigator, I'm pointing the area around the fuel cap here, and you can see that there appears to be some form of a buildup, and then we can see what might be a smear starting at the seam of the bed of the trailer and going downwards, angling towards the rear driver's side tire. Is that correct?
I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is more of a reflection. What I'm seeing is you can see, like, from the snowbank opposite, you can see the snowbank. There's a lot of things in that picture, but I'm not necessarily seeing a smear.
You're not seeing something that's consistent with 3 or 4 fingers that may have been visible on the side of that truck?
No, I'm not.
Am I correct in assuming then that investigators on scene did not consider whether that might mark the point where Mr. Phillips fell against the truck?
I don't know that.
All right. The state's going to introduce a number of photographs of the truck, so I'm not going to hash through all of them, but you agree that there was absolutely no damage to the truck consistent with it being involved in an accident?
I did not see any major damage to the truck.
You didn't see any damage at all, right?
Correct, consistent with an accident. I didn't see any damage.
And the glass, the windshield was entirely intact, right?
Yes.
The plastic fixtures for the headlights, turn signals, and fog lamps were completely intact?
Yes.
The front paint job appeared to be intact and not dented or scratched or transferred?
I didn't specifically look at that, but I would say that would be consistent.
The front grille of the vehicle appeared to be totally intact and undamaged?
Correct.
The side view mirrors appeared to be totally intact and undamaged?
Yes.
As did the side-facing windows of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And we discussed earlier that Mr. Phillips had been bleeding visibly from his face. Is that correct?
From his nose.
Yes. And certainly the presence of blood on the pickup truck would have been something that you would have noted and collected, correct?
Yes.
And you nor any other officer that you're aware of noted the presence of any blood at any point on that pickup truck?
Not that I'm aware of.
You agree that you don't know how the sunglasses ended up at that point of the driveway?
I would agree.
That you don't know whether or not they fell out of the passenger door as Ms. Phillips fled? But
I think that would be unlikely, that they would end up in the center of the driveway if they fell out the door.
Well, items bounce, right?
was looking at the house.
Typically not to the center of anything. They bounce to the outside. If it falls out of the door, it's going to fall away from the vehicle, not into the center of the driveway.
Investigator, you've never been trained in the dynamics of how items fall out of a moving vehicle, right?
I've been involved in cases where items have supposedly fallen out of a moving vehicle.
And you just testified that you have no idea how those sunglasses ended up where they ended up, correct?
That is correct.
At no point in your investigation were you aware of Mr. Phillips wearing sunglasses on February 22nd of 2019.
I'm not aware of that.
And you're unaware of when those sunglasses actually were deposited on that driveway. Is that correct?
That would be correct as well.
All right. Now, in cases like this, you were advised of the possibility that there had been a domestic dispute the night before, correct?
Yes.
And I assume that you've responded to hundreds, if not more, of those types of calls throughout the course of your career, right?
Many times.
And the Sheriff's Department actually has a policy on responding to calls involving domestic abuse, correct?
Yes.
A policy that you're personally familiar with?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
And that policy indicates that domestic abuse calls tend to be some of the most highly dangerous environments that officers can walk into.
This is a Dodge Ram, just for reference.
Correct.
And you agree with that?
Agree with?
That domestic disputes can be very dangerous environments.
Yes.
That's why officers oftentimes coordinate with backup or multiple deputies to these types of calls, right?
Yes.
And it's why you oftentimes respond code 3 or with your lights and sirens on, right?
Yes.
Because the potential for danger is real and immediate.
Depending on the circumstance, yes.
And you investigate serious domestic allegations now in your role as an investigator, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you agree that a lot of domestic incidents can look differently from the perspective of the investigator?
I agree.
And people react differently to domestic violence as well, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk about the area where this home was. Would you agree with me that it was in what you might call rural Holman?
Yes.
And it took you, in this case, approximately 10 minutes from the dispatcher's radio call to respond to the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that approximately a fair response time for the Sheriff's Department and under those conditions at that time?
Yes. The distance traveled, the snow cover, yes. It'd be an approximate time.
At any given time in the evening, approximately how many sheriff's deputies are on duty?
Typically, there's 3 and a supervisor, but that depends.
Sure. And this area where the Phillips home was in, that's within the primary jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department, right?
It is.
So in other words, unless you call for mutual aid from Holman or Onalaska, it's the Sheriff's Department's responsibility to respond.
Correct.
And there's no telling how far an officer might be away from that home if a call comes in for help to deal with an ongoing domestic assault.
Yes.
And unless somebody happens to be driving right by the home at the time that the call is made, it could take 5, 10, or more minutes for an officer to respond.
That is correct.
And under those circumstances, the caller or the alleged victim is effectively on their own. Fair?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that you're very familiar with what 911 dispatchers communicate with individuals in these situations, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And one of the first things that a 911 operator will tell an individual calling about an ongoing domestic assault is to escape to safety, correct?
Sustained.
You've been placed in communications with alleged victims of ongoing domestic violence, correct?
Could you repeat that again? I'm not sure I understood that.
Sometimes you'll be placed on the phone to somebody who's calling to report an ongoing domestic dispute or an attack, correct?
You're saying I've never been on the phone with someone who's reporting a domestic incident that's ongoing.
And sometimes you'll be in communication with the dispatcher repeating to you what a victim of an ongoing assault is being advised to do, correct?
Yes.
And one of the outcomes that's commonly suggested is if they can get to safety, to get to safety.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Is that correct?
It could be, yes.
In fact, the preference from your perspective in the Sheriff's Department is that fighting back or using force should be a last case scenario, right?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. You're talking about a preference. Are you talking about a preference from dispatch or?
Okay, well, let me back up. As a deputy responding to these calls, certainly your department is not going to give a victim of domestic abuse advice that they need to stay put and accept the abuse because they can't risk their attacker's safety.
I'll sustain on the second aspect, which is it's compounded. So go ahead.
At no point will your department advise a victim of domestic violence that they should simply stay put and accept the attack.
I would agree with that.
And you as a police officer are obviously trained to deal with sudden attacks if you happen to face that in the course of your job, right?
Yes.
You train in that kind of self-defense tactics from the point of your police academy on, right?
Correct.
And it's almost like muscle memory to somebody like you who's been on the force for 25 plus years, right?
It's continual training, yes.
Civilians like Ms. Phillips aren't going to have access to that same type of training, correct?
Overruled.
Hi, Tish.
Generally speaking, a civilian like Ms. Phillips would not be trained to respond to an attack in the same manner that you would.
I don't know that.
You had no reason to believe that Ms. Phillips was armed and able to defend herself with a weapon on February 22nd, is that correct?
On February 22nd?
Yes.
I don't know that.
No evidence to believe that she had a firearm in her possession, right?
I did not hear anything about a firearm, no.
And the version of events, at least that you got, was that this incident between Mr. and Mrs. Phillips would have happened very quickly?
It sounded as though it happened very quickly.
Snooping.
All the questions I have.
Redirect. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take about a 5-minute break so we can get things in order. And again, don't talk about the case. We'll see you back in 5-10 minutes.
Okay, so the when you look at it, all right, wait. Let's see. Oops. When you look at it like this, it looks huge. Or, I mean, it did to me anyway. But then when you drop your little fella right here and look, it doesn't look quite that big. But now you can kind of see if this is that main part of the driveway, and then where they were saying the truck is like right here where that car is, and that driveway continues over on this other side and comes out. Interesting. This picture was taken in 2012. These are a little bit more updated. Let's see. They done got them some new garage doors, some new windows. Where'd that man cave go? Oh, my hip. Let's see, there's the man cave view. And you can see the netting. It looks like they took that from inside, like the screen. So wait, where's the man cave then? This is that. So wait, is this the, oh, that's the man cave. Oh, okay. I get you now. I get you. I'm following along. All right. Everybody caught up, oriented? Oh no, what did I just do? Just messing stuff up.
Hey, everybody need to sit in. Got the
yeah, I was having trouble understanding what all that was. I'm too nosy to be confused, y'all. I need visuals.
Sergeant Valencia, you were asked questions about what is or isn't in your report and your observations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What are some of the things that you put in your report?
Statements made by Lori Phillips, my observations of the scene, contact with others, items involving the vehicle.
What do you normally, I guess, put in a report generally, not this particular case?
Generally?
Yes.
Generally, it's the who, what, when, where, why. If we can determine that, we want to put in as much fact as we can while being brief. Items or statements made by people, our observations of what the scene might be like. That's generally what we would put in.
You said facts. Do you put in opinions or facts into your
Hey,
report?
Jessica.
We put in facts. I'm not putting in an opinion on anything.
Now moving to what you were asked questions about, I guess, the truck and things like that, and what dispatch had told you and what you were aware of. Based on what information you had available, is it your understanding that Ms. Phillips at one point left the residence?
Yes.
Stay. Wait.
We're catching up on
hold
it.
Excuse me, ask the question again.
It's going on
Ask the
right now.
question you just asked again.
I had,
This is from
you want me to
earlier.
come up or just ask?
No, just go ahead and ask it again.
Based on what you were aware of, the information that you talked about, is it your understanding that Ms. Phillips had left the residence after having an argument with Mr. Phillips?
All right. Overruled. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay. I thought I misunderstood the question. Go ahead.
Yes, that is correct.
Do you have any knowledge about how long she was away from the residence after she had left?
No.
I'm showing you what has been marked. Well, I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 61. Tell us what that is.
This appears to be a photograph of when I entered the W driveway, and my squad camera picks up the glasses and Lori farther up in the driveway.
Is that a picture of the squad camera that we saw a few minutes ago?
Yes, it is.
Can you identify the timestamp on it?
The timestamp on this is 064030.
Move to admit Exhibit 61.
Okay. You received?
Ask it to be published.
Any objection to publishing? Be published?
Are we able to see your headlights in this picture?
Yes, you can see them on the right side on the snowbank and on the left side on that snowbank.
Based on what you can see, can you tell us the direction that your squad car is projecting those headlights?
It's in a northern direction going up the W driveway.
Is that straight up the driveway?
Yes.
And is that Ms. Phillips, or you would discuss, is that Ms. Phillips kneeling there?
Yes.
And is that the edge of the driveway?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been previously marked and received as Exhibit 20.
Okay, look, too, if this is the 2012 one, and you can see that little tree right there, and then...
Would you describe this as the same or similar angle as what we saw in Exhibit 61?
More recent. See how much bigger it is.
It's a similar but different angle.
And did you testify previously that you can see the outline of the white sheet covering Mr. Phillips here?
Yes, I can.
Based on what you've seen in Exhibit 61 and this Exhibit 20, can you say why you did not see Mr. Phillips in Exhibit 61?
Overruled. Go ahead. What?
No. The question I had asked, based on 61 to now you've seen Exhibit 20, can you say in the picture that is from your squad camera that we've talked about why you cannot see Mr. Phillips' body?
It's possible that I cannot see Mr. Phillips' hands or his arm as Lori may be kneeling across both of them, blocking that view.
No further questions, and I asked to admit exhibits that haven't already done so.
I think they're all received. Go ahead. Recross.
Lori may also have not been kneeling across Mr. Phillips' arms at that point. Right?
I'm saying that could be one factor.
And the converse could be true as well, right? That Mr. Phillips just may not be visible from this position, correct?
It's possible.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? All right. Thank you, Ivan. Take all that. Exhibit to me. All right, thank you. Step back.
Yeah.
I'm going to call your next witness.
That Google view was from 2012, and the realtor pictures were from, I don't know what year, much more recent, within the last 3 years. Oops.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Proceed over here.
She was gone most of the night because she went to the hotel after their fight.
Can you please state your name for the record if you've not already done so?
Lisa Knutson.
What is your occupation?
Currently?
Currently,
I am a part-time deputy medical examiner, and my full-time job is psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Were you, I guess the way you answered that, have you been previously employed?
Yes, I was a registered nurse in the emergency department as well as in a clinic capacity in 2019.
And how were you employed in February 2019? Is that the answer?
Yes, deputy medical examiner and then RN.
And does that require any special education?
Yes, I have a master's degree.
Were you called, or did you receive a call relating to your employment on February 23rd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Hi, Ivan.
Do you recall responding?
Yes.
I guess, what did you do once you received this call? What call did you receive? What did you do next?
I received I received a page to contact dispatch regarding a deceased subject.
Oh, see, I missed
What
that.
happened next?
I actually was dispatched through to Sergeant Valencia, and he kind of gave me an update as to what I needed to, if anything extra to grab on my way, and then I met him there at the scene.
Okay. When you say the scene, what are your duties? What does that entail? What are you supposed to be doing in a situation like that?
I take pictures, I investigate the scene, go through the area around the body, take care of the body, take pictures of that. Anything involved with the body is what I generally take care of.
So once you were there, I guess, do you know what time you got there on scene, on this particular scene that you're talking about?
You would have to read my report as the approximate time. It was 7:30 something, I believe, a.m.
Hello, love.
Were there other people on scene before then?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
Sergeant Valencia, I believe, Tri-State was either just leaving or they were still there. And there may have been another investigator or two in the vicinity of the house.
When you talk about the, body, generally a body, I guess, did you already let us know what you knew going into this particular situation? If so, can you answer that question?
I only knew that there was a deceased male that had been outside.
And then with all the information that you're gathering or receiving, what do you do with it after the fact?
I have a computer program that's called MDI that goes into, and then I also do a written report as well.
As part of your investigation, did you learn anything about the snow, weather, that kind of thing?
Yes, I need to get the temperature, and if there was any precipitation, I get that information from dispatch.
Okay. Are you able to answer if it snowed on this day or the day before? February 23rd or February 22nd, 2019?
It snowed, I believe, 0.15 inches between, I think it was after 2. You'd have to look at my report for exact time.
2 a.m. on the 22nd or 2 p.m. on the 23rd?
2 a.m. on the 23rd.
Move to strike hearsay confrontation if she's receiving weather information from elsewhere.
Overruled. This is part of a reporting. Go ahead. Part of a reporting.
The clarification I had asked is that 0.15 inches, and you said 2. Is that 2 a.m. on the 22nd or 2 p.m. on the 23rd?
2 a.m. on the 23rd. Correct? Yeah, 23rd.
So the night before you got there, or the
night before? Yeah, the night before.
Okay.
Couple hours because it was still snowing.
Did you do any examination of the body of Mr. Phillips?
I did.
Can you tell us what you observed?
A middle-aged deceased male with no respiratory or cardiac activity that was laying partially in a snow edge.
Can you describe how the property was set up just briefly? Do you recall how the property was set up?
I do. It was a horseshoe driveway, so it was, I don't know, the west or the east of the each side of the driveway.
Were there structures?
Yes, they're looking straight on. It was the primary residence. To the left of that, like straight down the driveway, was a garage, and then there's another structure to the right of the garage.
Did you go into any of the structures?
I did.
Did you go into the house?
I did.
Are you able to recall kind of the layout of the house or what you observed? Just walk us through the walkthrough, if you will.
It was tidy. There wasn't, much clutter in the house. I took pictures as I was moving through the house. There was a couple things on the counter in the kitchen. The dryer was going, but the washer wasn't. There was a blanket on the couch. The bed was disheveled.
Blanket on the couch.
Is there anything you remember about the way the rooms were positioned or anything like that?
I don't without some sort of map.
Well, they even got their Phillips sign right there.
Your Honor, I'm handing Ms. Knutson with the marked as State Exhibit 34, 38, and then through 43. Ms. Knutson, are you able to identify those photos, or can you tell us what those photos are? Are they familiar to you?
Yes, they are familiar. They are photos of at the scene that morning.
Did you take those?
I can't be 100% sure unless I saw the number on the photograph.
Are you certain that they are from the scene, though?
Yes.
Okay. Are they true and accurate copies to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Ask for the admission of Exhibits 34 and then I think 37 through 43. 38 through 43.
Any objection? No. Okay, they'll all be received then?
Ask to display Exhibit 34.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us what this is a picture of?
That is a picture of the red Dodge Ram truck that was right outside the front door of the residence, and the black truck is my medical examiner vehicle.
Okay.
There's the red dot. Oops.
Ask
There's
to show
the red
Exhibit
Dodge
35.
Ram. Burgundy.
Or excuse me, 38. We already did 35. And I am showing the next 2 or 3 are sensitive. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photo of the decedent, Mark Phillips.
Are there any observations that you can point out here, or anything you would like us to know about this photo?
I guess I'm not sure what the question is. I'm sorry.
So the question I'm asking is, did you indicated that you did an examination of the body, or is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Is there anything about this picture that, based on your training experience, that we need to be aware of?
There's discoloration. He's not breathing or no cardiac activity. There's some discoloration, some from being in the snow and some from being deceased. There's some fluid reddish in color coming from his nose.
Ask to show Exhibit 39. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, that is the left flank of Mr. Phillips when we rolled him.
The various red marks we're seeing, can you tell us what those are?
The bright red are abrasions, where you can see that the streaking where the bright red is, and then the pink discoloration that is kind of behind that is called lividity, and that's when the blood pools when a body's in that position for a while.
I'm sorry, that's called what?
Lividity.
And you said that was?
When a body is in a certain position, the blood drain, it goes to the lowest source.
Asked to see Exhibit 40. What are we looking at here?
So there's a couple of things. The pink area is the lividity we talked about, and there's probably some cold included in that, and there's some discoloration along the spine.
Did you, as part of your investigation, did you look in the truck?
Yes.
Asked to show Exhibit 41. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is the passenger seat.
Did you take this photo?
Again, possibly I would have to look at the exact photo number.
Okay. I guess, are you able to, when you looked in the truck, was this, the items we're seeing on the screen, were they already there at that point? Did you move them? Did something happen?
I did not move them. This was the exact spot they were.
To the right there, is there something there?
There is the coat that was partially over it, yes. You can see it from a different angle.
Partially over it, was that moved?
To the side, yes.
Asked to show Exhibit 42. Can you tell us what this is?
This is the door, I believe, going into one of the outbuildings. I believe this was the man cave. I'd have to look at the whole building, but I believe this that to be the case.
Asked to show Exhibit 43. Is this that same structure?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the truck while you were taking pictures on it?
Just that it seemed out of place with the other vehicles that were either in the driveway or our vehicles. It was, the shininess kind of stuck out. There was icicles on different parts of the outside of the truck.
But did you observe any signs of denting, abrasion, scratches, anything like that?
No, I didn't.
And when you say shininess, you're referring to?
Just, it was shiny. I don't.
Okay. In contrast with the other cars?
Correct.
Okay, correct. Those are all the questions I have. Redra? Thank you.
Just tonight, I just want to clarify things about your role in this investigation.
Yes.
When you said you had a master's degree, was that in nursing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in other words, you don't have a specific master's degree in to be a medical examiner. You have that for your full-time job as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Correct.
And you're not a forensic pathologist, right?
No.
So you're not the one doing autopsies or coming to a cause of death, right?
No.
You're not declaring a manner of death, right?
No.
And that role is left to a physician, a forensic pathologist, right?
Correct.
Just briefly, my assumption is that when you arrived on scene, you spent at least your initial time out by where Mr. Phillips's body was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How much time would you estimate you were out there for?
I believe it was approximately 3 hours, give or take.
Okay. And at some point you went into the house?
Correct.
And was Lori Phillips still there at that point, or had she departed at that point?
I believe she was still there.
There were other people in the house as well?
Yes.
Friends and family?
Yes.
And at least one other police officer, right?
Yes.
If we get the State's Exhibit 41 up. It's up there.
Adam said the F word. French.
All right. Post 41. Get the Elmo, please. All right, so Mr. Knudsen, that's kind of the state of the front passenger side of the truck as you viewed it?
Yes.
And it looks like we have a mishmash of various items on that part of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looks like I can count at least 2 like foam can coolers. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm working later now, so we'll try this. Looks like we have some gum.
Yeah.
Those appear to be tokens or tavern chips for drinks.
I believe so, yeah.
Can't quite tell what that is. It might be a radar detector or something.
Yes.
And various paperwork and other items.
Yes.
All right. And it looks like several of these items are fairly close to the edge of the passenger side of the seat. Is that fair to say?
Yes. That's close to the stitching there.
Yeah. And all right. Appear to be just kind of piled up in one pile there on the passenger side seat.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you said the truck was shiny, is that fair to say that it was a brand new truck?
Sure.
You're aware that the truck was a brand new 2019 Dodge Ram?
I did not know what year it was, no.
Okay.
They'd been drinking, yeah.
Nothing further.
Any,
Read
Jack?
right now,
Yeah, thank you, make that down.
Thank you.
Time for another witness.
So, Your Honor, our next witness is Brandon Stokinger. We expect him to be short, and then that should get us right to around lunch. The witness we will be calling after that, we expect to be
That's right.
on time.
Oh, go ahead. Call time.
Brandon Stokinger.
He was the deputy inside during that testimony? Were you here for that testimony?
So, Deputy Stokinger, are you asking if he was the deputy inside the house? And
No.
Can we get a sidebar?
Yeah, that's please.
Oops.
Deputy Stokinger, we'll go from there.
You given this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Can you state your occupation for the record?
Sheriff's Deputy, La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
And that's how you're currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in that occupation?
21 years. 21.
So were you employed on February 23rd, 2019 in that occupation?
Yes, sir.
Were you called in to assist in any calls that day?
I was.
What can you tell us about it? What happened?
Approximately 6:30 a.m., myself and Sergeant Valencia, my supervisor, we were dispatched to a what was called in as a deceased person on County W. The female caller, which ended up being Ms. Phillips, called 911 stating that she believed her husband, Mr. Phillips, was deceased in a snowbank.
What were your on-scene duties?
Originally, my on-scene duties was to coordinate with first responders and fire, rescue, traffic direction. It's a precarious area there. There's a hill, there's an S-curve. We wanted to make sure all the first responding units could get in and out safely.
When you had arrived on scene, were there other people already there?
Sergeant Valencia and Ms. Phillips.
Did other, I guess, people involved in the scene, did they arrive before you or after you, or were you the second on?
I know for sure that people arrived after me. Can't recall if anybody else was before me.
Were you wearing a body camera during this time?
No, sir.
Why not?
We had not had body cameras issued at that time.
Did you meet with Ms. Phillips?
I did make contact with Ms. Phillips.
In the driveway, or?
Yes, sir. Initially in the driveway.
What happened next?
I asked Ms. Phillips if we could go in the house. I wanted to remove her from the scene. It appeared she was starting to become hysterical, and I was trying to console her. I was trying to get her away from the scene. I was trying to care for her well-being at that time.
Did she tell you anything about what was going on?
Yes. She said that they had an argument earlier in the night, approximately 11 p.m. She said she left the residence. She went to either the Baymont or Microtel. At that time, she attempted to book a room, but she believes that she booked the room for the wrong date, so she went to Woodman's. She went to Woodman's to sleep for a short period of time. She said she returned home at approximately 2 a.m. Early that next morning. She told me that they did have a camera system, but she shut the cameras off as to not wake Mr. Phillips. She said she went inside. If I recall, she attempted to sleep on the couch for a short period of time. She then went upstairs and went to bed.
What information were you aware of prior to that?
That Mr. Phillips was deceased it appeared he was deceased in the driveway. And all of what Mrs. Phillips had told me, that was it. That was the only information I had.
Okay. Did she say anything other than what you told us that was of note?
Yes, sir. Short of letting her make phone calls and attempting to reach next of kin and friends and family, and trying to console her, trying to provide the sources that the sheriff's department can provide her, clergy, chaplain, those types of things. She did mention to me when she left, she believed the passenger door of the truck was open, and she told me, but I did not hit him or anything.
At that time, had anyone suggested to you that Mr. Phillips was hit?
No, sir.
From your memory, is there anything that you can think of that you did to suggest or elicit that statement?
Not at all.
And what was your primary purpose in speaking with Ms. Phillips at that time?
I was just trying to get her away from the scene for her own well-being, to console her and help her with anything she needed for her mental health at that time.
Last set of questions for me. The location of this house, are you familiar with it?
I am, sir.
Can you tell us what town it was in?
Panama, Alaska?
Is that in the county of La Crosse?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Wisconsin?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I asked the record to reflect jurisdiction, and that's all I have.
Any objection? No. Record reflect jurisdiction. Go ahead.
So why did she turn the cameras off, though?
Let's reiterate for a moment that your impressions of Ms. Phillips when you first came into contact with her. You noted during your direct examination that she was, quote, becoming hysterical. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very upset?
Yes, sir.
Crying?
Yes.
Appeared to be somebody who was coping with the death of her husband?
Absolutely.
And did you spend some time talking with Investigator Valencia on scene at all before interacting with Ms. Phillips?
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, it's been a long time. If I did, it was brief. I know in my experience in doing this, it's best to get a grieving victim, we would call her, she's still a victim as well, away from the scene as best we can. We don't want her, I don't need her seeing stuff that we're going to have to do down the road, so that's really my primary function. So
sure. And did you know Mr. Phillips before his passing?
Not at all.
Okay. You mentioned you mentioned that Ms. Phillips was shaking profusely. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you did to try and calm her down was bring her back into the house.
Yes, sir.
And fair to say that Lori took some time to calm down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fair to say that she didn't truly calm down to baseline.
No, I would say not.
And I just want to clarify the statement here because you wrote a report documenting your interactions with Ms. Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I showed you a copy of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
It seems so weird, though. Or to me, it does. Them whispering in that camera is super creepy.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Nurse for God.
Yes, sir, it is my report.
Okay, and you actually capture in quotations the statement of Ms. Phillips attributed, or that Mr. That the state was just asking you about.
Clarify, please.
A statement that you capture in quotations in your police report is an exact statement, right?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to read it?
I will. I'll touch you the direction here, and I just want to clarify the exact statement that Ms. Phillips made.
Yes, sir. But I didn't hit him or anything. End quote.
Okay, so what Ms. Phillips said to you was, "But I didn't hit him or anything." Quote end quote.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, she had also described some of the other aspects of her flight away from the home earlier that day. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes, sir.
And one of the things that she told you was that Mark had become aggressive with her, right?
Yes, sir.
That she was trying to get away from him.
Yes, sir.
That he was coming at her.
Yes, sir.
And it was her belief, at least, that she didn't hit him. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, she told you that she was just trying to get away from her husband. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, sir.
Any redraft?
For the purposes used, or only at offer.
509, any objection that being received for that?
No, Your Honor, the only reason I hedged my word is I was going to ask Deputy Stillinger, but that's no objection.
Okay. 509 would be received. Go ahead.
Briefly, Deputy Stillinger, did you have a chance to review your report a few moments ago?
I did.
Based on the language in that report, do you remember if you had mentioned these comments to Sergeant Valencia before or after Ms. Phillips had said them to you?
After Mrs. Phillips had said them to me.
Do you, do you know when the report was dictated to dispatch or when it becomes codified? Do you have any knowledge relating to that?
I can go based on based on this type of call, it would have been dictated the next business day. So if this was a Saturday or Sunday, I would have dictated it immediately within minutes after clearing the scene, and then it would have been typed up by our office staff the next business day.
Okay, so I guess, tell us what dictating, to this.
Yeah, dictating is, we used to have the old-fashioned tape recorders, and as technology progressed, we use our phones now. So into an Android phone, we have a dictating software that we just verbatim dictate our report. So I just say what I did, and the fax of the report into this recorder. It gets downloaded to our office, and then secretaries will type it out for us. We then review the report to make sure it's accurate with what we've stated into the recorder, and then we codify it, I guess you'd say.
So I guess
Codify it.
So the information, I guess the report that we both talked about now, does that come from a dictation like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you say you do that almost immediately?
Almost immediately when I clear the scene.
Okay. And do you believe that you did that here?
I'm certain I probably would have.
No further questions.
Any recaps?
No.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I move to release Deputy Stoninger from my subpoena.
No objection, Your
Honor. He's relieved from his subpoena. Can we start another witness for the next 20 minutes?
Hi, Tommy.
There might be a good study.
Well, why don't we, because there's a lot of testimony, let's start up from that. We'll end at noon, so about 20 minutes of direct.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Oh, chugging along. We are speed trialing today. So we're trying to make it through. I saw that you had watched a little bit of this live, so no spoilers. But I've seen that that her testimony and the cross gets a little bit spicy. So
No. I won't give any. I won't give any spoilers. But it gets. Yeah, you're not going to want to miss what else happens at all.
So excited. I'm trying to get, we have an echo? What echo? On everything? People are saying there's an echo.
Yeah, I'm muted. Oh, wait, I am echoing. Okay. Let me see. I muted YouTube. Let's see. Hold on.
They said we're stuck in the portal.
So sorry. Oh, there it is again. That's so weird.
See, I can't hear it. I don't hear echo on my end.
Yeah, I can hear it. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna mute myself. Hold on.
Okay. We'll listen to this for a minute.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Dr. Ross Reichard, Reichard.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist.
And does that mean you're a medical doctor?
Yes.
Dr. Reichard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 48. Can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a copy of my curriculum vitae and bibliography. It's my CV.
Curriculum vitae, that's like a resume.
Yep.
Can you explain for the jury what training you've had to become a forensic?
Okay, I'm sure he's wonderful and smart and brilliant and lovely, but we're going to skip through his training.
Hello.
Rochester, Minnesota.
Hello.
Okay. Echo's gone. Right.
Echo's gone.
Is it gone?
Yes.
Autopsy,
Is Echo gone?
I think it's gone. No.
Oh.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just.
We're going to skip through what an autopsy is.
I mean, it's our medical opinion of why we think someone died.
Your Honor, this actually may be a good place to stop because I'd be moving on to the actual circumstances of Mr. Phillips.
All right, so let's take our lunch trial and walk.
They were getting through all this stuff.
How you conduct an autopsy of Mark Phillips on February 26th of
Oh, Jessica's gone. She'll come back in.
2018.
Yes, I do.
I am showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 49.
And toxicology results.
Given the length of time since the autopsy, and I'm sure you've conducted many autopsies in the meantime, would referring to your report refresh your recollection on certain details?
Yes, that'd be useful.
And do you believe that is a true and accurate copy of the report you prepared and any additions, such as the toxicology reports?
Yes.
How did you receive Mr. Phillips' body on the 26th?
It's received in a sealed body bag.
How is it sealed?
Just with a plastic tag that closes the bag that the body's enclosed in.
Now, the body was recovered on February 23rd of 2019. Actually, strike that. I'm going to go back. Is that the typical way you receive a body for examination?
Yes.
Now do we have an echo?
No, I think it's still echoing. Okay. Let me restart my computer. I'll be back.
Okay.
Now, there were 3 days between the time that Mr. Phillips' body was collected and when you examined it. Are there any concerns about performing an autopsy 3 days after death, or at least when a body was recovered?
Not in this case, there wasn't.
And why were there no concerns, to your knowledge?
He'd been refrigerated, so the body had been maintained in a cold environment, is my understanding. So.
Now, you indicated earlier that as part of your procedure for conducting an autopsy, you do an external examination.
Yes.
And that includes a collection of general data like height and weight.
Yes.
Do you recall how tall Mr. Phillips was?
He was 178 centimeters.
And for someone who, like me, who's not very good with metric, are you able to estimate what that would be in the imperial system?
It's roughly 5 feet, 10 inches, something along those lines.
And what was his body weight?
100.1 kilograms.
And what does that translate to in the imperial system?
About 220 pounds.
And as a result of those measurements, did you calculate a body mass index?
Yes.
What was that?
31.6 kilograms per meter squared.
And so that body mass index, that classifies individuals into, or what does the body mass index do?
With that index, it would be, obese.
His body would be termed obese?
Yes, that would be classified.
Were there any other notable observations that you made during the external examination of Mr. Phillips' body?
Yes.
Could you detail those, please?
Yes, so just starting at the top, on his face, He had abrasions, which are scrapes, and so he had scrapes on both, or abrasions on both the right and left side of his face. And then he had some blood that was coming out of his nose or his nostrils. On his torso or his body, I guess chest and abdomen, on his left side, he also had an abrasion or a scrape. And then on his extremities, on his left upper arm, he had some abrasions. And then on the lower left leg, he also had some abrasions and a contusion or a bruise on the left sort of thigh region and down below the knee as well. And then he also had a scrape on his right knee and a bruise on his right leg just below the level of the knee. So in summary, some abrasions or scrapes and bruises in a few different areas on his body.
Why were those documented in your report of those observations?
Just documenting the evidence that there were some injuries to the body as part of our routine practice.
Did they have any significance to you at that time?
I mean, they're injuries, and so, I mean, that's significant. I would take that to be significant.
And can you, after documenting the condition of the external exam, you indicated the next thing that you would do is open up the chest cavity?
Yes.
And when you did that, what did you observe?
Yes, so we open up the chest and abdomen typically first, and so one of the first things I appreciated was that there was blood in the left side of the chest cavity. So that's called a hemothorax, so that just means blood within that thoracic cavity. So he had, a little over a liter of blood there. On the left side, he also had a number of fractures or bones that were broken, specifically his ribs. And so he had a number of rib fractures. So he had some in the back of his chest cavity that were broken, and they're what are called compound fractures, where they're broken and sort of sticking out. And so those were associated with injuries of the lung. He also had rib fractures that were on the side and then towards the front of the chest. So a number of rib fractures were present, all on the left side, with associated bleeding into that chest cavity.
You said there is a little over a liter of blood. Is that significant to you?
Yes.
In what way is it significant?
I mean, it tells you that when the injuries occurred, he was alive, so that there's the heart is pumping, so the blood is being able to come out of those damaged tissues or blood vessels that are there. And obviously it can have effects on the physiology of what's going on with the person
Do they talk
functioning
really
just because
slow,
of the,
or am I just
the
used
blood
to
loss.
fast?
Is 1 liter of blood a lot of blood?
I mean, depending on the size of a person, there's, roughly around 5 liters normally in a person, so 20%.
Did you note any injuries to major veins or arteries?
Not specifically, so like the vessels of the heart, aorta, or the other big vessels that are connected to the heart weren't intact.
I didn't mean to go that fast. Let's try 1.5 and see if it's too fast.
Does that give you any idea about a rate of blood loss or how quickly that blood would have accumulated in the chest?
I mean, if you damage the biggest vessel, the aorta, that blood's going to accumulate very, very quickly. Damage to the lungs and the other soft tissue can, bleed, not as fast, but it's hard to say exactly how long it would take for that amount of blood to accumulate.
Besides the fractures to the rib, was there ribs? Were there any other findings that you made in the chest or the thorax area?
No.
Did Mr. Phillips appear to be in good general health?
Yes, I mean, he had some, a little bit of underlying natural disease, but otherwise, healthy.
There any indication that he had any diseases of the bone or skeleton that would cause his bones to fracture more easily?
No.
After examining the thoracic area, making those observations of ribs and blood that had accumulated, what did you do next?
Well, then we examined the abdominal area, and so there weren't any traumatic injuries of the abdomen.
That's what the way I understand it, there, because it was after a
Did you
fight.
discover any other traumatic injuries on Mr. Phillips' body?
Yes.
And what were those?
So then when the scalp was reflected, he had a bruise over the side of his head on the left side, the left temporalis muscle had a contusion or bruising of that soft tissue. And then once we removed the skull, there was blood that had accumulated on top of the brain. That's called subdural hemorrhage. And so that's bleeding underneath one of the layers that's on that encompasses and protects the brain.
And is a subdural hemorrhage or subdural hematoma, is that consistent with any...
Is there an echo now? I feel like we're on that old commercial. Do you hear me now? Do you hear me now?
Yeah. I think it might still be there. I don't know what if it's something in StreamYard. Look.
Still echoing. I don't know why. I can't, because I can't hear it echoing on mine.
Okay, I think it's nope. It just came back. It stopped. It stopped for a second.
I have no idea why.
Test. Nope. One.
It's just not meant to be for us to be together.
Well. I've tried the headphones. I don't have YouTube open. So I restarted the computer. I'll figure it out.
Because I don't hear any echo on mine. Like, you sound normal to me.
Do you have any audio?
I have. I mean, all I have is I can mute your mic, but then nobody can hear you at all.
No, I think it might be coming from your end, maybe. Let's see. That stuff too. That Crystal just said.
Do what?
No, what she suggested I already did. And I tried other headphones and did the same thing. Yeah, Brandi, mute for a sec. And see. Hello? Nope. Not Brandi. It's me. Well.
I had echo cancellation off, and I just turned it on. I don't know if that helped any.
Hello. No, I had it. Hello. Nope. It stops for a second and then it comes back. So I think it's something with StreamYard.
Dang.
So I'll see if I can figure it out.
All right.
Is that associated with any other conditions that might affect the brain?
Not exactly sure what you're asking, to be honest.
That's something that's consistent with a concussion?
I mean, so you can have a subdural hemorrhage and have a concussion, but it is possible to get a subdural hemorrhage from trauma and not have a concussion. But then, particularly in this scenario, the likely cause of the subdural, the cause of the subdural is from trauma, and so that does tell you that there's been some sort of impact to the head, or the head has impacted something, and so it's possible that there could be physiologic effects on the brain that we wouldn't be able to pathologically identify in an autopsy.
So in an autopsy, you can't tell whether or not somebody had suffered from concussion?
No, not typically.
You had mentioned earlier that also there is toxicology that is performed. What were the findings with Mr. Phillips?
So he had a blood ethanol concentration of 149 milligrams per deciliter. And he also had diphenhydramine at 59 nanograms per milliliter.
What is diphenhydramine?
That's like an antihistamine. It's just commonly people think of it as Benadryl. Something people would take for allergies, for example.
And was there any toxicology discovered in his urine?
Yes, he had a urine ethanol concentration of 204 micrograms per deciliter.
Can you explain to the jury why there's a difference in the toxicology or in the amounts of ethanol, which is alcohol commonly, in the blood versus the urine?
Yes, the way ethanol or alcohol is distributed in your body is associated with how much water concentration is in that tissue. Ethanol goes throughout your entire body, and so when there's more water, there's a higher concentration of ethanol in that particular fluid or tissue type. So there's more water in your urine than there is in your blood, so you will get higher concentrations of that alcohol in your urine than you do in your blood.
Is it fair to say that the alcohol in the urine is something that's being excreted by the body and is no longer psychoactive?
Yes.
What does psychoactive mean?
It's not affecting, it's not affecting you physiologically. So we use the urine to test to see if there's someone who's been exposed to different types of drugs or alcohol, because your body quickly metabolizes it or changes it. So it's a way for us to easily see if someone has consumed something. But what we're really looking for is if it's in your bloodstream, because then it tells you it's having a physiological effect on you. So it's actually affecting the way you might behave, your heart rate, your blood pressure, etc.
So, at the conclusion, did you list the cause of death before you received the toxicology?
I don't remember off the top of my head the exact. I'd have to look. Probably not, but I would have to double check the exact dates.
Okay. Once you concluded your investigation that you described with the notations that you've made, did you determine a cause of death in Mark Phillips?
Yes.
And what was that cause of death?
Multiple blunt force injuries.
What does that mean, blunt force injuries?
So there's a number of different types of injuries that you can have, and one of those is blunt force. And so that's when a relatively flat or blunt object is striking tissue, or the tissue is striking something that's relatively flat. So like your head hits the windshield of a car, or you fall and hit your head on the sidewalk, or your knee or elbow, that's blunt force. That's in contrast to something like sharp force injuries, which is, as the name implies, an instrument, a knife or what have you, cuts through the tissue. And so what that means for us is like a cutting appearance. You can see that the tissue has been incised or cut, whereas blunt, it's really tearing apart the tissue. And so it has a different appearance when we look at it.
And you said it was multiple blunt force injuries. And so were those the injuries to his head?
Yes.
And also to his torso?
Correct.
Now, did you, when you're looking at the type of injuries that Mr. Phillips had, how would you describe the nature of the injuries to his chest?
The blunt force injuries, there's things that are to note is that, they're all on one side of the chest, and so they're not on both sides of the chest. So it seems to be isolated to a particular region where some sort of impact or injury occurred. The posterior rib fractures in particular the bones are fractured and puncturing into the lungs, and with, the injuries on the side of the chest and the front would fit with something that could be like a compression type of injury, potentially. But that's the caveat that it's not specific for that, but it is something that would be consistent with a crushing type of injury.
So compression or crushing
Yes.
type of injury? And posterior, that was a word you used, that means like rear or behind?
Sorry, yes, the back, the ribs on the back towards the spine.
Now, if based on other blunt force trauma cases that you've seen, can you have an opinion about the type of force that would be required to cause that type of injury to a body?
I think it would be significant force. I don't have a specific number that I would use. Those type of injuries, other cases that in my training and experience that I've seen it in have been things where people falling from a significant height, motor vehicle accidents, people have been run over by vehicles. Just talking about those specific fractures in isolation, not the rest of the circumstances of the autopsy findings.
Dr. Reichert, I'm about to show you some photos.
While we're waiting, Judge, these are going to be sensitive in nature.
I don't know if they show them or not. I doubt it, but just so you know. See, the whispering again.
Dr. Reichert, I've shown you what's been marked as States Exhibits 50 through 60. Can you examine them and describe them generally, please?
Yes, these are photographs that were taken during the autopsy.
Are those all the photographs that were taken during the
Still echoing.
autopsy?
No.
And are
I'm
those
echoing?
photos true and accurate depictions of the observations you made of Mr. Phillips' body on February 26th of 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibits 50 through 60.
Any objection? Further stipulation, no objection. You received?
And may I publish to the jury?
Any objection? No, I assume this camp is going to be using Elmo.
We were going to be using PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
The media is aware to not display the screen.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Reichert, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 50. Can you tell the jury what is significant on this photograph of Mr. Phillips' head?
Yes, you're looking at the left side of his face, and this is an area of abrasion that I mentioned earlier, sort of scraping of the skin.
Are there any other observations that are apparent on this photograph?
No.
Moving on to Exhibit number 51. Can you describe to the jury what they're seeing here?
Yes, this is looking at the left side of the decedent's face, and again, there's some area of abrasion on there.
Is that the left side or the right side?
Excuse me, the right side of his face, I apologize. So the right side of his face, and there's some abrasion.
There's some, what I might think of as discoloration. Is that anything that's significant? Purplish color?
Yeah, so this purplish discoloration is called livor mortis, and so what happens is after someone dies, your blood begins to settle down according to gravity, and so as it begins to cool in the body, over time, the body can take on this kind of purplish discoloration, and it's called livor mortis.
Then I am going to just warn the jury that the next photos are more graphic. Needs that warning. So Exhibit number 52. Can you explain for the jury what this is showing?
Yes, this is the side of the scalp. So what happened here, just so you're oriented, is that, so this is the scalp that's been reflected or folded forward towards the feet, and then the scalp towards the back has been folded down. So you're looking at the tissue that's underneath the scalp, right on the surface of the skull. And what this white area here is the skull. And so what you're seeing is this blood, or that contusion that I mentioned earlier, into the temporalis muscle, so into the scalp muscle.
So, and you were indicating with your left hand pointing towards your left temple area, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And a contusion, is that also known as bruising?
Yes.
Now, why does this photograph look so wide? Or, why is there appear to be such a big area that's open there?
Well, I mean, this is the size of the hemorrhage, but what you're seeing here is that there's a layer of tissue that goes over that region, and what I've done is cut through this tissue and pull it back so it's easier to see where that bleeding is, so it's not as obscured by the soft tissue that would have otherwise been on over the surface of it.
Moving on to Exhibit 53. Can you describe what this is, please?
So this is from the same region, from the left temporal region on the left side of the head. And so this is where you can see this purple discoloration, which is where the contusion of the bleeding has occurred, but it's underneath that tissue. So this is what it looked like before it was, that tissue over the surface was cut into and peeled off of that.
And there's appears to be a slit or a cut there. Is that something that you had made?
Yes, that would have been done in the process of reflecting the scalp into it to start to appreciate the bleeding there.
And Exhibit 54. Can you describe this picture, please?
So now what you're doing is you're looking basically down on the top of the decedent's head. So again, the scalp has been reflected forward. This is the skull that's been removed. The scalp and skull have also been removed on the back of the head. And so what you're seeing here is the brain, and this is what's called the dura mater. So this is like a very tough piece of tissue that's over the surface of the brain attached to the undersurface of the skull. And this little bit of blood that you're seeing, this dark purple discoloration, is bleeding underneath that dura mater, that tough tissue, and that's called subdural hemorrhage, subdural blood. Sometimes people say accumulation hematoma, but so it's showing that there's been bleeding on top of the brain.
And I don't recall that we talked about this earlier. How is that type of injury, that subdural hemorrhage, how is that caused?
Most typically it's from traumatic injury. So it's typically like what we call an acceleration deceleration type of injury. So either the head is moving and and then it hits a surface, and then the brain continues to move, and it tears these. You can see these little blood vessels that are still attached here. Those are called bridging veins, and so the brain will continue to move within the skull and actually tear those vessels. You can also get this if the brain is accelerated very quickly, and then the brain is lagging behind and tears that. So it's this mismatch between the head is moving, but the brain continues to move, or vice versa. And so that results in tearing or lacerating those vessels, and then the blood accumulating on the surface of the brain.
Is it 55?
Yeah, that's where they're getting that traumatic stuff from. If
can
your
you describe what this
head
is?
stops moving,
Yes,
like
and
your
so
skull is
what's
stopped, but your
occurred here
brain
is
keeps
that
going.
the front of the chest plate has
That's
been removed, so these are where the ribs have been
intense.
cut on both sides, and then the soft tissue of the chest and abdomen have been pulled back, and all the organs from the chest and abdomen have been removed. So you're looking inside to the person's chest cavity, so it's like you're looking through someone to their back, and this is their spine here. And then on the posterior side here, where this dark discoloration is, there's where the rib fractures were. There's some additional rib fractures that you can see here on the side. So these are the ribs coming across. So these are, the blood is telling us that the bones are broken, and in this case, you can actually see that the ribs are broken.
Do you recall, or would your report refresh your recollection as to how many of the ribs were broken?
Yes, on the posterior side, the first through 7 were fractured. On the posterior, on the side, the 3rd rib through the 9th were also fractured. And then on the anterior surface, which you can't see, the 3rd rib was fractured.
And do you count ribs from the shoulder area down towards the hips?
Yes, you count them from the top down, and so this is like the clavicle area, which is sort of at the top of your shoulder, and then right underneath it, the first one comes around, and then they kind of curve around to the side as they go down, so you count them from the top down.
Now, you said basically the first, I'm clumsily grouping them up, but he had fractures on the left side from his 1st to his 9th rib?
3rd to the 9th.
3rd to the 9th rib, excuse me. And
on the posterior lateral, but also on the, you're right, on the posterior, there was the 1st through 7th.
okay. So in total, 1st through 9th. How many ribs are there in total?
Depends a little bit between people, but 11 approximately, 10, 11.
And were you able to tell anything about, no, strike that.
It's the whispering.
This is Exhibit 56. Can you please tell the jury what they are seeing?
Yes, and so this is the posterior rib fractures. You can see where the bones are broken and pointed. But yes, so
I'm sorry, the bones are broken and what?
and pointed, and so that's where they've been fractured and have broken apart.
Are those, would they have been the bones that injured the lungs?
Yes.
And the next, 57, please. This is Exhibit 57. Are you able to identify what that is?
That's the right lung, and what this shows is a relatively normal right lung.
Exhibit 58, please. Can you tell me what this is?
So this is his left lung, and what you can see are the areas of dark purple discoloration, and so this is where there's been bleeding and injury into the lungs, and you can see a little bit here where the tissue is disrupted and from the rib fractures, but there's been bleeding into the lungs.
Now, from the multiple blunt force injuries that you indicated, I hope I use the terminology correct, what would be the mechanism of Mr. Phillips' death?
Yeah, so the mechanism or the pathophysiologic reason he could have died could be from a couple of different things. It could be from the accumulation of the blood or air within the chest cavity that can shift the contents of the chest cavity, and that would change the blood flow to the heart and brain and cause death that way. There's also blood that's been lost, and so you have that loss of blood that's also a physiologic factor or a reason why someone can also have a death from that. So you have air that's leaking out of the lungs that can contribute to this. So there's a couple of different potential mechanisms or reasons why he could have specifically died from these injuries.
Is there any significance to you about the fact that the injuries were mainly contained to one side of the body?
Judge, I'm going to object to that. Can you just
Yeah, they're supposed to look at them to get their understanding of what happened. Some of that stuff would be really hard to look at, though. This is the forensic pathologist.
You observed the majority of injuries on one side of Mr. Phillips.
I mean, the significance of the distribution of injuries to one area would be important in the context of the entire investigation and understanding the context of what happened to an individual. So for example, I mean, if you're in a motor vehicle accident, it'd be unusual to just have them in a high-speed motor vehicle accident without a seatbelt. Would you have injuries just in one location? No. If someone's assaulted, typically injuries are distributed in different areas. So again, just as examples of how you correlate this versus having something that's in one particular region does make you, think about how that could have occurred.
Now, you described earlier that the fractures to the rib were consistent with compression or crushing. Something like that, you also testified to somebody being run over by a vehicle. Did you see any injuries on Mr. Phillips that were consistent with him being struck by a vehicle, as in standing up and being struck in that manner?
No.
Can you describe what you would expect to see in that situation?
Yeah, so if you have someone that you're concerned about that's being struck by a vehicle, you look for a number of things. There's things called bumper injuries, for example, and so you look at an individual's legs to see if they were perhaps upright when they were struck by a vehicle, and so they could be bruising on the surface of those legs, on the outside of the legs. They can have fractures of the bones, and they can also have internal injuries that's damaging the planes of the tissue within the legs or lower extremities themselves. Then that kind of injuries are called avulsion pockets. So we see that when people are struck by a motor vehicle. So those are things that you're looking for because they can help you correlate with the overall investigation of what occurred to an individual.
So did the absence... Strike that.
Strike that. Like, hear how slow this is? And I've got this at 1.5.
And, this is Exhibit 59. Can you explain what we are looking at here?
So these are his pants, and the photo's pretty dark, but there's a tear in the pants towards the middle. Here we can see the frayed fibers. So there's a tear in his pants.
Your Honor, before we continue, could I make a request that we dim the lights?
Turn out the lights.
Thank you.
And light a candle.
And moving on to Exhibit 60, please. And what are we observing here?
So this is the back of his pants, and you see that there's tears here in the material of the pants. It's somewhat dark, but that's where the material's torn.
Tears in the material of the pants, too. These
Now,
injuries are
you had
severe.
mentioned earlier in your testimony that besides cause of death, you also determine the manner of death.
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury how you classify manner of death?
Yeah, so there's basically 5 manners of death. There's natural accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. And based on our opinion, we'll classify them into one of those different categories, interpreting the autopsy findings with other information we have surrounding the circumstances.
In this particular case, how did you classify Mr. Phillips' death, or what did you report as a manner of death?
Undetermined.
And why did you list it as undetermined?
I listed it as undetermined because I did not have specific enough information to say exactly how these injuries occurred and the potential intent associated with them.
Can you describe what you mean by the importance of intent?
Yes, and so if someone, for example, points a gun at their head and pulls the trigger, they're intending to harm themselves, and so we would classify that as suicide. In cases where an individual was struck or run over by a motor vehicle, those can be classified in a number of different ways. One of which would be accident, which is by far the most common. When someone is accidentally struck, a pedestrian is accidentally struck or run over by another individual. But there are scenarios in which people can use a motor vehicle as a weapon and intend to run over or hurt someone or strike them with that. And so in those scenarios, when someone is intending to drive over someone, we would classify those as homicides. And so in this situation, I did not have information enough to know if this, how to classify best in those categories, and so hence classified it as undetermined.
So this was a question that came to me. So in my job, if a non-driver was killed in a drunk driving accident, my office, we call those homicides, drunk driving homicides. How is that? How do you classify that as far as manner of death?
Yeah, so if someone's a passenger or another in another vehicle struck by an impaired driver, we would still call those accidents unless we knew that that person had intentionally driven that vehicle into another vehicle. And
is this classification system one of your own, or where does this come from?
You know, it's part of the, I guess, the art of medicine and forensic pathology. And so by convention, that's how medical examiners classify those types of deaths.
In your opinion, was alcohol listed as a contributing cause on Mr. Phillips' death certificate?
No.
And,
not that I'm aware of. I mean, to be clear, I didn't sign the actual death certificate.
Okay.
So I'd have to look. Yes.
Do you believe that his alcohol consumption contributed to his death? Or is that your opinion, I should say?
No, I don't think it did.
Now, we did discuss earlier that you were able to tell that Mr. Phillips did not immediately die from the injuries sustained. Are you able to determine an actual cause, or not cause, time of death?
Not a specific time.
Are you familiar with any interventions that would have been able to be performed in the field that may have prolonged his life?
Yes, I mean, there's a number of interventions that emergency medical services would routinely do in something like an injury like this. They could potentially prolong someone's life and be part of their resuscitation.
And could you describe some of those for the jury, at least what you're aware of?
Yes, again, I'm not an emergency medicine physician, but this is pretty standard, and so they, protect the airway to make sure that they can breathe. They focus on your circulation and other sorts of key elements, and so they might make sure that they have plenty of oxygen coming in. They will sometimes put tubes into the chest, which can let the air out so that it doesn't shift the chest organs around. Sometimes they can put tubes into the side of the chest that will drain the blood out, so again, it's not compressing those major organs. They'll also put intravenous catheters, so they'll put things into blood vessels or sometimes even into bone that will put fluids into a person so that they have something that's like blood circulating, and ultimately can also give them blood products too. So there's a number of relatively standard things that would occur.
And those interventions could have allowed Mr. Phillips to arrive at a hospital alive?
But I am going to object on the same. We'll be struck. Be struck. Go ahead.
Dr. Reichert, can you describe what the term golden hour is?
Judge, same objection. Sustained.
The whispering.
Dr. Reichert, what type of care would somebody who had hospital care would somebody who received these type of injuries require, if you're able to answer that?
Sustained.
One moment. Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 49, and I have no further questions.
49 with holding I'm sorry. That's the autopsy report. Oh, yeah, no objection. We have receipts.
Start an count and a side count. Trust me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh, that's like at the Lori Vallow trial when Zulema. I wonder how many times she said It's insane. I know, I'm trying to get us through this as fast as we can so we can get to the... Oops.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I just want to summarize, I guess, what some of your conclusions are here today. My understanding is that your intended testimony today was to discuss your pathological and medical findings in the autopsy of Mark Phillips. Is that correct?
I intended, I guess my intention is on what you all are asking me to answer.
Sure. You're not offering any opinion on whether or not this was a reckless homicide, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about bulging pockets again. And could you described that briefly in your direct with Ms. Kemp, but why is it that bulging pockets are oftentimes seen in a pedestrian who's standing upright that happens to be struck by a vehicle?
So as a vehicle is traveling and it impacts that, it's creating basically a shearing type of injury that's tearing the tissue along a number of planes. And so as the relatively stationary part of the body, the legs typically get struck by that, it's moving that tissue and it's tearing those tissues along different planes in the lower extremities typically.
And that's something that's fairly common in it. If, for instance, I were crossing the street and was struck down by a vehicle, that's the type of injury you would oftentimes see, right?
Yes.
Not always, of course, right?
No, not always.
And then bumping injuries, those are distinct from avulsion pockets?
Bumper injuries, yes.
Yes. Could you describe to the jury what a bumper injury is for an upright pedestrian struck by a car?
Yeah, so typically, say you're just standing there looking at the vehicle, it would strike your legs, and then you could have a contusion or a bruise there. You could have an abrasion or a scrape there. You can even have broken bones underneath, all associated from where the bumper struck the individual.
Okay. And Dr. Reichert, in this case, there were neither avulsion pockets nor bumper injuries present on Mr. Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So in this case, could Mr. Phillips' injuries have been consistent with one who came upright and then suddenly found himself in a prone or supine position in the ground through a fall or a trip of some nature?
Same.
In other words, we're
Especially in
assuming that he
headphones.
was upright prior to the whatever caused these injuries, correct?
Yes, he could have been upright before these injuries occurred.
And obviously, something like tripping or falling or getting caught up on a vehicle could bring an upright pedestrian down to a prone or supine type position. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And in this case, I want to talk first about Mr. Phillips' head injuries. So you notice both the exterior injuries to the left side of the head as well as an underlying subdural hematoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
And maybe I missed this, but you used the term hemorrhage instead of hematoma. What is the distinction between the two of them?
Hematoma is like a collection of something. So typically we'll use the term hematoma when there's a larger accumulation of blood. So that people use those terms interchangeably, choanosis most of the time.
Sure. So in the sense that you were using the term hemorrhage, does that imply that this is less blood than you would subjectively typically classify as a hematoma, or were you just using the term interchangeably?
No, it's less blood. If there was a larger accumulation, I would have called it a hematoma.
Dr. Reichert, is this consistent with the type of injury that one might be able to have if they fell suddenly or fell with force from an upright position onto a hard surface like asphalt or concrete?
Yes, definitely falling with force for sure.
So, for instance, if a pedestrian happened to be standing like I am here, facing a motor vehicle, running parallel, I'm going to go from my left to right, it's possible that that vehicle could throw a person off balance and cause them to get that left-sided head injury with those mechanics in play.
Let me just make sure I have that.
I'm giving you a lot in that hypothetical, doctor. So let's start with this, that if an individual were caught, as I'm standing now, facing you, by a vehicle moving from my left to right, one area in which that individual might fall would be to the left. Is that fair to say?
So moving from your left to right,
moving from my right-hand side to my left-hand side, the vehicle is moving, and I get caught on that vehicle. Could that cause me to fall in a leftward manner?
Yes, I think that's possible.
And if an individual were caught or tripped by a moving vehicle, that's enough force to cause this type of injury, this subdural hemorrhaging and the exterior head injury, if they strike the pavement with some force. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned a term, doctor, earlier. You said that I'm going to go back to that in a second. Would that be consistent with the type of injury you might see if, for instance, a cyclist who wasn't wearing a helmet and then took a bad spill on the pavement?
The head injury component.
Yes. All right. And in cases like this, you agree that you really can't tell exactly how the trauma occurred, just that it was blunt force trauma of some sort. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in a case like this, motor vehicle accidents in particular, there can be a lot of different mechanisms of injuries that can cause significant injury to a person like Mr. Phillips, right?
In motor vehicle accidents in general. So I guess I need further clarification of what you mean by that.
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, we already established we can have injury simply from coming from an upright position to a prone position and having blunt force trauma in that manner, right?
Yes.
And we can have injury from blunt force trauma of an individual knocking around, to use the professional legal and medical term, underneath the undercarriage of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
So if someone's underneath the vehicle, their head is bouncing around, they can be called into those injuries.
It could also cause traumatic injuries elsewhere on the body if there's blunt force trauma impacting portions of the body that in the course of a pedestrian versus motor vehicle. Is that correct?
Just so I understand, so like if a person is under a vehicle and that vehicle is pushing down on a part of their body, they could cause the same sort of findings that we saw in this case.
Yep, and we'll talk about crushing in a second, but I'm talking about blunt force trauma, just the act of striking the ground or striking the truck or striking the underside with some amount of force. That can cause injuries as well.
Yes, just in general, I think that would cause blunt force injuries.
And in a case like this, it's difficult sometimes to rule out accident as the manner of death. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what? So injuries like Mr. Phillips had, you said that are some of these injuries, doctor, consistent with Mr. Phillips taking a sudden fall and becoming attached to the vehicle for some period of time where he would be in a position to be dragged?
Yes, that's possible.
And I'm going to show you a photograph here from the scene. This was in the States.
I loved MySpace. You got to decorate your page, have music.
Yeah.
Your top friends, so
After
everybody
showing you with the
understood.
marketing exhibit 5 times, do you see any visible injuries on that photograph?
Yes.
And does that appear to be an abrasion?
Yes.
Nothing else?
All
You
right.
had
I'll
Tom
put
as a
my finger on.
friend?
No objection. Do you receive? Doctor, I'll just tell you that this is the same version of something that's been submitted to the county medical examiner and I'm going to publish. It is Mr. Phillips. Is an abrasion like this, doctor, consistent with somebody who may have been dragged for a period of time attached to the side of a vehicle?
Yeah, that's a potential mechanism that injury could have occurred.
Okay. Show some photographs of Mr. Phillips' pants. Do you recall whether or not you received his belt with Mr. Phillips' body for examination?
I don't remember offhand.
Okay. Showing us the mark is easier.
Yes.
Does this appear to be Mr. Phillips at the scene and the belt?
Yes.
Does that belt appear to be out of place or pulled out or damaged in some capacity?
Yes.
And could that be consistent with an item that may have been caught or forced Mr. Phillips into a position where he would come into contact with either the bottom of the vehicle or some other mechanism causing trauma?
Yes, I mean that and the tears of the jeans would all be part of being pulled underneath the vehicle.
And that can happen, right? If somebody falls close enough to a vehicle, they can be pulled under to a certain degree and become injured either by the underside or the side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
So if someone falls underneath it?
Somebody falls in close proximity to a vehicle, a pedestrian can take a tumble or fall in a position where they're going to come into contact with the vehicle, right?
Yeah, and I guess if someone fell and slipped under the vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something that we can rule out in this case, right? That Mr. Phillips slipped in some capacity in close proximity to a truck that was speeding away from him.
And I don't know that. So.
All right. So, Doctor, you used a term with Ms. Kemp earlier. Talking about crushing, you said it's consistent with but not specific for. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the difference between consistency and specific for, Doctor?
I mean, it's consistent because, based on my training and experience, those types of injuries in an isolated area, but then on the back of the ribs, the side, and towards the front would all fit with that being a compression type of injury. And so it'd be consistent with that. But taking in isolation, I can't say 100% I know for a fact that this is due to that crushing, but I can say that based on my training and experience, that would be consistent with it.
So, yeah, so just use a hypothetical here. I mean, it would be specific to a gunshot wound if you recovered a bullet slug from somebody's torso, right?
Yes.
However, it might be consistent with that if you noticed an entry-exit wound, but couldn't quite determine whether or not it was a firearm or something else.
Potentially, hopefully, we'd be able to tell that was
sure.
indicative of a gunshot wound.
Sure. Yeah. Following up on Ms. Kemp's questions about alcohol, is it fair to assume that you wouldn't typically consider alcohol as a contributing cause of death unless this was a circumstance where a person overdosed or drank to the point where the respiratory function shut down, or in other words, the alcohol was the primary factor that led to a person's death?
Right, it would need to be either the cause of death or a contributing condition in some particular manner. Could be, most typically it is when it's combined with other drugs.
So if somebody was just drunk and behaving recklessly, you wouldn't typically call alcohol a contributing cause of death under those circumstances?
That's correct.
All right. And the 149 ethanol level, is that consistent with the legal version of a 0.149 blood alcohol concentration?
Yes.
And Mr. Phillips was also positive for diphenhydramine or Benadryl, is that correct?
Yes.
And Benadryl can impact or contribute to the intoxicating effects of alcohol, is that fair?
Yes, they can have a synergistic effect or combined effect.
I didn't notice that until you pointed it out. Now I hear it.
Now, the information that you received from the investigators in this case, Doctor, were you relying primarily on Ms. Knudsen, the medical examiner, or did you have contact with law enforcement as well?
I also have law enforcement's reports as well.
Okay. And when you say reports, you actually received police reports?
Yes.
At any point during your autopsy or your medical investigation, were you informed that Ms. Phillips had claimed to be domestically abused by Mr. Phillips shortly before his death?
I recall that there was some sort of altercation, but I don't recall the specifics.
All right. And, Doctor, I'm going to ask you another question here in response to Ms. Scamp. The availability of emergency medical measures like a chest tube or an intraosseous IV or some of the other measures you were discussing, you agree that that's no guarantee that those measures would have saved a person's life?
Yes, it's no guarantee.
And it's impossible to tell how quickly Mr. Phillips died in this case, is that correct?
Not specifically, no.
Quite possibly could have been very quick.
Yeah, it could have been minutes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Reba?
Following up on those last questions. Those life-saving measures could have extended the minutes that Mr. Phillips had to survive and allow him to get to a hospital. Is that accurate?
Yes, they potentially could have.
So what is the golden hour?
Judge, objection.
Your Honor,
This is still not relevant.
he opened the door when he...
No, he didn't join. Come on.
Body being displayed. This is Defense Exhibit 510. I believe Mr. Zacher asked you about those injuries that you see on Mr. Phillips' torso. He asked you if they were consistent with being dragged. Can you tell by looking at this which side of the body these injuries are on?
I believe they're on the left side. Yes.
Could they also be consistent with sharp objects having been dragged or pulled across the skin?
It's something that's scraping the skin, right? So it's an abrasion, so it's a scrape. And so there's lots of possibilities of how you can get a scrape.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
And, strike that.
Still?
Mr. Zacher had asked you
Wait.
about tripping over a vehicle or some part of the vehicle. Did you see any injuries on Mr. Phillips' legs that were consistent with that kind of tripping injury?
I mean, he had some abrasions and some bruises on his legs, but I don't know if he tripped. I don't know if a specific tripping type of injuries. So.
Switch to the...
I give up for today.
Aw.
Thank you for trying.
Well, tomorrow is another day. Of course, we won't be here tomorrow.
Dr. Reichert,
Monday is another
what's been
day.
previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 31. In the course of your investigations of other deaths, did Mr. Phillips have an injury on his body that was consistent with being struck by a side view mirror?
Objection beyond the scope of cross. Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not beyond the scope of cross. Do you want us to...
Ask your question one more time.
Okay. Are there any injuries? So Mr. Zacher asked, I'll ask it a different way. Mr. Zacher had asked you about I think it was the bruise of his left temporalis and the subdural hemorrhaging that could have been caused by a vehicle moving from his right, pushing him onto his left side. Am I summarizing that line of questioning correctly?
Okay. That's my recollection.
Is it also possible, or consistent with the injuries you saw on Mr. Phillips, that if he was facing this pickup truck, but maybe standing to the side, that a side view mirror would cause that bruise to his left temporalis muscle?
Objection beyond the scope of cross. Overruled. Go ahead.
I mean, if the side view mirror or what have you impacted the side of his head with some force, it could cause that contusion or bruising of the scalp and push him to the ground.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
A recross? Briefly. Doctor, are you aware of how far off the side view mirrors were on the diagram?
No.
And if a side view mirror struck somebody with enough force to give them subdural hemorrhaging, might one expect to see some form of damage to the side view mirror in the process?
I don't know.
And if a side view mirror struck an individual on the left side, as the state implied in this case, would you not also, in some cases, see a corresponding injury to the side that the individual fell onto?
You could have multiple impact sites. I mean, in that scenario.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? Anything further?
No.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Why don't you give us any exhibits you have? Oh yeah. Cool.
Moving right along. I'm trying to get through like as much of this as we can. I'm ready to see her testimony.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're
Moving
giving
right
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
along.
but the truth? And it's good.
That whispering.
Can you see and hear me? Yes, I can. Oh, okay. Can you please state your name for the jury?
My name is Corey Strummer.
Do you have an occupation?
I do.
What is that occupation?
I currently live in the state of Wisconsin. I work with the EMS section as the state community EMS coordinator.
You're the EMS coordinator now. Were you employed in 2019?
Under Tri-State Ambulance, yes, but not under state.
So you were working for Tri-State Ambulance. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Is the microphone? Can you test the microphone?
Yeah, tell you what, we have a little problem with it. Just try to get close to it.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, there. Perfect. If you do it like that, I won't have to ask you to speak
Yes.
up. I appreciate it. For your employment, do you have any special education or training for that?
Yeah, so paramedic at the time would have been a 1-year fast track program. Typically takes about 9 months, and then clinicals. I did that down at Madison College. Before that, I was an EMT for about 9 years. Which
I'm sure, again, he's lovely. We don't need to know his resume.
I guess what are usually just a quick.
Don't need it.
Could be
Sure,
wrong.
he's lovely.
First responder is kind of a general term.
First responder, got it. We know.
And do you know when
Do
you
your
arrived on
stuff.
scene?
We arrived at 6:41 a.m.
So is that 11 minutes?
10 minutes, and then 1 minute to the patient. 1 minute to the patient.
And did you or Mr. Mandeville drive?
I would have been the driver that day.
Do you know where you would have been coming from?
That would have been Station 5 up in, right off of OT, up in Alaska, Holman area.
OT, is that the highway or roadway or?
That's the cross. It's OT in 53, so right north of the McDonald's up there.
Station 5, is that a hospital or is that I guess what is Station 5?
So Station 5, we have different stations throughout the city. We have a south side, which is Station 2. Rock is our central location, and then Station 5 is our north side location. It's just an ambulance bay with quarters, houses,
Working on it.
2 trucks, typically.
And when you say we, are you referring to Tri-State?
Correct.
I bet he uses
Do
beard
you recall
oil.
anything about road conditions on your way there?
Relevance. I think we've been over this with the officers. I guess I'm not sure what the state's getting at.
I'll allow the question. If these questions have been asked before, go ahead.
So that day there was snow around. Road conditions were not that bad.
They were not.
Correct.
So the road conditions that day, did they or did they not impact how long it took you to get on scene?
We have awareness for any time there's snow on the ground, but it did not impact the time to get to the scene.
What did you do when you got, I keep referring to on scene, I'm referring to the residence you went to. What did you do when you got?
So, being the driver, I got there, put in park, and went back to start getting the equipment. My partner met with, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head who we met with. It was either law enforcement or first responders or possibly both at the same time. Started discussing what was going on at scene while I was getting equipment ready.
When you say equipment, what kind of equipment are we talking about?
In that case, from what we heard and what we were prepped for, backboard, monitor, and our jump bags for medication and advanced airway.
Do you recall what you knew going into this particular scene on this particular time?
I was a person that was down, not breathing, so we call that a code.
A what?
Code, cardiac arrest.
In the situation you just described, what do you do?
From the time that we get there, we'll go on scene, get to the patient, and start going through our algorithms, generally ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation, and just start working from there. So basic CPR, and then working our way as we get further along, we'll do ACLS, which should be your advanced cardiac life supporting measures, so IV, medications, or defibrillation.
These algorithms that you just talked about, is that something you're trained to do?
Yes, it is.
I guess, is that something that all paramedics are trained to do? Are you able to answer that question?
No, I don't believe I can answer that. I do anticipate that every paramedic and EMT would be trained that in a training center, but I can never guarantee that.
So what did you do after, I guess you get there, you get the equipment out, what happens next?
So my partner was already walking towards the patient. Are you talking the specific call?
Yes.
So he was walking up towards the patient. He was told by law enforcement to follow them very specifically, not to make extra trails or stepping out of place. I followed right behind with the monitor and equipment, and just got to the patient and started doing our first initial check. So that had been checking for a pulse, just signs of life, anything like that.
Did you notice any signs of life?
Not initially, no.
Can you tell us what observations you made as you were doing what you just described?
So the patient's face was covered in snow. When we cleared the face off, there was some blood on the face, by the ears, and eyes were glossed over, very, very cold to the touch, and rigor at that point, similar setting.
I'm not asking about this person. If a patient at this address were alive, breathing, however, I guess, where would you have taken that person? Or what would you have done next?
Sustain.
Are you familiar with what a hemothorax is, Ann? What can you tell us about that? General
Relevance.
I'll never call it X. I have enough X's. I don't need to call my social media X too.
So patient extrication equipment, typical equipment, so cot,
oops.
scoop stretchers, different types of patient extrication equipment, a whole slew of different medications. Because we're a paramedic or Tri-State's paramedical service, we were carrying advanced level medications, different types of breathing equipment, monitoring equipment. Yeah.
If a patient had blood or air compression in the chest,
Noise objection, relevance.
Right, I'm going to give him some leeway. Go ahead and ask this question generally.
generally, if a patient had a air or blood compression in the chest cavity, what would you do in that situation? Or can you do anything? And if the answer is yes, what would you do?
And Judge, again, preserve the record, same objection.
In his field, he can answer, but only in that area. Go ahead.
So as a paramedic, for any type of trauma like that, it would be chest nasal decompression is what we would be able to do. And then further would be chest or a chest tube, which we wouldn't be able to do, but we can take as a transporting an interfacility.
Can you tell us what that is?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. This is getting sustained from my prior ruling earlier. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with where the nearest trauma center is in location to this particular scene?
Again, objection.
No, sustained.
Goodness gracious.
No further questions.
All right.
Objection. No further questions. I give up.
I'll call your next witness.
Your Honor, I am going to need a break to get the evidence.
Okay. 10 minutes?
That should be fine.
All right. Take a break for 10 minutes, then we'll grab bubble tea. See you back in.
Oh, yeah.
That whispering is so weird. All right. We're almost through day 2. Almost.
Close.
Hi, Simply Tanika.
Exhibit number 63, Mark.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name, please?
Anthony Haug, H-A-U-G.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator for the Homeland Police Department
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
since 2008,
And how long have you been an investigator?
since April of last year.
Now, in the course of your duties as a law enforcement officer, what were your duties in February of 2019?
I was a patrol officer.
Did you have any specialized training or experience in regards to cellular telephones and data?
Yep, I've been on the Cooley Region Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force since 2012, and as part of that, I'm a Celebrite cell phone analyst.
Celebrite. We know Celebrite.
Cellebridte.
We knew that.
So, can you explain for the jury what training you have to be a Celebrite phone analyst?
Okay.
So I went through a week-long training that's...
Again, I'm sure he's lovely. We don't need all of his training. We know how Celebrite works.
cell phones, data.
Does that include things like...
Yes, that includes text messages, et cetera, et cetera.
Version of Celebrite that...
Yes, we know the tools. We're all...
Ms. Phillips' consent to extract the data from her phone.
That's what I was
Here we go.
So can you just describe the process once you were given the phone with Ms. Phillips' consent, what you did?
So we put the phone into airplane mode just so that no other data comes in or anything like that, doesn't interfere with the process. And then any lock on the phone needs to be turned off just so that it doesn't interfere with the process when the phone has to restart or anything like that. Once that's done, we hook the phone into the Celebrite device. And then through Celebrite, it's just a series of buttons that I have to push to get it to the right part of the program. And then I start the extraction and it downloads the data from the phone.
And what do you do with the data from there?
So I save it to a device on my computer that's separate storage from the rest of it.
Yes, we know. And then I turned over. Yes.
Let me ask
USB, got it. Generate a report. Let's get to the report.
The reader version, is there any way for any...
I don't care about this. Get to the report. Get to the meat.
You voluntarily turned over the phone to your knowledge.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Step down.
Your Honor,
So he didn't even go over the report. He's just going over, he's just the custodial records guy. Okay.
Okay. No, yeah, go ahead.
As long as we're talking about that, may we release Grabauer from his subpoena?
Yes, yeah, you can be released from this.
All right. So he wasn't even going over it. He's just they have to, they have to call in the, yes, I'm trained. Yes, I brought it in. Yes, I did this. Yes, I did this.
Relations on particularly admissible items. So
Make
objection,
sure.
Obviously reserving the right to object to anything not subject to the prohibition.
Reserved will be received for that limited purpose.
I got nothing further.
Ross?
Oh, yeah. Admissibility. All right. We're good. Y'all, we've made it through the first 2 days. We're trucking along. Day 3. I really want to get to her testimony, which is what my goal in life is for today. Not like my goal in like all of my life, but
Any issues? Yours is up?
Yeah, is that better?
All right. Okay. Just to forewarn you, I did move over the podium just a couple inches, just so the camera would have a problem seeing people when you guys moved around.
all right. Day 3. Zooming right along.
Could you please state your full name and spell it, please?
My name is Trevor Naled, Trevornaleid.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And what is your position at the crime laboratory?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
About 12.
Yes, you are wonderful, Trevor, but let's get through this part.
Basically, taking pictures in all sorts of different scenarios, darkness, bright light, and then different types of evidence as well. So
Turn
like
your
tire
phone off.
tracks, footwear impressions, latent prints. Well, that's why it takes a year.
Latent prints, that refers to fingerprints that may have been left behind?
Correct.
How long have you been with the crime scene response team?
I started in 2015. I was signed off for photography in 2016, July 2016.
As part of your position, have you prepared or do you have a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you're qualified. Love it. You're great.
We do the same steps with standard.
How many DNA samples you processed while in training?
Approximately.
Don't care about training. I'm sure you're lovely, very talented.
At your laboratory currently?
Yes, they are.
And I would move for admission of exhibit 65 and 66.
There a distinction between 65 and 60?
Oh, 65 is...
Yes. Oh my gosh, I love the skip forward button.
Since receiving your training as a DNA analyst, approximately how many DNA cases have you worked?
Yes, he's qualified. Got it.
So were you called, in your capacity as a crime scene response team member, were you called?
Yes, he was called. Obviously, that's why he's here.
And
okay.
Can you describe for the jury what general process you as a crime scene response team member takes when examining a vehicle in the manner that you were asked to do? And the day you responded was March 19th of 2019?
Correct.
So what is the general process that you would do to examine a vehicle?
Usually we have a team lead and a photographer. Depending on the complexity of the scene, we may have 1 or 2 additional people. In this case, it was just myself and a photographer. The first thing that they'll do is take overall photographs of the vehicle as is, so every single direction around it, and then anything that you can see underneath. In this case, we were only asked to look at the exterior of the vehicle, so we did not do any interior investigation. Typically, we will inventory all items that are inside. We do not do that in this case.
Do you have any procedures or any tools to make sure that you don't forget any steps in your process?
Post-it notes.
A sort of checklist that we kind of go through.
Oh.
And did you fill one out on this date?
Yes, I did.
Lucy's wandering around. I don't have a Lucy cam because I'm not at home. Oops.
Can you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, this is the technical review checklist. So when I completed the report, this is actually for the photo log. So the photographer will actually do a photo log of each individual picture and make a short description of what the picture is. And so as the team lead, I was the technical reviewer for this.
And And so you were the technical reviewer, and those are your initials on this document.
Correct.
Lucy,
Is
your
there
friends want to
anything
see
about
you.
this document that indicated that procedures were not followed in terms of documenting the vehicle photographically?
No.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 67.
No objection. Received.
Where is she? Say hello to your friends. Say hi. Say hi.
Mr. Mallet, I just handed you exhibits number 68 and 69.
Say
Can
hi.
you describe for the court what Exhibit 68 is?
Exhibit 68 is a printout of the photos that were taken by the photographer, Sammy Nilhoff.
And you were the team leader on the
Say
day that
hello.
those photographs were taken?
Correct.
And
friends.
those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict the Dodge Ram pickup truck and the items you located during your examination?
Yes, they do.
She's got the little crown
Does it
Kathy
appear
made her.
that the photographs have been altered in any way?
No.
I did also hand you Exhibit 69, which is a USB drive with a label, copy of, I think it says Crime Lab photos, something like that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you made aware that that's an exact copy of the paper printout that you have?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, I would move for admissions of Exhibits 68 and 69.
No objection. Received.
Permission
You're a
to
very
publish
good
the
girl.
Go ahead.
Yes, I got her as a puppy. She was 3 pounds. She used to sit right here, like right on my heart right here. She would just sit right here. Oops.
Correct. Yep.
His tie looks like the bedspread on that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. What was it? Was it on the bed? What was that? Oh. Look, doesn't it kind of match? His tie looks like the bedspread in the house. This is at 1.5.
What it's depicting, please.
We call that a photo slate, and it just has our case number, the date, the location, and then the initials of the photographer.
Is there any significance to the rulers on the sides or the colors at the bottom?
The colors are for the color correction that our photography unit is to make sure that everything is as it was viewed in person. The scale is for if we need to scale any photographs, or sometimes we'll put other scales next to items just to show the exact size of them, so that pictures are either enlarged or made smaller, that it still shows the same scale.
What is this a photograph of?
This would be a photograph of the VIN number of the vehicle.
VIN standing for Vehicle Identification Number?
Correct.
And is that a unique number to each vehicle that's manufactured?
Yes, it is.
And why do you take a picture of that?
Just to show that we are examining the vehicle that is on the search warrant. We'll check the VIN inside the vehicle as well as the search warrant to make sure that they match.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe what we are seeing in this particular photograph?
This is the front driver's corner of the vehicle in question.
And you mentioned earlier that you take pictures of the outside to document its condition.
Correct.
Was there any, did you note
We can't see the
anything
pictures.
specific when examining the exterior of the vehicle?
Just that it was dirty, had a lot of road soot on it, but other than that, it was basically a brand new vehicle, very good condition.
Just briefly describe what we're seeing here.
It would be the driver's side of the vehicle in question.
And you can see it basically from the side view mirror to the rear taillight.
Correct.
And what is this?
This would be the same side of the truck, just from the back corner, back driver's side corner.
And next. And what is this?
Slightly angled view of the same thing, just showing the back left corner as well as part of the tailgate and trailer hitch of the truck.
Now, I'd like to just ask you a question about what we're seeing here. On the left side, or I'm sorry, the right side of the screen, do you recall what that is? The white object that's all along the right side of the screen?
The garage, I mean, you're talking about the garage door?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And do you happen to recall, like, in what manner this vehicle was stored? Was it secured?
It was in the evidence storage unit of the sheriff's office, yes.
And so that is a secured area?
Yes.
Okay. That's that. Can you please describe what this photograph is depicting?
This would be the rear passenger side of the same truck, looking toward the front of the vehicle.
And this photograph?
Same side of the vehicle, right side, passenger side, just more towards the front, a little bit of the rear passenger door as well as the front passenger door.
And what is this angle?
This would be from the front right passenger corner, looking at the vehicle.
So after you took those photographs around the vehicle, did you take the vehicle anywhere else to examine it?
Yes.
And where did you take it?
The vehicle was brought across the street to D's, I don't know the correct full name, but it was D's Auto Care or something similar to that.
Is that the mechanic or repair shop that's right next to the area where this vehicle was stored?
Yes, it's basically just across the street.
And how was this vehicle transported there?
It was driven over.
And did you have any concerns about evidence integrity driving it for that short distance?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why not?
I was informed, first of all, we're looking at this vehicle approximately a month after the initial incident happened. It had been driven since then. I was informed that there was a snowstorm the night that this happened. So it would be expected that the roads would be wet. It would not be surprising to have any evidence washed away. The day that we came up to look at it, it was dry and we were just going across the street. So it's reasonable to expect that if we were going to lose evidence, it would have been gone already at that point. And I didn't think going across the street would any additional evidence.
You mentioned that the vehicle had been driven prior to this. Were you informed by whom?
Actually, call speakers in. Just name.
So when you got to D's auto care specialist, how did you further examine the vehicle?
The truck was put on a lift and lifted up in the air so we could get underneath it and look at the underside better.
And this is image 10 from your photographs. Does this depict the underside of the vehicle and the lift?
Yes, it does.
Can you just point out which part is the lift?
The yellow parts on the bottom left and bottom right corners are the lift.
And can you explain what the jurors are seeing in this particular photo?
Sure. This would be a picture from the rear of the vehicle. You can see the spare tire and then the rear axle and the rear tires.
Now, did you or the photographer use any specialized equipment in doing your examination of this vehicle?
Yes.
Pictures?
Can you explain what specialized equipment you used?
We used what's called an alternate light source. It's you can change the wavelength of the lights depending on what you're looking for, so it's used for a wide variety of things. One of them being hairs and fibers.
So would a juror, or I guess somebody who's not in the scientific field, be familiar with something like that, like a black light to illuminate body fluids somewhere?
Yes, that's another thing that it's used for is detecting body fluids.
And also, in the process of taking these photographs, did you have a method for marking which photographs may be significant for your findings?
Could you expand on that?
Sure. Let me ask this question. Did you find any items underneath this vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And when you found those items, what did you do?
We would put typically on a normal scene, you would put a tent marker down, which is just a marker with a number on it. In cases like this where you can't just set a marker down because you're not underneath the vehicle, we'll put a sticker with a number on it.
How'd y'all get them to put up pictures?
So you said this is the underneath side of the vehicle. I don't see any stickers, so this does not indicate you found anything in this particular. Is that accurate?
This would be before we actually started marking items of evidence, so this is an expansion of the overall photographs that we took while it was in the evidence storage unit.
Thank you. Next photograph. Can you describe what this picture depicts?
This is also the underbody of the vehicle with a skid plate on the top.
That's the long black ridged object?
Correct.
And what's in the middle?
Right here would be the drive shaft of the vehicle.
Next photograph, please.
I should have walked away sooner.
And what does this depict?
This would be the underside of the vehicle from the front looking toward the rear. The drive shaft that we just talked about earlier.
Next photo, please. And what is this?
This is basically the same picture, just taken a couple steps back. So it's from the front looking towards the rear of the vehicle, underbody.
Is there a reason why the body of the vehicle looks white at the top?
I don't know why that is. No.
And was these photographs were taken all together? So, and you did the technical checklist. So you are certain that this vehicle displayed is the same?
Yes.
Next photo, please. What does this depict?
This appears to be just behind one of the wheels of the vehicle, the running board.
I'm going to be describing this, I guess, based on, position. The tire that we see in the right, is that the front or the rear of the vehicle? Can you tell?
I believe it is the front.
Next photograph, please. What does this picture depict?
It appears to be the rear of the vehicle with the muffler. Rear right side.
And what does this show?
This would be just behind the front driver's side wheel, with half of the wheel and then the running board.
The next photograph, please. And what does this show?
That also appears to be the front of the vehicle, the front right passenger wheel.
Next photo, please. And what does this show?
This is similar to the picture 2 pictures ago, the front driver's side wheel with running board.
Next picture, please. And what does this show?
Here's it's the front driver's side tire, the front bumper.
Next, please. And what does this show?
The rear driver's side tire with the running boards.
And next photograph, please. And what is this showing?
The rear driver's side tire with the back bumper and muffler.
Next photo, please. And what is this showing?
This would be one of the tires. I'm unsure which one, just by looking at this picture.
Is there something that would help you? That's okay. And this is still just general overview, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Next photo, please. Can you explain what this is?
It appears to be the same tire that was just taken without the illumination in the middle.
Next photo, please. Can you explain what this is, please?
Oh, those are the tent marker, or the sticker markers that I was talking about before. So that would be the first item that we marked.
Did you take notes as you located items?
I did, yes.
And what sort of things do you note when you're doing the processing of the evidence?
What it is, how long it is, color. Typically, that's it. What it looks like, I guess.
Now, do you recall, so in this photograph you have the marker that some evidence was found. Do you recall what was found here with item 1?
I don't remember specific items. I know generally all items that we actually collected were apparent hairs or apparent fibers, and there was one possible fabric imprint.
Would something, would your receipt of physical evidence that was prepared refresh your recollection as to what is depicted in item with this photograph?
Yes, it would.
Any what's been marked as Exhibit 70? Is
Yeah,
that your,
this is at 1.5
receipt of physical
speed.
evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you imagine having to listen to it at
Does
regular
that
speed?
refresh your recollection as to what is depicted with item sticker 1?
Yes, it does.
What is depicted in this photograph?
That was an apparent hair near the front right passenger tire, brown in color.
And in this particular photograph, are you able to see that hair?
No.
Now, when you find an item like this hair, or you mentioned fibers, can you describe for the jury what your process is to document and collect it?
We'll first put that sticker on there, take photographs of it. Kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's a very small scale underneath the number so that you can do what we talked about before, where it will stay the same size relative to the size of the picture. For collection purposes, then we'll take a sterile tweezers. We have plastic ones. We also have metal ones that we'll use a 10% bleach solution to clean to make sure that it's sterile in between uses. And then we will take the hair or fiber and stick it to the sticky part of a Post-it note. Those work very well because the tack on them is enough to hold it in place, but not enough to typically destroy the hair or fiber, whatever it is. We'll then fold the Post-it note onto itself and then put that into a larger package, evidence tape seal it, initial it, label it, and then hand it over to whichever officer is going to be taking it.
Is that process completed for each item recovered, so they're separately packaged and sealed?
Yes.
How do you ensure that there is no contamination on the sticky notes or Post-it note before you use that?
It's only used one time ever, so once we use one, we don't reuse it, we'll throw it out.
Next slide, please. Can you describe what's in slide 25, please?
I believe that is the same number 1 marker, just from a different angle.
And is there a different light source being used as well?
It looks like the flash maybe was not directed at the actual item in this photo.
Are you able to see the hair in this particular photograph?
I don't believe so.
Next slide, please. Can you please describe what this is?
That would be unraveling black electrical tape near the axle on the front passenger side of the vehicle.
Why did that catch your attention?
I'm not a car expert, but for the truck being less than a year old, I just mark things down or make note of things that just didn't look like they should. Essentially, the electrical tape was unraveling a little bit. Whether or not that had to do with anything, not for me to determine. I'm not an expert, so I just marked it.
And did you collect that item?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that was item number 2?
Correct.
And how did you package that?
I do not know off the top of my head. Small brown bag, and then evidence tape sealed it.
Next slide, please. And so can you describe what's depicted in photo 27?
That just appears to be a zoomed in photo of what we were just talking about with the electrical tape and then with the number 2 sticker applied.
Next photo, please. What are we looking at here in Exhibit 28?
So this is a view of the underside with the drive shaft right here, and then a skid plate.
What is a skid plate?
Skid plate, usually metal, it protects the underside of the car, so if you run over rocks or something large, it's not going to rip apart the bottom of the vehicle.
And next slide, please. And what is this a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the drive shaft of the vehicle.
Next photograph, please. So I see there's a number on this. Can you describe, or what is depicted in this particular photograph?
That is marker number 3, which we have written down as fibers near the top of the drive shaft.
And are you able to see fibers in these photographs?
I don't see them, no.
Now, you talked about equipment and alternate light sources and things. So based on your experience in recovering evidence from crime scenes or objects, is it unusual to not see small items in a photograph?
No, it's not unusual at all.
Next photo, please. And can you describe photo 31, please?
It's a zoomed in photo of the previous one, so marker number 3, fibers from the top of the drive shaft.
Next photo, please. This is photograph 32. Can you explain what we're looking at to the jury, please?
Slightly washed out, but that's marker number 4. It's the front of the gas tank. There was a possible fabric imprint on it, so we marked it. And then you can see the skid plate underneath there as well.
What do you mean by fabric imprint?
Again, I'm not an expert. I don't know. Maybe it was something from the factory, but to me, it looked like there were maybe some striations consistent with like corduroy or jean material.
I guess I'm going to object to beyond the scope of any expert notice, and particularly if he's particularly foundation, if he's acknowledged that this is not subject to expertise.
Sustained, the testimony will be struck. Go ahead.
You are, can we be heard?
No, go on. He's not an expert in this stuff. He just said that. Move on.
Next
Turns
photograph,
out he
please.
just said that. Move on.
And I'm sorry, what is the item number? What is on the sticker with item 4?
Item 4 has the scale underneath it, and then this is just the same as the previous photo, just better exposure.
And is that's the gas tank I think you previously stated?
Correct.
Next photo, please. That's showing nothing. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so it appears to be a flash misfire. All right, just to keep.
Seriously, like what?
So we,
evidence marker?
correct.
Next photo, please. Could you describe this photo?
Same picture again. Number 4 on the gas tank.
In each of these 4
Angles of items, specifically latent prints or footwear patterns, you can see different aspects of the actual image of it from different angles. This appears to be only using the flash from the camera. We have a cord that we can connect the flash to the camera, so it's not just connected to the top like you typically see. So the photographer may move the flash around, keeping the camera in the same area. So different areas will be illuminated in different photos.
And next photo, please. This is another view of the same item.
Correct.
Next photo, please. And again, this is another view of the same item.
Oh my
Is there
God.
any difference with the light source, or what? Why is the quality of this particular photograph different?
I would look this way with this angle.
Next photo, please. Actually, can we go back? But can you just point out the area that caught your interest on this particular photograph? Thank you. Next photo. What does this photograph depict?
Marker number 5 is right there, and that was an apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar.
And was that collected in the same way that you described with the Post-it note and sealing in an envelope?
Yes, it was.
I was joking about Post-it notes earlier, and now he really is using them
What does this
as
depict?
part of
It's a
this.
zoomed in version of the previous photo with marker number 5.
Next photo, please. And can you tell me what this depicts?
Kind of hard to see, but marker number 6 is right here. So this is the drive shaft of the vehicle, the rear end of the drive shaft, and that was an apparent fiber on the weight on the rear end of the drive shaft. An apparent fiber on a weight. These little things right here.
But W-E-I-G-H-T?
Correct. Yeah, on the rear end of the drive shaft.
So you pointed out with the laser pointer these square objects that are applied to the drive shaft.
Yes.
Are they? Could you tell if they were fastened onto the drive shaft somehow?
I don't know exactly how, but yes, they're fastened to it.
Next photograph, please. What does photograph 43 show?
That is a zoomed in photo of the previous one, marker number 6, with the fiber on the drive shaft.
Again, 2 questions. There appears to be 3 weights. Do you recall which weight from which you recovered the fiber?
The sticker would be on the same weight that the item was collected from. We try to get it as close as possible to it where we can still take photographs in the same field of view. So it would be the weight that the number 6 sticker is actually on.
And again, are you able to see the fiber in this particular photograph?
No.
Next photo, please. What does this depict?
That is the skid plate underneath the gas tank after being removed. There's marker number 7. There.
So what did you locate that was significant to you on that skid plate?
Marker 7 was an apparent fiber on the top of the rear skid plate.
Next photograph, please. Can you depict or describe this, please?
It's a zoomed in photo of the previous one, marker number 7, the apparent fiber on top of the rear skid plate.
Next photo, please. This photograph, number 46, what does this depict?
Marker number 8 right here is 2 apparent hairs from the driver's step. So it's the driver's door right above it.
And did you collect those together?
Yes, we did.
Is there any concern about collecting them together?
No, sometimes we'll take representative samples if there's multiple items in close proximity. We'll collect them as one item, so that's what happened in this case.
Next photograph, please. Can you describe this?
It's a zoomed in version of the previous photo, marker number 8, which is 2 apparent hairs from the driver's step.
They go over it again with every picture, and it's like.
And this is another view of the same thing.
Correct.
Next photo, please. And again, this is another photograph of marker 8 where the 2 hairs are found.
Correct.
Next photo. And this is also a different angle. Or I see if there's something else here.
Yeah, marker 8 I was just talking about. You can also see marker number 9 here, which was an apparent fiber from the side of the front skid plate.
Next photo. And that was photograph 50. Next photo, please. Photograph 51, can you explain what we're seeing here?
It's a zoomed in photo of the previous one, which is marker number 9, an apparent fiber from the side of the front skid plate.
In which, check that. Next photo, please. And so, this is the end of the photographs that were taken?
Correct.
We did say we wanted to see pictures.
Thumbnails of all the pictures.
That's true.
Now, once you collected all these items, and you do, I think I asked this before, but you followed the same process that you described with the sticky pad and the envelope and the sealing tape?
Correct, for each item, yes.
Once you were done collecting it, what did you do with it?
We write what's called, it's an evidence receipt, so it's just a list of all the items we collected, the marker number, and then what it is. And then we will turn it over to an officer at the scene, whoever is investigating the incident.
And in this case, does your receipt of physical evidence indicate who you turned the items over to?
Yes, it does.
Who was that?
It was Captain John Zimmerman.
And did you sign this receipt?
Yes, I did.
Did you prepare a report, a narrative report about the processing of the scene as well?
Yes, I did. Scene being the vehicle.
Now, after,
I love that accent.
excuse me. What's the number of the two?
70.
70? Your Honor, I would move for receipt of Exhibit 70.
No objection for the purposes of the receipt.
Now, later were you requested to perform any analysis of items that you recovered from the underside of the truck?
Yes, I was.
And can you describe what type of analysis that you had performed?
I attempted DNA analysis on the apparent hairs.
And in the course of that process, do you prepare a report?
Yes.
Okay, get to the report. Am I the only one that's like really impatient with this?
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 71 for identification. Can you tell me what it is?
This would be my confidential report of laboratory findings dated June 19th, 2019.
Now, you described this briefly earlier. What does it take to perform DNA analysis on items? Let me ask this way. What was submitted to you for DNA analysis?
Item I, an apparent hair near the front passenger tire. Item L1, an apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar. Item L2, which was another of the same, apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar. O1 was an apparent hair from the driver's step. O2 was the other hair from the driver's step. And item Q was a dried blood standard reportedly collected from Mark Phillips at autopsy.
Now, you described the process of performing DNA analysis earlier. Is that the process that you performed in this particular case?
Yes, it is.
And what was the result of your DNA analysis of these items?
Here we
During
go.
the second step, the quant step, no human DNA was detected from any of the hairs, so it stopped at that step. There was no amplification or typing.
No human, all of that to
Is
get
it,
to no human DNA.
Was it surprising to you to not find DNA in the apparent hairs?
Action beyond the scope of the expert notice. Overruled if it's part of his analysis.
Hairs are notoriously hard to get DNA out of. Any DNA from hairs typically comes from the root, so if there's not a root there, then there's a very slim likelihood that you're actually going to get a DNA profile.
The root. The root.
And were your...
You know what? I think you're right. Because we have the ability to skip. We're all just being extra impatient than normal. It's kind of like when you're on the interstate and you're riding in like the fast lane and you're like hightailing it. And then somebody gets over in front of you and they're slow. And you feel like that extra road rage because you were trucking right along at a fast speed and now you have to slow down. That's how this guy and this prosecutor feel right now.
Test results peer reviewed?
Yes.
And is your report, which I believe is 71, is that an accurate report of your findings?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 71.
Objection. You received?
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you. Could I get exhibits 508 and then 70 and 71, please?
The root of all evil. Root? How do you say it? Root? Root.
I think they're up here.
The root.
Yeah, I disagree.
Don't mind me, I'm eating my salad.
All right. Good morning, sir. So I want to start kind of with how you handle scenes like this. You handle sensitive forensic evidence for a living. Is that fair to say? Yes. And sensitive forensic evidence can be something like hair or fiber evidence, right? Correct. It can be DNA evidence. Correct. It can be evidence of body fluids or other applications of body fluids. Yes. It can be any number of minute bits of evidence, correct?
Yes, we know
And
it
in your
can
field of practice, it's important to be very cognizant of cross-contamination of that evidence. Is that correct? Yes. Because it doesn't take much to contaminate a piece of evidence. Is that accurate? Yes. And contamination can take many forms, correct? Yes. It can take the form of losing some evidence in the process of inadvertently not preserving it or handling it in a way that causes evidence loss, right? Yes, correct. It can take the form of adding evidence that wasn't present before the evidence was collected. Correct. Or it can take the form of altering the evidence in terms of how it was positioned or in what manner it was presented at the time of collection. Yeah. And as a rule, as an analyst in the lab, for instance, you have very strict protocols to prevent cross-contamination. Is that correct? Yes. So, for instance, when you're doing DNA analysis, you're going to wipe down and sterilize your workstation between every single sample that you analyze, right? Correct. Because something as simple as a colleague sneezing across the room could contaminate whatever sample you happen to be testing, right? That's correct. And it's sometimes more difficult to prevent cross-contamination in the field. Would you agree? Yes, for sure. However, every reasonable effort should be taken to prevent cross-contamination of evidence while it's handled in the field. Do you agree with that? Yes. And
He's just
I assume
testifying.
I know for a fact that this is not your first vehicle case, right? Correct. In the course of examining vehicles, it's fairly common to preserve that vehicle on the back of a flatbed and take it to an evidence lockout or garage or someplace for an examination, correct? Correct, yes. You do it that way because when the vehicle's on a flatbed, it's not coming into contact with whatever else might be in the road. Is that correct? Yes. And Wisconsin roads, particularly in La Crosse, are not particularly well known for being smooth, easy to drive on roads, right? That's correct. And if you're driving a vehicle, even over something as simple as a pothole, you can have cross-contamination with water, with substances on the road, with gravel, anything else that could come into contact with that vehicle. Is that correct? That's correct. And when you arrived at the Sheriff's Department on March 19th of 2019, your initial photographs were of this vehicle inside of the Sheriff's Department evidence garage, right? That's correct. And you wanted to get a look underneath the vehicle on the left, right? Yes. And the decision was made to take that truck to Dee's Auto Body. Is that correct? Yes. And at that point, was there any discussion of having Dee's bring their flatbed over to the Sheriff's Department, bringing the vehicle across the street so that you could avoid any cross-contamination in the process of driving that vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence.
No, there was testimony that was driven over. Go ahead.
Well,
It was, I've assumed facts it was driven over. Go
except
ahead.
that
he
there was a flatbed available.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Was there any discussion about getting a flatbed to transport the truck over?
I do not recall
Just
that.
trying to argue with him.
My understanding of your testimony on direct was that this was just a matter of convenience, that it would be quicker to drive the vehicle rather than place it on a flatbed.
I don't know that that was the determining factor, but yes, it would have been easier to just drive it across the street.
And ultimately, the decision was made to just drive it across the street, knowing that there's a risk of contaminating or deteriorating the evidence on the other side of that truck. Correct. Now, I want to talk to you about the fibers themselves that you collected from the underside of the vehicle here. And I'm going to publish Exhibit 70, which has already been received. All right, Mr. Nollet, is this a zoomed-in version of your handwritten notes of the evidence that you collected in the course of this examination? Yes, it is. And I'm going to start with item number 1, the apparent hair near the front passenger tire brown in color. You used the term apparent hair, Mr. Nollet, is that correct? Correct. Can we take that to mean that you're not making a scientific conclusion that what you collected is even a hair? Exactly, yes. And items tend to collect under side of vehicles on a regular basis just by nature of driving. Is that fair? Yes, that's possible. We saw a whole bunch of, I guess, grunge and grit and dirt on the underside of this vehicle, right? Yes. And it's not uncommon for a vehicle, particularly in Wisconsin, to look like that on the underside. Is that fair? Correct, yes. It's also not uncommon for apparent hairs or fibers to collect on the underside of the vehicle, right? I guess that's fair, yeah. And when you collect a fiber or an apparent hair like this, you agree that you have no idea when it was deposited underneath the vehicle. Is that correct? That's correct. You have no idea in what manner it was deposited. Correct. You have no manner in whether, or you have no idea in whether it was the process of transferring from another source or from an original collection by the vehicle driving on the driveway or driving on the roadway. That's correct. You have no idea whether or not the source comes from a mechanic or a technician working underneath the underside of an auto body. Correct. And just because you find an apparent hair or an apparent fiber in a location like item number 1 doesn't mean that that's where it was originally affixed to the vehicle. Is that correct? Correct, yes. Now, when you're dealing with apparent hairs, you agree that we're unable to distinguish in this case whether we're talking about human hairs or animal hairs? That's correct. We're unable to distinguish whether or not we're talking about a biological hair from a human or an animal or a synthetic fiber. Is that correct? Correct. And we also have plant fibers to deal with as well. Is that correct? Correct. So your job here is just to collect these, say kind of what it looks like, and then forward that on for analysis. Is that correct? That's correct, yes. So the black electrical tape, item number 2, you testified that it just looked a little bit out of place to you. Is that correct? Correct. You have no indication that this tape was collected or deposited in the course of any collision on February 22nd of 2019. Is that correct? Correct. Could just be a mechanic working on part of the electrical system or whatever that is. Yes. Same thing with the number 3. Now, you noted that they were suspected fibers. Is that correct? Yes. And item number 3.
Not automotive.
I can rephrase. Go ahead. You noted fibers near the top of the drive shaft. Is that correct? That's correct. You did not note what type of suspected fibers these were. Is that correct? That's correct. So unsure of whether or not this is human, animal, synthetic, or plant-based fibers. Correct? Correct. You just collected them because you were tasked with collecting any possible evidence underneath the vehicle. Correct. Item number 4 we covered during your direct. Item number 5, an apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar. Again, Mr. Nowlett, you agree that you wrote the term apparent hair because you're not scientifically certain whether it's a hair or not. Correct? Correct. Same thing with item number 6. Well, let me back up. Item number 6 says apparent fiber on weight of rear end of drive shaft. Is that correct? Correct. And this was were you involved in the transmission of evidence at all from your analysis to Ruth Hank at your laboratory?
I packaged things up and then handed them over. That's the extent of me touching any fibers related to this.
But you personally saw the placement of this fiber when it was photographed and collected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to have a couple exhibits marked. This doesn't state department.
Can you believe this sounds normal? They're at 1.75 speed right now.
You've already been admitted in full, Your Honor, or in this case, the question exhibits that were offered by both.
I love speed.
Do you have image numbers on them? Is there a way you can tell us what each one is? For 511 is image number ending with _0042. 512 ends with _0042. Thank you. And Mr. Nowlett, move to publish 511, Your Honor. Any objection? No objection. Go ahead. So, the photo where we have kind of the Batman style lighting on exhibit number 6 there, right? Yes. And is exhibit number 6, you can see the photograph, or you can see the exhibit sticker in this photograph?
Slightly, yes, right. No.
And is that the location on the drive shaft that exhibit number 6 was collected from? Right on the weight where the exhibit sticker is?
Yes.
And would you agree that this is towards the rear end of the drive shaft of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 512 now. It's a little bit closer view. Can I assume from the location of the exhibit sticker approximately in the middle of that weight that the fiber was approximately in the middle of that weight?
I don't know off the top of my head where exactly on the weight the actual fiber was.
And you're aware that this apparent fiber was transmitted to Ms. Hank at the crime lab for further analysis?
Yes.
I say buckle squab.
Going back to exhibit 70. We have an apparent fiber at number 7 on the top of the rear skid plate. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, you say apparent fiber because you're not certain exactly what it is, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And not certain exactly when or in what manner it was deposited.
Correct.
Same thing for the 2 apparent hairs depicted in exhibit number 8.
Correct.
As well as the apparent fiber from the front skid plate on exhibit number 9.
Correct.
All right. So, Mr. Nowlett, I want to talk to you about your DNA analysis in this matter. So, you testified, and I take no issue with your testimony, that it's difficult sometimes to get DNA from the shaft of the hair, correct?
Correct.
However, sometimes you're able to extract human DNA from the root of the hair. Is that correct? Correct. And in this case, you took a cutting of a sample, item I or I1. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to publish it. All right. Is that correct that you took a cutting of an apparent root in item I?
That's correct. Anytime we take cuttings or swappings from a parent item, we have to what we call sub-designate it. So the main item would be the apparent hair, and then the cutting we took from that would be I1.
Okay. And after analyzing that apparent hair root designated as item I1, is it correct that you did not detect the presence of human hair or human DNA?
Correct.
And we can't even conclude from these results that the hairs were human. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
And we certainly can't conclude that they belong to Mark Phillips, correct?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Nowlett, I want to talk to you about the exterior condition of the truck briefly. Would you have noted any apparent damage to the vehicle from in any respect?
Yes.
And you're taking a very fine-tuned approach to examining this vehicle, right?
Correct.
I mean, you're looking at this with magnifying devices, right?
On occasion. I don't know that we did in this case.
You're looking at it with alternate light sources?
Correct.
And I should ask you, an alternate light source, is that what's commonly referred to in layman's terms as a black light?
Yes.
And you're using that because a black light can help you detect trace amounts of evidence, right?
That's correct.
One trace, or one type of trace evidence that a black light can help you detect is possible blood, right?
Correct.
And you examined this vehicle with an alternate light source for the presence of possible blood, is that correct?
I don't believe we looked for blood with the ALS.
Well, did you use the ALS in the course of examining the underside of the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And had you noticed the presence of possible blood, that's certainly something you would have noted, correct?
Yes.
You would have collected that?
Yes.
And can we assume that you did not detect in the course of your examination any possible blood?
That's correct.
Now, you described the truck as somewhat dirty, is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, it didn't look like it had recently been through a car wash, right?
Correct.
And your understanding was that this truck had been stored inside of the sheriff's department garage since it was seized on February 22nd to the point of your examination on March 19th?
Correct.
So I'm going to get a couple of exhibits marked here.
Pecan.
Knowledge you've been with the crime lab since 2015?
2011.
2011.
Crime scene response since 2015.
All right. And I assume that you've lived in Wisconsin at least that long?
Yeah, my whole life.
So you're familiar with the type of salt film or just scum that builds up on the sides of our cars during the wintertime. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits here. 514. Show you exhibit 514. Is that photograph of the
Yes, it does.
Is that depict the addition of the Dodge Ram on the date that you examined it?
Yes, it does.
Was that a photograph that taken by the technician assisting you?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibit 514. Does that similarly appear to be from the date of your examination of the truck?
Yes, it does.
This was taken at the Sheriff's Department locker. Is that correct?
Correct.
Both of these, right?
Yes.
Offer 513, 514.
Can we give an image number 2?
Yes, Your Honor, 513 is _0004. 514 is _0005.
Any objection being published? I think they were done. Go ahead.
No objection.
Publishing 513. All right. Mr. Knowledge, I'm going to direct your attention to the area behind the driver's side passenger cab. Do you see, well, let me ask you first, do you see the presence of kind of that salt film that tends to accumulate on vehicles?
Yes, I do.
And do you see an area behind the driver's side rear door where that film appeared to have been wiped or marked in some respect?
It appears that in this picture, yes.
All right. And is that something that typically you're going to document on a scene like this?
Typically, yes.
Were you given any information about the nature or the mechanics of the alleged altercation that had occurred on February 22nd of 2019 before your examination?
No.
All right. I am going to publish it for 514 now. And I'm going to zoom in the best I can here without causing glare. Why would we do it this way? I'm going to go to 514. Showing you this, I direct your attention to that same area around the gas cap.
Yes.
You see the same area that could be smeared in that salt film in that photograph as well?
Yes.
And it appears that we have some thinner lines running downwards from the smear near the item of the gas cap. Is that correct?
Correct.
So those appear to be consistent with the image here.
Objection, Your Honor. And it's not his expertise.
He's a crime scene expert. He looks at impressions. Overruled. Go ahead.
I don't have a scaled photo, but just based off the size of typical vehicles, that looks to be pretty close to about the width of a finger.
I'm sorry.
It appears to be the similar width to a finger. 2 fingers, actually.
Generally speaking, when a vehicle like this is stored for your review, is it your expectation that law enforcement and others will not be touching or handling or trying to contaminate or touching or handling the exterior of the vehicle before you review it?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that this policy and this process was followed in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, just given the glare issues with the Elmo, I would move to publish this individually to the jury.
Any objection? Publish it individually to the jury.
I don't call it pop or soda. I just call everything's Coke. It freaked me out when they called it pop when I moved to Ohio.
Thank you. It appears that the rest of you, the exhibit.
One more jury wants to take a look at it. Oh. You can just bring it over to him if you can, please. And just side, please don't show it to each other. Just look at it yourself individually.
All right. And it appears that the jury has had a chance to review 514. Okay. All right. Mr. Nallard, were you shown any scene photographs taken of the vehicle before it was seized at any point?
I don't believe so.
All right. I'm going to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 508.
Cheese curds are good. I'd never had them until I moved to Ohio either.
See the smearing area in kind of the same area as Exhibit 514?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, you're like, you want a Coke? Yeah, sure. What kind? Sprite. That's how it goes.
Yes.
Mr. Nallard, Mr. Zachary asked you on 508 if you see the same area of smearing. Can you take a look at this photo and tell me if you see that?
It's kind of hard to see with the reflection of the side of the vehicle. There's snow on the vehicle, which was not there when I looked at it. There's kind of a sheen to this page, so it's probably not an exact perfect rendition of what the actual picture looks like. I don't actually see the exact 2 fingers that I saw in that other picture.
Okay. Any objection? No. Go ahead. And personally publish that. It's not. Go ahead. Look at it yourself, each individually, please. Go ahead.
I've been practicing my Boston accent. Oh my gosh, what is taking them so long?
Mr. Nollet, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the PowerPoint exhibit and photograph number 4, 0004. Mr. Zager asked you about the area to the rear of the vehicle. Instead, it looks like some area's been wiped off. Can you tell for certain if it's that we're seeing any reflections or that there is some sort of disturbance on the side of the vehicle there?
I can't really make that determination based on this photo. There is some shininess to it that could be a reflection from the light in there. It also could have been wiped off. I can't really tell.
And that area where the gas cover is to the rear, is that a frequently touched area of the exterior of a vehicle?
Yes.
She's wicked smart. See? Nailed it. Nailed it. I've been practicing. That's what I do in my time off. Oh my gosh. These long breaks.
Where you had located the fiber or apparent fiber on this particular location. Can I ask you why you would look in a location like this for a fiber based on your training and evidence collection?
We looked at the entire underside of the vehicle. It just so happened that that's where we located a fiber, an apparent fiber.
Anything special about this particular area that would tend to collect fibers?
There's sharp corners on it, which collect things like that.
Go down to the Walmart.
Items that were collected. Were there items that you did not collect?
Yes.
And why was that?
We photo documented and scaled item number 4. Taking a gas tank off to collect it would have been a lot of work. There's not a whole lot we could do with the actual item. Anybody that would look at it later on can do the same analysis that they'd be able to do with just a scaled photograph.
Also hazardous, probably, to transport a gas tank?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Recross.
Just one. Mr. Nollet, is it correct that, to your knowledge, no analyst actually examined your photographs of item number 4?
I don't believe anybody did. Thank you.
We redirect from there. All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank goodness. Thought we were never going to get through them.
Ms. Kemp should be right up in a second. So have a seat.
Wicked smart. This salad's really good. Go down to the Walmart. What was Mark's last name? Michael Olasak.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of them up there. Okay.
Michael Olasak.
Thank you.
Yes, she has been sworn.
Thank you. Could you state your full name, please?
My name is Ruth Hank.
And how are you employed?
I am employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I am currently the Chemistry Section Supervisor and Trace Evidence Technical Leader.
How long have you been employed at the State Crime Laboratory?
Approximately 32 years.
And can you describe the work that you do in the areas that you're assigned?
As Chemistry Supervisor, I oversee the Trace Evidence Unit as well as the Toxicology and Controlled Substances Unit. As the Trace Evidence Technical Leader, I am involved in some casework. I train employees. I oversee the quality system for the trace unit.
And is that generally what you were doing in 2018?
Yes.
You Exhibit 72, or States Exhibit 72. Can you describe what that item is?
States Exhibit number 72 is a statement of my qualifications that lists my employment history as well as training as well as other experience.
Okay, and she's qualified. I'm sure she's wonderful, lovely.
Involving the decedent Mark Phillips.
I usually try to open the question items prior to the known, so there's no possibility of contamination. And then I would eventually mount those fibers and look at them microscopically.
Happy anniversary!
I this, but is that Exhibit 72 your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 72.
No objection.
Received.
Happy anniversary!
Were you asked to perform any comparisons in a case involving the decedent Mark Phillips?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report of the work that you did?
Yes, I did. States Exhibit number 73 is a copy of my laboratory report of confidential findings, and it bears the laboratory case number of N as in Mary 19-881.
Why do you assign a case number?
As chain of custody.
Transmitted to the laboratory by the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
I would need to refer to the receipt for that.
Okay.
See, like, why do you assign a case number? Do we really need to sit here through
refresh your
that?
recollection on that?
No.
Yes, it would.
Speed trial. Speed trial.
Force to be a receipt of physical evidence. Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And does it refresh your recollection as to where you received the items in this particular case from?
Well, I personally received them from an evidence storage area, but as far as how they came into the laboratory, they were submitted by La Crosse County Sheriff's Office via UPS.
Now, when you, what items you did compare in this case and how you did that?
I received several items in this case. The ones that were actually compared where I looked at the known fibers would have been a pair of blue jeans and a black sweatshirt. I also received other items that did not involve fiber comparison or analysis. I also received several items where fibers were collected on sticky notes, and those
The fibers collected on sticky notes is my favorite thing ever.
correspond to items K, L, M, N, and P.
Stick it to a Post-it.
And what were your, is there any concern about the use of the sticky notes for preservation of small items like fibers or hairs?
Sticky notes are one of the ways we instruct law enforcement to collect fibers, and the reason for that is because the adhesive on there is thin enough where it will retain them so they are not lost, but it is not so sticky that it embeds them. Say, for instance, in a fingerprint lift card is very sticky, and at that point it coats the fiber. The sticky notes are actually quite useful for collecting them.
And do you recall the condition that these items, when you retrieved them, how were they packaged?
Well, they were all packaged in various forms of packaging in a sealed condition with these sticky notes present.
I think you answered this before, but did you pull all of these items out at one time to perform your analysis, or did you do them individually?
No, initially when items are brought into the lab and I'm starting my analysis, I will open items one at a time on separate pieces of clean paper. I clean my work area. Like I said, I inspect all of my tools. They're opened one at a time. Then I place it back in the original container, and then perhaps I'm mounting a fiber or just doing a general description, and then I open the next item. So they are done sequentially, not concurrently.
So in this particular case, what items did you compare and what findings did you make?
I looked at several fibers. Item K consisted of 2 sticky notes denoted as K1 and K2. I found 3 white polyester fibers on item K1, which are denoted K1A through K1C. I also looked at a blue fiber, which referred to as, item M1, and I compared that to the blue jeans, which was item H.
And the blue jeans were listed as the jeans collected from the decedent Mark Phillips.
Yes, and in addition, I also compared those white polyester fibers that I just referred to the stitching on the blue jeans, which was also white.
Now, can you tell us, when you're making these comparisons, what are you looking for?
Basically, when I do a fiber comparison, the first part I do is I actually determine what type of fiber I'm looking at. So, for instance, whether it's cotton or polyester or other types. And when I do an actual comparison, I use what's called a comparison polarized light microscope, or comparison PLM. And that allows me to observe both fibers under the microscope, both question and known, in real time. And I'm able to look at both the color as well as other morphological properties and optical properties.
And did you say morphology? What is that?
Morphology is some of the more general characteristics of how I would describe a fiber, for instance, whether it is like the fiber diameter, fiber cross-sectional shape, color. I would consider that morphology.
Now, the white polyester, the unknown white polyester fibers that you compared to stitching from the jeans, did you make any determinations?
Yes, they were inconsistent with the stitching on the jeans fibers.
The fiber that was item M, or M1, excuse me, in comparing that to fibers taken from the jeans from Mr. Phillips' jeans, what findings did you make?
The blue cotton fiber that I examined, the question fiber, was consistent with the blue jean fiber, item H.
And what does that mean
So the blue
that they were
fiber-
consistent?
That means when I examined them under the comparison PLM microscope, I did not see any differences.
Now, is there a reason why you said it did not, that the question fiber did not come from that item, those jeans?
I cannot say with fiber evidence that a question fiber conclusively comes from a source garment, and that is because of mass manufacture of garments. Manufacturers produce many pairs of jeans, so in theory, anything that's produced in a batch or with a particular dye lot or whatever could have those same characteristics.
So it's consistent with the jeans, but they can't say it's definitely from the jeans. Right?
Denim or jeans can come, there are darker shades of denim jeans and lighter shades of denim jeans. So if the color would have differed in any way from the known sample, what would your finding have been?
If the color was different between the question and the known, I would have determined that it was inconsistent.
That's a stupid question.
Results.
After I'm done with my examinations, I write a report.
And once you write your report, are there any other steps to make sure that it is accurate?
Yes, as part of our requirements, we have technical review of all of our work. So in other words, what I've done, I write my report. It is peer reviewed by another qualified analyst, so they look over our notes, our data, and our report to make sure that they're technically accurate and then that they agree with the findings.
And was that, your report in this case was peer reviewed?
Yes, it was.
And they did also agree with your findings?
Yes, based on my notes, my data, and my report, yes.
Now, there is a, when your agency is done with the evidence, what do you do with it?
The evidence that we examined is then returned to the submitter.
And is it described in a way that you can tell what the items are?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Have you seen an
yes.
And
Oops. Sorry.
that would,
I'm getting a little trigger happy with the 5-second
it
thing.
describes what the evidence is that's being returned to the agency. Is that accurate?
Sorry.
Yes, the evidence release form is basically a return receipt, and it describes what we are returning to the submitter or the submitting agency.
And does that, I think it'll just be easier if I show you this. Tell me what that item is, please.
Exhibit number 75 is an evidence release return form for laboratory case M19-881.
Now, you indicated that the fiber that you had indicated was consistent with Mr. Phillips' genes came from item M1, which was derived from item M. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does this, are you able to tell from this document or other agency records where that fiber came from?
According to our receipt, which is prepared when the evidence is submitted, it was apparently recovered from a weight on rear end of drive shaft.
I know I keep hitting the button, but she's just so slow. I just want to get to like the meat and potatoes so that we can keep on going. I want to get to the defendant testifying. I won't hit the button. Okay, after this.
Consistency versus match. So when you say that something is consistent, it means that the two question items could be from the same source of fabric or material. Is that correct?
That the question unknown could have be a common source, yes.
What you're not doing is saying that they're coming from an identical source, a common fiber.
We already went over that.
That is correct.
And in this case, can I correctly
Objection,
summarize the
asked and
testimony as
answered.
that item M is consistent with item H? Is that correct?
M1, the question fiber, was consistent with the known fibers from item H, yes.
And you didn't make any other findings that any other items were consistent with one another, is that correct?
That's correct.
You had other items of Mr. Phillips' clothing provided to you as well?
Yes, I did.
You had a sweatshirt?
I did.
A pair of jeans that was designated as item H?
Correct.
A pair of shoes?
Yes.
A belt?
Yes.
Socks?
Correct.
Oh my God!
Characteristics of item M1.
It could have originated from another source with blue cotton fibers that were similar to it.
And Ms. Hank, you're not making any conclusions on how item M1 got onto the drive shaft of the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. I can only examine what is submitted to me at the laboratory.
You're not making any conclusions as to how that was attached to the drive shaft of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One was
Oh my God, we've been over this. Sorry. Okay, so see what I mean? Like all of that just to say, out of everything we tested, one of the fibers could have come from his jeans. Bam, done. Next. Speed trialing. We got to make it through this before my ADD medication wears off.
For the record? I am not. Fritz Leinfelder.
What is your occupation?
I am an investigator for the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been doing that for?
I just celebrated my 31st year in law enforcement, and I've been an investigator for over 22 years.
So did you start off as an investigator, or did I?
I didn't start off as an investigator. I started off working in the jail, got promoted out as a patrol officer, then from patrol officer into investigations.
Again.
In 2000. I was kind of off to facets of
He's done well. He was top of
the middle of the
class.
So going back to the call that you had mentioned, did you respond to that call or go to a scene of some kind?
Yes, I drove to the scene.
Obviously he went. That's
Or
why
on
he's
scene?
here.
Who was all on scene when you arrived?
I believe Sergeant Valencia was there. Deputy Stoninger was already on scene. There was other first responders. I believe Tri-State may have been on the scene also at the time I arrived.
You talked about your purpose. What were your duties at that location at that time?
My initial is basically assignment or duty.
We know what duties are. Let's get to it.
So does I guess this a lead investigator, does that have any special meaning for this particular situation?
Not particularly.
You had mentioned the command structure. Is there some, I guess in your office, the La Crosse County?
Oh my gosh, command structure. Yes, everybody has a boss. We broke it. I fast forwarded faster than the speed of sound.
Actual traffic, that intersection there is there are some hidden areas of that intersection that could be dangerous for going out in there, especially when you have numerous vehicles that are parked there. So the M&W intersection can be tough to see coming from the east on WM going westbound, kind of a dip. So basically, the safety of all the individuals coming going from their vehicles or things like that that may have been out on the roadway or anything like that.
Okay. During the time you were at the residence, I'm going to call this and correct me or clarify, but I guess were there non-professional people there? And by that, I'm referring to not first responders or EMT or anyone we've heard about or anyone with your office.
Yes, I believe there was initially, I don't know if it was initially, but eventually one of Lori's friends arrived that she had called to kind of help her through the process of what was going on, a little bit, some added support. I then made aware, and I asked Ms. Phillips if she needed any assistance in contacting other family members, that she needed clergy, anything along those lines. I was made aware that some of her children were going to be arriving on the scene in a relatively short period of time.
Do you know, I guess, what the other people you're talking about, I mean, did they arrive while you were still there?
Her sons arrived when we were still there, when I was still there with Ms. Phillips. Her friend was there also.
Okay. So after you were there?
Yes.
Or got there?
Yes.
Do you have I guess, are you able to say about what time that is, or?
I could not estimate the time on that I spent at the scene before I left with Ms. Phillips.
In your years of service, I mean, have you ever responded to situations involving a deceased person?
Yes, I have.
Gosh, of course.
Are there steps or policies or procedures in place to preserve a scene?
Yes, there are. We all know
Right on
this.
scene. In this instance, when Ms. Phillips' sons arrived, they were directed to go towards the M driveway and not go onto the W driveway where Mark Phillips was located.
So after you got to the scene, I guess,
So they
what's the
came in
first
the
thing you
back
do?
one.
First thing I did, I met with Sergeant Valencia and got some more information about what he had been able to collect from Ms. Phillips or anything else about the scene. I did observe Mr. Phillips in the driveway at the time, got, I could say, relatively close. And then I went on to meet with Ms. Phillips up in the main house.
when you observed Mr. Phillips, is that before, after, or during, I guess, tri-state ambulance or anybody else was moving or interacting with the location of the body?
Before, during, and after. So I observed him before he was moved at all. I observed a bit of the process in which he was being moved, and after he was moved.
When you say close to Mr. Phillips, I mean, I guess close enough to, I'm going to refer to this as get a good look.
Yes.
But other than that, did you do anything with him, or I guess did you do anything with him? I mean, you didn't personally have to interact with his body or anything.
No, I did not.
What information did you have, or is there any additional information other than what you talked about available at this point from the situation you were in that you described?
Available information regarding the occurrences the night before I was given, or the state of Mr. Phillips.
Did you attempt to interview Ms. Phillips at the location meaning the residence?
Yes, I did. In the main house, I was attempting to talk to her.
Okay, you said attempt. Were you able to do so?
I was able to talk to her. There was numerous interruptions. There was, there were still first responder personnel there. The other officers were there, and I knew it was. I believe she was on her phone getting text messages and making phone calls, trying to contact other people at the time. So it was a difficult time to try to just sit down with Ms. Phillips to figure out the events of the night before.
So were there, I guess, distractions preventing you from talking to her in more detail?
Preventing him, I wouldn't say preventing him, but making it difficult to gather information from Ms. Phillips was more along those lines.
I guess, what did you do next?
In talking with Ms. Phillips, I asked her if it would be possible for her to come to a location away from the residence where we could sit down and have an uninterrupted conversation, so we wouldn't have the distractions, so I could get a better picture from her of what occurred the previous night. Because as it was happening at the house, it was kind of ask a question and get a little answer, but it was kind of bits and pieces because of the interruption. So I asked her if it was possible, which she said yes. And her friend Kimmy, I can't remember Kimmy's last name off the top of my head right now, drove her to the Holman Police Department, which was basically the closest police department or place where we could sit down and conduct an interview in an uninterrupted manner. So I drove my vehicle, Lori drove with her friend to the Holman Police Department.
So you would offer to go to the police department. I mean, did you tell her it was the Holman Police Department, or did you say somewhere different?
I told her it was the Holman Police Department, so they knew where we were going to be going.
Did you say that she drove with a friend?
Yes.
And that was separate from yourself, how you got there, or no?
Correct, yeah. Like I said, I drove my vehicle. Ms. Phillips drove in another vehicle.
Oh, so somebody, I mean, you either let Ms. Phillips or the friend know where you were going?
Correct.
Is there any special reason why you suggested the Holman PD?
I believe I stayed there because it was the closest area that we could get privacy to sit down and be able to talk.
Did you know this Kimmy? Did you know this person?
No, I did not.
And did you talk to or really interview that person?
At the time, that morning, she was in some of the conversations that we had at the residence, and then when she drove Ms. Phillips to the Holman Police Department, she stayed out in a waiting room lobby area of the Holman Police Department.
So this, I guess, Kimmy, she's not involved with your office for the investigation. That's what I'm asking.
Correct.
Do you recall what time you got to the Holman Police Department?
Approximately 9:30.
A.M. or P.M.?
A.M.
So was this the same day or a different day?
The same day, that morning.
So you went pretty much right there?
Yes.
And that's about 2.5 hours after you got the initial call? Or?
Yes.
Where did you go, I guess, once you got into the Holman Police Department?
We went into one of their interview rooms, one of the large interview rooms that they have at the police department there. There's a large table in the middle of the interview room. I escorted Ms. Phillips there, asked her if she needed anything, she needed to go to the bathroom, wanted any water or coffee, anything like that, to where we went. Again, her friend Kimmy was out in the lobby area of the police department.
The room you went to, I guess, did you say was an interview room?
Yes.
I guess, without belaboring the point, where is that room generally located in the Holman PD?
On the southern side of the southwestern corner of the police department.
And you indicated that Kimmy had stayed in the lobby?
Yes.
Are there other people at the police station at this time?
I believe there's other officers that were, Holman police officers that were at the police department at that point.
These poor
Because
jerks.
when we got into the interview room, I sat down with Ms. Phillips. Typically what I like to do is have individuals that I'm talking to in this type of a situation is write out a written statement of, telling me the events leading to whatever the end of the incident might be. I typically tell them to tell me what they believe, write down what they believe is important or relevant, is how I start out my interviews.
So I guess is that a tool that you often use?
Yes, it's one of the tools, and not all officers or all investigators use that. It's one that I found that's very useful.
And I guess was Ms. Phillips, I mean, was she permitted to amend or supplement that written statement?
Yes, she was, and typically that, I shouldn't say typically, at times that can happen, but she was allowed to kind of put an asterisk in the written report.
So,
We're getting to the
did she make a written statement?
Yes, she did.
Or questioning.
Did you eventually get an opportunity to interview Ms. Phillips?
Yes, I did.
And I guess that since I had asked about she made a written statement, did she supplement the written statement?
She also supplemented the written statement, yes.
Did you describe and discuss those topics in your eventual interview with Ms. Phillips?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
I guess by video or just audio or?
Video audio representation from the interview room at the police department.
If you saw part of the footage from that interview, would you be able to recognize it?
Absolutely, yes.
Is now Exhibit 76 on screen without playing it for the purpose of Investigator Leinfelder, now that this is on screen, are you able to recognize this photo?
You have Ms. Phillips, and at that point she is seated and writing out our written statement.
And in the, I guess, is this the interview? Or is this a recording of the interview I was previously describing?
This is a photo of the interview, yes.
And how can you tell?
So the day before we started working on her written statement, so yes, that's an accurate time. It would fit the time.
So I'm now messing, I guess, for lack of a better term, with the scroll bar. Can you just identify about how long this video is?
I'm
looking at the bottom.
The bottom here, on 154 and 42.
And this is beginning at, it looked like...
That's about the 21-minute mark.
Okay.
21 minute of 02.
You had indicated you had watched this interview before. That timing that I'm talking about, that time frame, does that sound accurate to you as far as how long it was?
Yes.
Playing it, but right now... 0.
The recorder was starting and then we entered the room.
I love the fast forward button.
Thanks, Dick. Yeah, you bet. Sprint. Sometimes it's easier. Put your thoughts down. In a written form. Obviously, they'll get you going on this.
Oops.
Which cheaters do you use? The 125s or
no idea.
I just
The 1.0.
The camera system. Is your email that goes by email system?
Oh, the Mark's email.
And as a pass, do you know what his email address is that it goes to?
Yep, I have all those passwords.
Okay.
So, well, let me look, but I'm assuming it is his, so I'm Phillips at YHIC.com.
So,
I have my notes, I have everything.
MTHILITS.
Oh my God,
Oh my God. Okay. And what?
YHIC, your home improvement company.com, so YHIC.com. And I can almost guarantee.
Why?
Slow it down.
Capital P HILO 7024.
DHILO 7024.
Capital P. Actually did have that one written down, but I'm fairly positive that's going to be it. I don't even know what the date is. The 23rd. Can I start this?
Yeah, just basically starting from when you left last night, you went to dinner, everything you told me. I went to Sloopy's, had wings, pizza, blah, blah, went to the dive for the drawing. When things got a little, an argument when we got started, just in that kind of deal. More specific you could be, better. If you can't be specific, completely understand. Yeah, no, not like that, just other things that, whatever you think's important to put it into that, to tell the story what happened last night, the domestic situation. I am going to let you work. I'm going to do a quick check on Kimmy, make sure she's squared away. If you need anything, just open the door. Holler, but I haven't checked the door very long.
I wonder what she's writing. I want to know. I mean, I'm sure we'll hear all about it. And I wonder how close whatever she's writing is to what she says when she gets on the stand. Yeah, they told her to write out what happened, but I'm wondering, like, what her version of this is. Right after it versus when she takes the stand. Sheila says, happy anniversary. It's our anniversary. Holly, you did not miss her testifying. I fast forward through a lot of the technical stuff and all that. Basically, the fibers that they tested underneath, there was one that could have come from his genes. And that was it. And then on the hair that was tested, there was no human DNA found. That was it. Oops. You want me to... Just hit my microphone. What's she doing? I wish I could see her phone. She said, oh, shh. I was trying to see if she did anything else interesting, but she's just writing. She said, oh, shh. Just looking at the phone again. Just looking at texts. Maybe for times? Inquiring mind. Game happens tomorrow. Go dogs. How about them dogs? Happy anniversary. And it's the first evening game we've had in a while. That's what I was thinking too, Crystal Ray. She's looking at, because you could tell she was looking at text on there, and she scrolled up a little bit, so I was thinking she was getting times. You can't block me for being a Georgia fan. It's my channel. You can't block me on my own channel. Go dogs.
So I don't even know what to do because here I forgot all about the physical part that I didn't write in there.
Okay, you can just, you just want to insert it, you can just make a...
Spell checking.
You just continue on, So you can put little asterisks here and then go back on another piece of paper.
And
Put
how
that
soon
there.
are you worrying?
No, it's your mind's racing really fast for hour. It's tough to do these things, but no, I need just more paper. You don't want any soda water?
I'll actually have a line.
I stopped the video at 17, looks like 26, 1726. Investigator Leinfelder, I'll try not to interrupt too many times, but I guess you're talking about what you said about the asterisks. Is that, I guess, what is that? What does that mean? Asterisk here, asterisk there.
I will tell the individual, like, put the asterisk where you think if you left something out and you want to fill it in, mark a spot on the paper to show where you think that should have filled in, where you want to fill it in. Again, I was instructed, do your best to give me what's important about the incident and go from there. So
when I had asked you about supplementing statements, is that how you would notate that asterisk?
Yes.
And does the location of the asterisk correspond to where it was supposed to be in the statement, or no? Or is there any timing weighted at a certain time?
It appeared that it fit, I guess, to answer that question, it appeared that it fit in the timing of the written, where she was writing the statement and events that she was, the important events in her mind of where they were.
But you yourself, you didn't instruct her to do anything special.
No, I basically put the asterisk, I didn't tell her where to put an asterisk in.
Let the record reflect we're starting again at 1726, exactly where we had paused.
Whoa, calm down.
So, Your Honor, I'm just, because we're making a written record, we had a fumble at council table with a water bottle. If I may have permission, I would like to, the video right now is stopped, it looks like 18:05. Would we have permission to go back just a little bit? In case the disturbance cut off the video, or just keep going?
I just keep going.
Can I ask, is the volume all the way up?
The volume's very hard to hear after the stoppage.
It did move the microphone the way it was
The microphone.
system, but somehow.
Playing it.
They don't, hopefully we'll be able to get it. If not, they might try to do it with your phone if that's okay. I'll let you know. Water.
I don't know the two hotels' names.
But
I don't know the two hotels' names.
You told me Comfort Inn.
Comfort Inn, yep.
And then Panama. That's correct. Which one?
Hello.
It's right there. Oh, the.
It's a hat. It's not a bicycle helmet. It's like a knit hat. A beanie, yeah. Bicycle helmet. Sometimes when I get drunk, I put on a bicycle helmet. Don't judge. Hi, Daisy. Bye, Crystal Ray. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. And anybody who's wants to watch the 2020 thing tonight on the Charlie Adelson trial, we're going to watch it together on Discord.
When we were outside of the dive.
Okay. So just start with like an asterisk there. Put on that picture, that asterisk where you want to insert it, then we'll know. Okay, let's do the same. Yeah, right there.
I had a hard time with Discord too. If you get in Discord, we will get you to the event. I think it comes on at
Can I turn my camera off?
9 Eastern.
Yeah. Can you turn your lights off? Cameras on, turn the lights off. I don't think we need to keep the cameras on, but I don't want to shut anything down. Really. Actually, you know what they might do is that guy that's trying to download or look into that might just do it on the phone. So, should I do that? The video numbers there.
Stop the video at 2622. Investigator Leinfelder. What cameras are you talking about?
The blink cameras that are at the residence, when they're on, there's motion detection. So anytime there's a motion detection on the camera, an alert goes to your phone, and I believe similar to a text message. With officers being at the residence, there was lots of motion going on, so there's Ms. Phillips was asking if she could turn the cameras off so she wouldn't be distracted by that.
And that was due to what was still happening at the residence while this interview was happening?
Yes, with the other officers that were still at the scene. The volume was a little bit low when you started that back up after that last bit.
Starting at 26:22 again, where are we at?
I'll see if I can see her. Sorry. No. He needs two on the line. Is there a code or is it shift under?
The code on that line is 081895.
0818.
Brandon. Yeah, man, it was Hunter, so then he switched.
Don't want to feel less than.
Jody, welcome.
I'll see if he's here. You need that buzz driving us stuff, huh? He can look into that. You're okay with that, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the family. You live here now. Welcome. Oh, my hands, I can say forever. Yes, you live here now. Oops, oops. Just been hitting buttons. The camera thing is weird.
I don't know what he did. And like right here hurts. I don't know that I can call it bruise because I haven't even looked. I haven't even changed my clothes.
That's right, Lindsay Hendricks.
I'm pausing at 29:35. Investigator Leinfelder, I guess it looks like you're looking at your phone there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What are you doing? Are you doing anything of note there?
A lot of times during interviews, information gets relayed back and forth through text messages from other officers, other investigators that might be on the scene of an incident, trying to give a heads up. It could be me relaying information back regarding in this instance, maybe the camera system that they have on the home security camera system they have in the house. So I know in sometimes it appears that we're distracted or we're doing other things, but in these instances where we're doing interviews, we're either receiving or delivering information that we're receiving as we receive it. So we have a better understanding on what's going on at the scene, what's going on in the interview room, and basically that's the context of me looking at my phone.
You're actually doing something relating to the investigation.
Yes, that's correct.
Replaying the video at 29:35 where we paused.
What do you call this deck thing that you get into the truck? What do you call it?
Side rail or stuff.
Lucy, what are you doing? Come here.
The last thing I wanted you guys to think he's a bad person though by reading this. Because he certainly wasn't. You just had a jealous reaction.
You said you had possibly bruise here. You
No, I
got
haven't.
Craig right at neck.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything or not. You have me in the middle of the truck. There should be an earring somewhere in the truck too, because every time the earring is missing the film.
Sometimes I read this. So we went to dinner at Sloopy's with Hannah Klinsky and Adam Stevens. We met at 4:15 p.m. We ate approximately. We ate and went to the dive for an 8 p.m. drawing. After the drawing, we were leaving to come back to Holman. We were going to go to Features drawing at 9, and we ran into Scott Cundy. When we were leaving, Scott Cundy asked us to go to a car that had just pulled in to say hi to Terry McClure and his wife. Mark said, going to get to the truck and met back at Terry's truck. They all went to Mark's truck to talk. Got into the truck and we left. Mark accused Terry of coming to the bar to see me. He accused me of sleeping with him. Asked. So we put the asterisk.
Last night. I mean, that's different. He's never brought Terry's name up before in his life.
So that's where we put the asterisk. Mark pulled me into the middle of the truck and was holding me down. He had me in a chokehold. After getting away from Mark, I went inside to be with friends. So as we were still at the dive.
Right.
Yeah.
Only
I was missing my left earring and had
I just said sensitive because I don't know
sensitive
what it
area,
is.
right of your right chest and neck area. I got a bruise on the back of the leg.
Yeah, I can feel that one.
Getting out of the truck and hitting the step rail. It all happened quickly, and I don't know what all happened. We got into a heated argument, and I asked Mark to take me to the dive, back to the dive, so my friends would take me home. I talked to Hannah and Adam. I asked if
Yeah,
they
I've
would
got all
take
of the phone things, so I don't know if you guys do that.
Mark dropped me off and took my phone. He took my phone to call Adam 4 times. Mark ended up coming back. I drove and I messed up there. And he asked me to go outside with him to talk. I started to walk over to go outside, but he made a comment. I turned around and went back.
I can't remember what he said, but I was like, there's no way I'm going outside by myself with him.
We went to the other side of the bar and talked to someone he knew. My friends were going to leave, and I told them I'd be fine, and we were going, and went back by Mark. Everything was okay. He texted me at 8:52 to say, I'm so sorry. I love you. Shortly after that, we left to go home. He brought up Terry again and got really mad. We argued all the way home. When we got home, I told him I was leaving. He said he wanted to get his things out of the truck. He was on the passenger side with the door open, and he got mad and started running over to my door.
Running over to, yeah.
Running over my door. When he got to my door, I took off. His door was still open, meaning the passenger door that he was getting stuff out. I turned right out of the driveway and it closed. I drove.
One thing I forgot about when I was telling you this is I actually pulled into a subdivision to see if Mike was following me.
Okay.
And this car came up and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be a cop, it's going to be a cop, and I'm going to get in trouble here because I've been drinking. So then I just waited for it, and this car just pulled right into their driveway, right into their garage. So some white SUV. And I mean, I'm sure I can go exactly where I was.
I drove to a subdivision down the street, pulled over to see if Mark was chasing me.
There was a car behind me.
A white truck pulled by me and went to their garage. From there, I started looking for hotels. I located a pretty inn. I went there, but they didn't have any rooms. I went online, get a room at Fort Baymont. When I got there, they stated I rented a room for Saturday night. They didn't have any rooms available. I drove to Woodman's, used the bathroom, and then back to a lot to park and sleep across from Baymont.
Right across, there's something. I don't even know what it is. It's like a vacant. Well, I don't think it's vacant. I think it's a business, but
Little dumpster place.
I don't know.
After a couple hours, it was cold. I got in the front seat, drove home. I went inside and went to sleep on the couch. I didn't want to upset Mark by coming home, so I got up and went upstairs to sleep. In the morning, used the bathroom and walked down to our bedroom. Wanted to confront Martin.
I was like, you're going to apologize.
And get an apology.
You want me to do 1, 2, 3 flush, anybody?
Yeah, no. He wasn't in the room. I went outside to see his car was in the garage. I think he went out with friends last night. That's when I saw him laying in the snowbank. I went inside and called the police. They asked me to lay him on his back, but he was too heavy for me. Anything you did going through that and you didn't put in there that?
No, I don't think so. I just forgot that one portion that this is just so crazy. So crazy.
So on your What time was it? I know. I get that. What time, you know what time it was when you, so it was probably before 9 o'clock. You got home right around 9 o'clock? Because did you didn't go to the features for the 9 o'clock?
No clue.
So you missed that, so between 9 and 10 o'clock you get to go.
Yeah, it was well after 9 o'clock because I remember looking, oh, well, we can't go there now. Because we were still at that.
Still at that. And any approximate idea of what time you think that you would have got?
I can check text messages between Hannah and Adam and calls and stuff because they were worried.
And that should probably be on the video. The time, because your alarms, your cameras were on.
Right.
So that'll show, the cameras will show the time you came in.
For sure.
Let's go over and look at the notes of the trip.
Let me tell you, we just got married in December 29th.
Oh, I didn't remember. Let me, I think our timeline might be good if we can, unless you would have the phone, the camera. That makes clocks more times a little bit better. So, or if it has breathing. Good.
She said that he had her in a chokehold in the truck and that he was real jealous and stuff. And scruffle. I don't think that she wasn't detained at this point. They had brought her in to write her statement and, get her version of things, but see, that's the thing, is if she hit him accidentally and then immediately was like, oh my gosh, try to get help, whatever, it would be different than hitting him and leaving and then going back. No, she wasn't under arrest at this point, but she voluntarily gave her phone to do the download of it.
So, Your Honor, we paused the video at 42:49. It looks like it is just about 15, 20 minutes after noon. I guess I just wanted to take a moment to ask for how we should.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Okay. And then I assume that there's, how much more on the video approximately? I don't
An hour and 12 minutes.
Okay, they're going to lunch right now. Trial day 3, part 2. Moving right along. Speed trialing. It's the best way to do it. Uh-oh, tech issues, tech issues.
With the camera system, you earlier said that you had to turn.
Tech issues, tech issues.
With the camera system, you earlier said that you had to turn them off.
I turned them off when I was coming home.
Okay.
So he didn't wake up knowing I was coming home.
Okay. How do you, is that easy to do? Is it just a click button? It just says off on.
Says disable or something.
Yeah, it just says off, then it won't alert his phone, because he gets those alerts you were getting, he was getting the same ones. Every time there's a motion, you both get alerted to it.
Of course, I turn it down and then it gets too low.
And that's just a disable.
One little button.
Okay. All right.
We turn mine off all the time.
Okay. We want to get the text messages and stuff off of your phone. To do that, I just have a sheet, a consent form that allows us to do that. So and you've given us verbal permission, but they always make us do this. So I'm going to get a form for that, and then I'll be right back. But I'm still, they're trying to, I think they were close to being able to use the email and password to get into the camera system. So I'm just waiting on that. But I'm good. You good? Bathroom, anything, water? You're still good. Grab it.
Dang it.
So you put your name there. Now I get my name there.
Yeah, Bug Dugger, the volume went nuts all of a sudden. It's up and down, up.
Complete search is basically, this is the generic boilerplate work. List of devices, you want to read that. List of devices and other related materials stored media for the purpose of examination. And today's date is 23rd, yeah, time is 10:19. No, I guess it's not on there. Just 19, actually. Oh, what is it? Brand name.
Everybody sees the bike helmet now.
Serial number. Put in what's the phone number for the phone? And you already gave me write the passcode. Put passcode on that. Let's see if I can get the model and serial number quick. What kind of case is on that? Life case, or?
I don't even know.
It's an Apple iPhone, right? You don't know what number?
I don't think it's a 10 because I didn't like the 10. I think Mark and I both had 8 pluses. Okay. I think.
All right. And put just above there, just put possibly 8 plus.
Like model?
Model, yeah. Okay.
Hang tight.
Oh, baby.
Bye, Dreama.
So when we were at Sloopy's, everything was fine.
Perfect.
And
Perfect. Mark and I got along so good. Everything was perfect.
have you had disagreements, arguments like this in the past, like a jealousy thing about other guys and stuff like that? Did that happen often? And I don't want, we're not speaking ill of anybody, but we just need,
just when he drinks.
Okay.
And I didn't even think he was drinking that much, so I can't even believe it.
Was he just drinking the ultras?
The big Steve Cundy, we hadn't seen, no, Scott Cundy, Scott Cundy. We hadn't seen Scott Cundy for a long time, so Scott came over and talked to us, and he's like, hey, you remember, whatever the guy's name was, Terry on the floor, and I said, yeah. He goes, of course you do, and I go, what does that mean? You know, because Mark was sitting right there, and I was like, well, what does that mean? I said, I've never been with Mark or Terry before. And he's like, oh, he's coming here, he's coming here. So then when he came, Mark's like, oh, well, Scott called him and told him to come to see you. I said, and he brought his wife? Does that make sense to you, Mark? So then when we were on the phone at one point, because I had to take, of course I didn't think of this either, when I took Adam's phone, Adam's like, he's calling me again, and I just took it. And he's like, I'm going to come back, and I am going to punch some people out. And I said, do you want me to go over by Terry right now, and you can ask him if he came here to see me? So I walked over, he said, yes. He goes, and I'm going to come and punch his face off. You know, like talking like that. And I said, Terry, I said, my husband thinks that you came here to see me. He goes, that's crazy. And I said, Mark, he said, that's crazy. So, of course, Mark didn't believe it. He was sitting with his wife at a totally different area. We weren't even near them. I was with my friends.
And you had Terry from back in the day, kind of.
Probably like I knew you, like I knew of you.
Yeah, but not really weren't ever.
Right.
And why do you think Scott thought it would be a big?
And I said, well, what do you mean by that? He's like, well, you know, chapter 2 days or whatever, he bartended there. I didn't know he bartended there. Chapter 2 had so many bartenders. I didn't know that. But so.
Okay, is it weird to anybody else that, like, her demeanor is not... I mean, I know that this is hours later, but she doesn't seem like sad. She seems, I don't know what she seems. She seems not sad.
So that's what he was associating it with, Lori Gamoki with Ghost Chapter 2.
So this would happen when Mark would drink. Was Mark a big drinker? I mean, did he drink a little often, or what?
Mark works in the cities. Yeah. So Mark works in the cities Monday through Thursday, comes home maybe Thursday or Friday, and then then in the weekends we just spend time together like nonstop. We are inseparable on the weekends because we love to be together, you know.
Yeah.
He's such a good guy.
Oh, there she goes.
I saw one somewhere around here. Hands will be this way. There you go.
We had so much fun together. That was her whole thing. He's like, I've never been with anybody where we've had so much fun.
So how long have you just got married in December? You told me, and how long have you been together prior to that?
Since 2016.
Okay, so you've been together quite some time. So when he came back, I mean, do you think he was, when he was up in Minneapolis, he was drinking a lot, or
no, he didn't drink at all.
He was working.
Never.
When he came back, you guys just kind of describe your drinking habits now. Like when you got home, out to dinner, have a couple drinks with friends, that kind of stuff.
And then go home.
Yeah. Okay.
Normally we would, or just stay home and have like drinks in the hot tub, and we'd catch up on all of our TV shows.
Sure.
Like that's always what we did.
Okay. All right. And the times that he would get in arguments with you, was there other times that he got physical with you?
Yeah, I mean, like pushing. He's never like punched me or anything.
No.
He's never done that. just like pushing his head. He just gets so angry. He gets so angry.
Is it different things that he gets angry about, or is it?
So he always explained it, and so that I could try and understand it. He said, if I ever feel like someone's trying to take you from me, or I'm going to lose you, he goes, I can't control what happens in my mind. He says, I can't help it. I can't help it. So when that happens, we just have to deal with it. And I'm just like, I just can't even believe that he makes these things up in his head. That he just gets in his head and he can't let it go.
After an episode like that would happen, where he'd go, like the next day, how was his behavior? Would he?
Always sorry. He was always sorry. He texted me immediately. I'm so sorry. I didn't respond because I was so pissed off.
Yeah.
I'm like, of course you're sorry. You know, is what I was thinking in my head.
The incident last night was on a scale of other incidents. Would that be as far as the physical aspect?
He's always told me that I would never ever hurt you ever. So I couldn't even believe it. And I'm not even gonna lie. I made a scene outside. I'm like, you know what? You put your hands on me. I'm done. I'm done with you. You just go live your life. Go. And that's when he stormed off or took the truck and just healed away.
Were your friends maybe outside on that? Your friends saw that too? Would that have been Hannah and Adam? And
there was people outside smoking.
Okay.
Hannah's dad was out there, so Hannah's dad saw it all too. Bob Klinsky. You know, it's just so sad because it's the first time her parents have met him, and he made such a horrible impression on them.
Adam was there too?
Yep.
Was Scott out there? Or?
At that time, I don't know.
Terry or anybody else you would have known that was with you guys? Just that. So.
Yeah. There was people
Hannah, Adam, and then Hannah's dad, Bob.
Bob was definitely out there.
Would have saw that.
Because I remember walking up to Hannah and I'm like, did you just see him peel out? She's like, I just got out here, so I do remember her saying that.
Okay.
But what he did is, so there's a parking lot. So he like tore off in the parking lot, and then when he got into Ward Avenue, then he tore off again. But like there could have been people parked or walking or just anywhere. He just got so angry.
So he peeled off after that happened.
And I said to them, you know what? I know he's going to come back. He will come back, so don't worry about it.
Had you guys left the parking lot when this happened? Because you were getting in the truck and you left, and then
we left, and then I had him bring me back because he was not sane at the time.
Okay, and that's when he was grabbed, and he grabbed you by the neck. Mm-hmm. How far down Ward Avenue?
Honestly, I can't tell you. Okay. I can't even remember where we were. Like I was just like in awe. I just couldn't even believe it.
Okay, so then he came back and dropped you off there.
Tore off.
And you had conversation. That's when Hannah just walked out, and
but her dad was outside.
Her dad was outside when. Did you have conversations with Hannah and Adam about what happened?
Oh yeah, we had plenty of texts and them phones calling me in because they were worried. They're like, "I'll come get you." I said, "I'm fine. I'm going to sleep in the truck. I'm fine."
We're back when you're in the dive. I'm sorry, when you're at the dive. So they were outside, Bob, and it sounds like Hannah just had come out, so she didn't see this. But when you got back into did you have a conversation with them about what had just occurred? Mm-hmm. Okay. So then at some point. No, he's got your phone at this point.
He has my phone and I have his because I always carry our phones in that outside pocket.
Okay.
He's like, give me my phone. And when he said that, because he always takes when he gets mad at me, he takes my phone away from me. So when he said, give me my phone, I assumed he wanted my phone. So I gave him my phone, but I still had his.
Okay.
So that's why he was calling from my phone to Adam Stevens. And I had 4 calls in my...
Did Adam have any conversations, with him? Mm-hmm. Okay.
He did. I don't know what...
Does Adam, they live in La Crosse?
Winona.
They live in Winona.
They came just to say goodbye to us, to have dinner and say goodbye since we were leaving.
Okay. So eventually, Mark comes back. Mm-hmm. Did you talk to him before he came back, or anything like
I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens.
Okay.
Because Stevens kept going, he's calling again, pushing it to me.
Okay. So then he came back. Did you have a conversation with him when he came back?
He was by the back door, which our table was by the front door, the back door, wherever you walk in. And not by the bathrooms, way over there, but so front door, we'll call it. And he's like, get outside now. And Hannah's like, and he kept talking like that. And Hannah's like, just go do it now. Just go do it. So he stops. Mm-hmm. So I start to come over there, and I start to walk over there, and he said something, and I can't remember. And I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not going outside with him. So then I did.
You remember what he said?
I don't remember what he said, but
something not to say. So that made him more angry. But
then he calmed down after that, because after that he went to the other side of the bar. I saw him getting a drink, and then all of a sudden I turned around, I'm like, oh my God, Adam, where is he? Where is he? He was, I don't know. He was always over at the other side of the bar.
This one is slowed. This part is slowed down. We had the 1.75 and 1.5 speed for the real slow ones.
I'm like, okay. So then that's when he sent me the text.
And then Adam had another drink. And then
That's
after
what
I
I'm
got
saying,
that
yeah,
text.
I'm sorry, text, that's okay, I got you.
And so, Adam had a drink, and then after that, they were gonna leave, and I got the text, I said, you guys, I'm fine, I know he's fine now. And I walked over there, and we tried not to make a scene, so I acted like nothing was wrong in front of his friend.
Do you know who his friend was? Okay, doesn't matter.
Somebody he hadn't seen for a long time. Okay. But it's this guy, he went on and on, he's like, I've never been this happy in my entire life, like, she's just, I'm on top of the moon, like, he, like, just went on and on, and this guy's like, holy shit, he's like, you're the real deal, like, he kept saying, you know, you guys have it going on, and I know we have it going, I mean, I know we were really good. It's just, when he got so angry that he just can't control himself, and I don't know why, and I said, well, you need to figure that out. But
So at some point, you're gonna leave the dive, and was there talk about where you're gonna go at that point, or just, how did you decide to leave? Did Mark say, let's go, or you say, let's go, or kind of tell me about that?
I'm assuming I said, let's go.
Okay.
The guy that he was talking to him, and his wife took him too, so I'm like, all right, let's go, let's just get out of here. But driving home then he starts all over again. I'm like, you need to get over what's in your head. I said, you're crazy, you're cuckoo. Like, honestly, I did say that. Because he just makes shit up.
Is there any, so you went from the dive right directly to home, you didn't stop anywhere else. Arguing the whole way, or did it stop at one point?
I don't think so, I think we argued the whole way.
Any more physical?
Well, so I guess two things I forgot. So when I was at the dive and I was gonna leave, because he said he was gonna meet me outside, I'm like, oh, you know what, fuck this, I'm just gonna leave on my own, because I think he started being a jerk again. I'm like, seriously, are we gonna go through this again? He's like, nope, I'm done. So then he comes out and he hits the window on the truck, and I'm like, I said, seriously. And then when we got home, he was inside, and when I was gonna leave, so why was he inside? But I don't know, but he runs out and like coming out like this. And then I'm like, no, Mark, and I shut the door. And then he's like, well, I'm gonna
in the
get my
driver's
stuff.
side door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my stuff in. And I said, take all your stuff that you want. Take it.
So when you got home, you came in the long driveway at the house, correct? I guess.
The second driveway.
The second driveway.
The M driveway.
Okay.
The M and W, yeah.
Okay. You came in there and he got out and went inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I remember him coming out like that, but I don't know.
Okay. And you just got out and went into the...
Well, when he was coming out, I was already in the driver's side. Or already in the driver's
Yeah.
seat.
So you got out, when you pulled in, he went inside, you didn't go, did you go inside?
I don't think I went inside at all.
Okay. So then you got in the driver's side, and then that's when he came out and was going to hit the window again. Okay. And then he said, I'm going to get my stuff out. And okay, go from there then. I just wanted to make sure.
Go ahead, get your stuff out. So he was like getting everything out, and I don't remember what happened again, but then he got all pissed off again, like he was going to come get me. So then I'm just like, F this, and I was out. I'm gone.
So then he went from the passenger side where he was getting some of his stuff out. You said there was a can koozie something about
Yeah,
that.
I saw the guy took it down.
Yeah, because they said there was a can koozie out there.
So what he did is he said, here you go, you can keep this because this is all you have, and I flipped it out the window like this because his door was open, so I just flipped it out.
Okay. All right. So he's standing at the passenger side door getting some of his stuff, still angry. You flipped that back at him, or out the door.
No, that wasn't it. He didn't even know. He was like,
Yeah, not at him, but you flipped,
he didn't even probably know I did that.
Sure. So at some point he leaves the passenger side of the vehicle and comes around the front of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
he was running for me, yeah. Like, I don't know, I'm surprised he didn't just go through, you know?
Okay.
Like, he could, but...
Okay. So, and he gets around the front of the vehicle, and he's coming towards the...
Yeah, to my door.
Okay.
And then I was like, F this, and then I took off.
Okay. So he was right at your door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was he able to open your door?
I don't know. I don't remember that part.
Okay.
I don't know.
So what?
But at one point, I don't know if it was that point, I'm just like, I hope the cameras are on, like I yelled at him. I hope the cameras are on, but I don't know if they were or not, I hope they were.
Okay. Was your window down or up at that point?
Oh, up.
Okay. Did he hit the window or anything when you were?
Mm-mm.
So when he gets around the front, you put it in drive and you're.
Right, when he got over to my side of the door.
You're
because I didn't, it was so dark out I couldn't figure out where the lock was, but even if I would have locked it, he probably would have punched the window. So it's probably a good thing that I didn't lock it, but either way.
So did he reach for the handle, do you recall?
I don't, it was A, it was dark, B, it was so fast, C, all I wanted to do was just get away so that everybody was going to be fine.
Okay. So you pull away from where the truck was parked. He was standing there. What did he do as you were pulling away?
I have no idea.
You know, okay.
I have no idea. What I'm assuming is he ran after me.
Okay. Why are you assuming that?
Well, because of where he was.
Okay, I got you. But you didn't notice him there or anything like that?
Oh my God, no.
Well, no, you didn't notice him running after you.
No, but I like literally,
So.
there was a car that passed the driveway, so I was like, oh God, when I was trying to get out, because the car's probably looking at me like, what the hell?
W or?
It was right off of W. It's a subdevelopment off of W.
Okay. And that's on the left side going back into Holman. So is there after the big S turn, that subdivision, are you thinking?
I think it was.
Or is it, there's a long straightaway
I think it was
before they kind of come up that little gradual hill and there's a little subdivision.
Sorry, I think it skipped forward there.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Investigator Leinfelder, do you recall about where it was when the screen went up?
I thought the timestamp was at 10:39 when it shut off.
Judge, can we just put on the record that the video picture became blurry for a moment or two, and then the screen went dark, and when counsel for the state tried to restart it, it appeared to have skipped forward some amount of time.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't normally go blurry, right? That just was. Oh, it does. Okay. That was your computer. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Some of it wasn't.
That's where it says I didn't lock it or anything. She's talking about the door at that point. You just were. And I just skipped for, I don't know.
This is going to be a repeat. I'm sorry.
Trudy said, or Regina said, stop pressing buttons. Wasn't me.
It should not be too repetitive.
Why are you assuming that?
Well, because of where he was.
Okay, I got you. But you didn't notice him there or anything like that?
Oh my God, no.
Well, no, you didn't notice him running after you.
No, but I like literally,
So.
there was a car that passed the driveway, so I was like, oh God, when I was trying to get out, because the car's probably looking at me like, what the hell?
It's not me. I didn't press buttons.
W or?
It was right off of W. It's a subdevelopment off of W.
Okay. And that's on the left side going back into Holman. So is there after the big S turn, that subdivision, are you thinking?
I think it was.
Or is it, there's a long straightaway
I think it was
before they kind of come up that little gradual hill and there's a little subdivision. I guess it's not little.
It wasn't, it's new. All I can say is it's newer because it's newer because there were newer homes and there wasn't very many of them that I recall.
Okay. So that was off to the left.
Off to the left.
Okay. And that's when truck pulls into the driveway, you're kind of like startled because what are the odds? And then you start making phone calls to, or did you drive to Comfort Inn?
No, I went online and I went to hotels near me, and Comfort Inn said that they had a room available. So I just went there. I didn't book it online, and I got there. I was behind some other guy, some couple, because she was coming from the bathroom or something.
That's all by Woodman's? Well, where's?
No, that's over by Festival Foods. I didn't even realize it was there.
Oh, yeah,
By
okay, over.
Ocean
yeah.
Sushi. No,
Yeah.
not Ocean, that's
Okay.
Winona, whatever that place is.
Yeah,
That place is so good.
so that's, we went to that one, and they didn't have a room. You
So
went,
then I sat in their parking lot and I went online to find a place, and then I found a place and I booked the room. And when I got there, he said, no, we don't have any vacancy. And I said, no, I have this text message right here. And he's like, no, you booked a room for Saturday night. And I went, oh my God. And he goes, I said, do you want your cancellation number? And I said, yes. And I put it right in the text so that I wasn't going to get charged for the room. That I didn't stay at.
that was the payment by Woodman's,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Yep. So then you went to Woodman's.
Right when you walk in the door, there's a restaurant. I had no idea. I was like, yes.
She went in the big front doors, or the big front door, the front doors there. And then you went back out to your truck, and
Yep, and then I think that Hannah kept texting me, so I texted her back. And then finally, then it said, this is Adam now, because then Adam took her phone. He's like, this is Adam. I don't remember what he said, like, come back to Winona or something like that. I don't even know what he said. But I remember him saying, I remember us reading, this is Adam now.
okay. And that was on your phone you had now?
My phone. Okay. The phone that you guys have.
Okay. All right. So you decided to just sit in the parking lot, kind of around the backside of Woodman's?
Right where I walked in. Right where I walked in. I was
Right on
parked
Woodman's.
there.
Okay, and that's where you stayed?
No, that's when I was on my phone with
Yeah.
Hannah and
so then
Adam. After that, I said, you guys, I'm fine. I'm just going to stay in the truck. And then I went back over to that one spot because I noticed it when I was coming out. And I was like, oh, I could just park there. But I'm like, I got it.
So if you're coming out of where you were parked, out of the main entrance, you're going to come out. The little gas station of Woodman's is right here. You're going to turn left to go by Arby's, and it's just right on that corner right there. Okay.
Right across from the hotel.
Yep. Okay. And you slept there for...
Well, I don't even know that I slept, but I was there
You were
a
there.
couple hours probably. Okay. And then maybe I did because I woke up and my feet were freezing. So I was like, okay, it's freezing cold in here. But then when I turned the car on to turn the heat on, all the lights are super bright, and I couldn't figure out how to turn them off. So then I didn't want to be sitting there with my car started and then have somebody come up, and so then I'm just like, this is stupid, and I just went home.
At some point, I think you told one of that you turned the cameras off because you didn't want to wake up Mark on the way
I did
home.
do that.
Okay.
I did that when I was actually driving, which was not a smart idea at all. I mean, it's easy
And that was
to...
after you kind of, you stayed at the lot and didn't really sleep, but kind of slept there on your way back home. That's when you hit the disable the cameras.
Correct.
Okay. And you pulled into the driveway, used the first driveway?
I sure did.
But where you got home last night, this morning, was right where the truck is
Yep,
now.
I never touched it after
That's
that.
right, okay. So then you went in and slept on the couch.
Well, I went to the couch, and that wasn't comfortable at all.
Before you go there. So you walked in and you saw his shoes?
No, well, I walked in and our back door was unlocked because he told me, he's like, you're going to leave and I'm going to change the locks, is what he said, because he's notorious for that. And I'm like, whatever. So when I got home, I didn't expect to actually be able to get in. I would have just left the truck running at home and stayed in there until Mark woke up, is what I was thinking. But when I went to get my key out or whatever, it was open. The door was unlocked. I'm like, that's weird. And the dining room light was on. So I'm like, why is the dining room light on? So I turned that off, and then I just went and laid on the couch, just assuming he was sleeping. His shoes are there, dining room lights on. I didn't know why that was there, but they're on.
Okay.
And then I'm like, okay, this isn't even comfortable. Like, my back hurt. Like, the back seats are like, they do this, like, thing, and they're hard. It was not comfortable at all. So then I'm like, I just want a bed. But I didn't want to go to the bed across the room from us because our door was open, so I didn't want to wake him up. So I snuck upstairs, which I've never slept upstairs before in my life. And I just went up there to sleep so that I could just try and get some sleep. And I probably slept for 2 hours.
Okay. You get up. Do you remember what time you got in?
Well, so I got up and I went to the bathroom, and then I went into the room, And then the cameras caught all this, because then when I went outside, when I went to go see the thing was there, that would tell you what time I got up.
Okay.
I would say I got up at like 6:30, something like that.
So, on the way home, you disabled the cameras?
So he didn't know that I was coming
Okay.
home.
And at what point did those get back on? Do those automatically go on, or how does that
Nope,
work?
I enabled it once I got home, so that there's no movement then.
Okay, all right. So you got him when you turn it back on. You didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I understand your rationale. So you don't want his phone to go buzz like it has been,
Right.
to wake him up and saying, "Hey, now I'm home. We're going to start this all over again."
Right.
So you disabled it. You got home, and then you turned them back, enabled them back on.
Right.
Okay. All right. So you get up. You go back upstairs to.
I had to go back upstairs. Well, okay.
And you're kind of like, okay, I'm going to get the apology, or.
No, I didn't go back upstairs. I had to go in the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
I walked back to our bedroom because I was going to wake him up and wait to hear.
Okay, yeah. When I say upstairs, I'm sorry, I keep thinking the bedroom's upstairs and it's on the main level. So,
Yeah.
that's my
The
correction.
bedroom I stayed in was upstairs.
Was upstairs. Your main bedroom is on the main level there. Okay, now I got you. And you saw that he wasn't there. Did you look around the rest of the house, or what?
Yeah, well, because I'm like, well, where the hell is he?
Mhm.
I even went to our closet because I thought, well, you know, what? I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. I was like just trying to find him. I'm like, did he? You know, I don't know. Did he leave? Did he? So my impression that if the true Mark Phillips that I know, that he would have gotten in his car and went and found his buddies and partied the rest of the night.
Did you think he was really intoxicated during the night when you were at the dive, or
No.
I mean, nothing like really? But you can tell when somebody's like, what his normal drinking habits is and how he acts when he's that way. And I'm sure we've seen him when he's
Right.
over drink and how he acts. What would you label his?
I don't even know how he got drunk. Like, I mean, I don't.
He didn't appear drunk to you?
Well, I mean, he wasn't sober, but
But
he wasn't over.
He wasn't falling down drunk and
God, no.
slurring.
Not
You could
at all.
understand and things like that.
Not
He was
at
just
all.
kind of he had a buzz on, for lack of better terms.
And then, well, he went by the bartender, who I think was the owner, and he was teasing him, saying he was Johnny Wad, which he isn't, but he kind of looks like him. So they took a picture, and he's like, you gotta get a bottle of Polish. And I said, let me take your picture, you guys. So I took their picture, and we posted it, and we tagged Wad in it. But then he ended up doing a shot at Polish, which when Mark does shots, that's bad, and he can't do it for his diabetes also, because there's so much sugar in it. So when he did a shot, when the guy put it down, he looked at me, he's like, I'm not going to do it or whatever. And then he just drank it, and I was like, what the hell? And then I'm like, oh, God, here we go again, because this is going to get ugly again. Shots are not good.
Okay. So you're looking for him in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You don't find him. You go where?
To the garage. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to go see. He must have taken off last night.
Okay. And that's to.
He told me when he was taking his stuff out that he was going to go to HD. So I assumed, because he's like, and you know what? I'm going to use these 2 bar chips that I have tonight. And I'm like, you go ahead, Mark.
Okay. HD.
Tavern.
Where's that?
HD Tavern, it's a new tavern. It's on Home and Drive, that's why it's HD. It's right across the Mills Festival.
All right. I can't picture where it would be. Anyway, doesn't make a difference. So you go outside, check the car. The car's there.
I didn't even get to the garage. I mean, I got like 1 step from the handle.
Okay.
And I don't even know why, but I happened to look. Oh, I think I just caught something because it just looked like a big black blob, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, then I just couldn't even believe it. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. Oh my God, it was awful. It was awful.
What did you do then?
I ran to him first, I'm sure. And then I ran and got my phone upstairs. I had to go all the way upstairs to get my phone, and then I brought it back downstairs and I called. And then I just kept it down there, and I had to talk to her until they showed up.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to 911, or how you described what was going on?
I said that I found my husband in the snowbank. and she wanted to know if I wanted to do like CPR or something like that. And she kept telling me I had to roll him over onto his back, and he was like stuck to the ground and stuff. And it's just so gross. Like it's so bad. Ugh. I couldn't do it. So I tried to like push him over, and his hand was like this. So I opened his hand because I didn't know like if he was hanging on to something or what he was doing. There was nothing in his hand. But I tried to push him over, and I didn't get him over. And I said, she said, "You want to do?" And I said, "No, I can see if the fingers were like blue."
And I don't want to go into deep. When you tried to roll him over, do you kind of feel like he was like stuck to the ground or frozen to the ground?
It did, but it wasn't like rigor mortis or anything. It wasn't like that.
Okay.
But it was just like his clothes were kind of stuck there or whatever.
Okay. Notice anything else about him? I know I'm bringing in some really, if you're not comfortable going into some detail of what you saw when you were looking at him, I don't want you to go there, but is there anything else that you noticed around him that was unusual or anything that...
No, he just had like his hand here and like one here or whatever, and he was like on the side like this. I don't know. Like there was snow on his eyes, and his lips and stuff. And so I knew immediately. My worst fear is that he chased me down the driveway and slipped and fell. And then I just left him there, and I didn't even know he was there. Because otherwise I could have just come back. And then I pulled in the driveway today, and I didn't even see him. I had no idea he was there. And that would have helped. Well, maybe it was like 2 o'clock. It could have helped. I don't know. Oh my God, I just can't believe he was out there. Like,
You didn't, when you were pulling away, you didn't see him?
no.
Okay.
I didn't, like at that time, I just had to get the hell out of there. I didn't see him. I didn't know what he was doing.
Just the door wasn't, your door, the driver's door wasn't open or anything, he wasn't in there?
My door was not open. The passenger side was open. But he was on my side.
He couldn't have got the clothing or anything caught in the door because the door wasn't open?
I do not remember my door being open unless if he got it open last second. I do not, but I know that's what he was coming for, but I can't remember that. That's why it's so beneficial that we have the cameras.
Sure. I'm gonna go check to see how they're doing with the time, to help us out with the time frames on your statement, that the camera should be able to give us that, so I just want to double check with that.
Okay.
Do you need to go to the bathroom?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I just feel so bad that Kimmy's having to deal with all this stuff.
Yeah, she wants to be there for you, so that's... You go right back in, and I'll be right back with you.
Stopping at 1:20:46. Judge, while she is doing that, I will briefly make a record that although it was different than what we saw before, there does seem to be, or there was some brief period where the video blacked out again. Originally, it looked like it was maybe a screensaver kind of thing, or the computer had not been used for enough period of time. I just wanted to note that for the record, that when we did replay the video, it was brief but similar, that there was that blackout on the screen.
Can I comment on it?
Yeah, if you have an explanation.
I don't have an explanation, but it cut out at the 10:39 and came back on at 10:41, so it looked like there's approximately 2 minutes that were not played in that.
I'm going to start up at 1:21.
Press some buttons. I'm only pressing the button a little. Speed trialing.
They're still working on that camera system. I don't know what they are working on it. Is there anything that I didn't ask you?
Like, did you hit him
That
on
you
purpose?
think is pertinent, or you need to tell me that I didn't? You know, I always ask people that because I ask a lot of questions, and sometimes I skip over some obvious things that might be obvious to you is not obvious to me. So is there anything that you think that I didn't ask you that you need to fill in a blank or anything that? I know your mind's spinning. I understand that it's going to be.
No.
Okay. All right. I really want to try to be able to help you put together your time frame a little bit better, or at least put times to it. I mean, your statement's well written and everything, but I think if we can add some times and when things may have happened, the phone
Can they give us the phone just to use until?
The phone might help us do that.
Right.
They're working on that aspect of it. I don't know where they are, but we can. The camera system will probably help so that.
Oh, for
we
sure.
can figure, that'll give us details we can backtrack on.
Right.
And so let me just do some more checking.
I just hope the cameras are on. I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm assuming they were if I had to turn the cameras off to come home.
Yeah. And that's something that sounds like Mark typically would have done. Lock the door. You say he locks the door. And
We double lock the door.
double
all
lock
the
the
time.
door and turn the cameras on when you're not there. Things like
Well,
something
when
that's
he's
done.
in the cities, I have the cameras on all the time.
Sure.
Because it just makes me feel safe.
Absolutely. That's what they're there for.
Right. So when he's home, we just don't have them on that often. We turn them off. Unless we go somewhere. So if we went somewhere, then more than likely we should have turned it on. I thought I saw hair go flying.
And when he's home, would he be the one that would probably turn that on or turn it off? Or
We both do.
We both do.
Yeah, it's a one little button, so it's so simple.
Pretty simple camera.
Right off of our cameras or our phone.
And so there's a camera when we're standing in the first driveway, and you're looking at the house. There's a camera that sits there. The man cave. Is there one that's there?
On the house, facing the truck.
Facing where the truck was. So right up like that, the door that I walked into your house with, there's a camera that's facing.
On the house, not on the little porch, but it's on the house.
On the side of the
so
house.
you can see the man cave and the garage.
Okay.
And then the last one we put by the hot tub so that we could see if anybody ever tries to go into the barn.
And I didn't see the hot tub. The hot tub's on the back side of the man
By
cave.
the pool.
Okay, you gotta get on that far that there's a pool. So that's on the back side of where that is. Okay.
So when you look at, you can see, it shows you the 3 cameras. So if you look at the phone, it will show you all 3 cameras. You can go live,
So
you can go
first driveway, back door facing the man shed, and then over the top of the hot tub pool area.
looking at the barn. I gotta clean with the
Okay. So it'd be kind of angled on that. I understand that. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go check to see if they have any luck on that, and then I'll be right back. All right. Trying to think if there's anything. My mind starts when I start asking questions. Sometimes I just want to see, make sure there's nothing that I didn't ask you that is pertinent. I'll be right back. You good? You need anything? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to do a poll on what you want to do next. Because we're getting towards the end of the day. It's 3:30. So we don't have like a ton of time left.
Oh my God.
Scott, is that Mark's brother? He's here. I'm gonna go, I'll let Kimmy come in and hang out with you. Is that okay? And I'll just talk to him, explain what we know and don't know at this point. All right. Hold on. I'll bring her in.
Choose your own adventure. Because we're on day 3. The second half of day 3 right now. Oops. Speed trialing. There we go. I love speed trialing too. This is incredible. Coco said, I can't be trusted with these types of decisions. No, if we skip, we'll go back and catch up to the rest of it on Monday. But see, here's the thing. I know that now that we're into this, I know a lot of y'all ain't going to be able to wait till Monday for us to get caught up and watch her stuff. So you're going to want to watch her on the stand, and you're going to do it, like go back and watch the replay from today, and then you won't be able to chat with us about it. And then we won't experience it together. Because y'all ain't got no patience. And then come Monday, you'll be like, oh, I've already seen it.
Scott and Potter here. Is that your other brother?
His other brother.
Okay, I'm going to talk to them. So, do you need anything? Okay. Be right back.
The little projection. Yeah, so they'll be doing closings and all that stuff on Monday. So we would we'll start at Eastern time zone again, so we'll be starting before them, and then doing the same thing, like watching 1.25 speed, skipping breaks, and then that way we can hit verdict watch about the same time that they are. Bye, Lily's mom. Have a good weekend. I know y'all. Yeah, she's doing that. She's doing that, and then she'll, like, every once in a while she'll say his name or say, "Oh, baby," or something like that. Being in there alone during this time, left with nothing but your thoughts, it would be like the, oh crap, this is permanent, this is real. Hey, Zins. You said I'm late. It's the day's almost over. It's 3:30. It's 3:45. Hi, Probot. Yeah, Cannon, I bet 5 minutes feels like an hour. She ain't got her phone. She ain't got nothing to distract her. No, this is not 1.5 speed. This is 1.25. Yeah, we went back to 1.25. We went down to normal speed for most of this video, and I cranked it back up on a 1.25 a little bit ago.
We're going to stop the video at 1:40.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, 74% want
from the video. Can you please let us know? I guess my question is this the end of this video in terms of time, physical time?
No, it is not.
Can you indicate about how much time you think is left?
14 minutes, 20 seconds, it looks like by the timestamp.
We've paused the video. Is there anything from your memory of, at this point moving forward, that happens in the last bit of this video that you would like to share?
Nothing of significance.
And that is exhibit number.
76.
What number, Your Honor?
76.
I asked that exhibit 76 be removed from the screen.
Oh,
I'd asked that it be removed from the screen.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I hate to ask this, but I could use a bathroom break.
Okay. You don't have to hate to ask the folks outside might need it. All right, why don't we take a 10 to 15 minute break as soon as everybody's ready.
Thank you.
Jody, happy anniversary. It's our anniversary.
Weak bladder.
He said weak bladder. Okay, so we'll skip forward because majority wants to skip forward and go ahead and watch hers. Compare it to whatever she just said here. So on Monday morning, when we start, we'll start at 9 a.m. Eastern Monday morning. We're going to start back here. Somebody write this down for me because I ain't going to remember. We are going to be day 3, part 2 at 2 hours and 16 minutes. Because when I can't remember and I'm like, hey, y'all, when? All right, when does her testimony start? Did she start? She started yesterday, right? Yep, I believe so. Let's get it going. All right, here we go. So we're only skipping like a little bit from day 3 and then first part of day 4. And we'll catch up on that Monday morning. All right, ready? Here we go.
Alrighty. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Lori Phillips?
Ms. Phillips, are you the widow of Mark Phillips?
I am.
I'm going to ask you some of the questions that we're all here to decide. At any point on February 22nd of 2019, did you have reason to believe that your husband, Mark, would die?
No.
Was that ever your intent?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about how you and Mark met. When did you meet?
Well, I've known Mark for many, many years, but I met back up with him in June of 2016.
What was happening in June of 2016?
We were at I was at June Dairy Days with a friend, and he went running by.
Okay, you kind of did a little Roadrunner motion there.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So we were standing outside watching the band, and Mark was running by, like going back into the bar or beer tent to see his friends, and he's like, as he always says, he was like, "Scrooge," like he stopped and he's like, "Oh, hey," and said hi.
The two of you strike up a conversation at that point?
We did.
Did that eventually lead to a romantic relationship with Mr. Phillips?
Yes, a few months later, yes.
Okay, so when approximately did the two of you start dating?
It was August of 2016.
And what was the beginning of your relationship like with Mark?
It was awesome. He was amazing. We just had so much fun together.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we would like watch TV together. We would cook together. I mean, we've been known to dance in the kitchen together. Like we'd spend time with family and friends, hang out at the pool. I mean, we did a lot.
At the beginning of the relationship, were things pretty good with Mark?
They were awesome.
And at some point during that, after starting to date, did the two of you eventually move in together?
Yes.
When approximately did that happen?
So we got engaged in February, and I think I moved in March.
Okay, so a very fast progression of the relationship from beginning to date.
Very fast.
And when you moved in together, how would you describe your relationship with Mark?
It was great.
Were there days after your relationship progressed that things were not so great with Mark?
Yes, there were times.
What do you mean by that, Lori?
We had problems.
Were there points in your relationship when Mark specifically was not pleasant to be around?
Yes.
What points of the relationship were those?
Well, they would be if Mark was jealous over somebody. That's really the only problem we ever had.
Well, let's talk about Mark's jealousy. What did Mark look like when he was jealous?
He was very angry.
Could you describe that a little bit? What would Mark look like when he's angry or jealous?
Well, I mean, he would just be like yelling, screaming,
smash.
sometimes becoming physically abusive.
And what kind of things would set Mark off and make him jealous?
If somebody looked at me, if there was somebody who was maybe I don't know if I want to say intimidated by, but maybe like he thought that they had some type of interest or something.
So are we talking about men here, Lori?
Yes.
And was that how Mark behaved right at the beginning of your relationship?
At the beginning, he was fine.
Is this something that happened as the two of you kind of settled into this pattern of dating?
Yes.
So let's talk about this. When Mark would get jealous, how could you tell?
Well, I mean, just by his tone of voice, he would create scenes. He would call me names.
What kind of names would he call you?
Slut, whore, things like that.
Is that fairly common?
It was.
And what kind of things would prompt Mark to call you names like slut or a whore? Would there be a particular triggering event?
Well, I mean, this only happened when he was drunk. We didn't argue when he was sober.
And let's talk about that. So have you seen Mark drunk in the past?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
And do you feel like you would be able to recognize when Mark was getting drunk?
Yes.
Now, when Mark got angry, when Mark got jealous, would he also get angry?
Yes.
Who would that anger typically be directed at?
Me. It was always me.
And what kind of things did he blame you for, Lori?
Well, he would think that I wanted somebody else or something. That would be his main thing.
Was that something that happened often where Mark would assume that you were interested in another man?
In his mind, yes. It was never true, but yes, in his mind.
Did that happen more than a few times, Lori, throughout the course of your relationship?
Yes.
So is something as simple as just another man looking at you, was that enough to set Mark off when he was drinking?
Yes, I would always get in trouble for that.
You said you would get in trouble. Why do you say you would get in trouble, Lori?
Because he took it out on me.
Because it was your fault whenever another man showed
Objection
you?
leading.
Sustaining.
Did you have an impression as to whether or not Mark assigned fault to you or another person when another man paid attention to you?
The fault would always be mine.
Now, You mentioned some verbal abuse. How would that look like, Lori? I mean, you said that he would yell and scream and call you names. Would this be a short-term thing? Would he go on for a period of time? What would that typically look like when he would become verbally abusive?
Mark didn't drop things very easily. He continued. He would go on and on.
And is that something that you dealt with on a fairly consistent basis when Mark was drunk?
Oh, yeah.
Did Mark ever escalate the abuse from verbal to something else?
The physical?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you describe that for us, please?
I mean, specific instances or what?
Well, just generally speaking, what do you mean by the abuse turning physical?
So, I mean, he's pushed me before. He's choked me numerous times. He's grabbed me and, like, walked me around things.
Like forcefully grabbing you by the arm and walking you
Objection
someplace?
leading.
Interesting.
Could you describe how he forcefully walked you around?
Yes, he would grab my arm and, for instance, an actual instance, and walk me around the truck and basically shoved me into the truck.
Did that hurt when he would grab you and walk you around like that?
Yes.
And Lori, how did you feel about Mark when he was jealous and angry and upset with you about whatever his jealousy was at the moment?
How would I feel about him, did you ask?
Yes, how did that make you feel?
How did it make me feel when he was jealous?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't like it. I'm not sure what, I'm sorry.
Did his behavior ever reach the point where you were scared of him?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
And would that include both the verbal and the physical altercations?
Yes.
So you mentioned that these incidents tended to happen or tended to be worse when he was drinking. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did this type of thing generally happen when Mark was sober?
Never. No, he was amazing when he was sober. Mark was the greatest guy. And that's one point I want to make clear.
When he was drinking, could he be a different guy?
100%.
Now, Lori, when Mark was drinking, would you behave differently around him in any respect?
Yeah, I mean, I would make sure to, like, check my surroundings to make sure that, like, I'm not going to run into any, I don't know, good-looking guys or something. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not going to upset my husband.
Okay. And was that something that you were just conscious of, that you were trying to avoid good-looking men?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know if they have to be good-looking or not, but just anybody, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put a halt to anything that could potentially happen, yes.
And Lori, was that a practice that you adopted after a number of these instances where Mark was taking his jealousy and anger out on you?
Objection. Frame of the question.
Try to reframe it.
Okay. Lori, why did you adopt this approach?
Okay, I'm sorry because I got all confused as to what happened. So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, guys, before we do that, can we have a quick sidebar?
Sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat.
Lori, when you were out with Mark and he was drinking, did you always remain cautious of your surroundings to avoid triggering him?
Always.
Now, I want to talk about a few specific incidents leading up to this, and I want to bring you back to your birthday on January 19th of 2018. Is that in fact your birthday, Lori?
Yeah, January 19th, yes.
Yeah, not of 2018,
Yeah.
obviously. But did you have any plans for that day?
We did. We owned a party bus, so we hired a designated driver to actually take some friends and family from Holman to Winona to pick up more friends and family to go bar hopping.
Okay. And what's a party bus?
Hi, Terry.
It was I believe ours was an old shuttle bus that they would do, like a hotel airport shuttle bus like in the cities.
Is that just something that, in what ways would you use the party bus?
To take our friends around and go drinking.
Okay.
But we always had a designated driver.
Okay. So the plan was that you and your friends and family would all go out bar hopping?
Correct.
Where were we going to go out bar hopping?
We were in Winona.
And was Mark part of these plans?
Absolutely.
Now, did that end up being a fun evening for you, Lori?
In the beginning, yes.
At some point, did that change?
It did.
What changed?
We were at a particular bar, Mulligan's Bar, and the owner, which I happen to know, kind of said, we were leaving, Mark, we were all leaving, and he kind of gave me a little pat and said, happy birthday, right when we were walking out the door.
Okay, so you motioned with the palm of your hand, a little pat. Where did he pat you?
Probably my shoulder blade or something.
Okay. Anything sexual or romantic about that touch, Lori?
No, not at all.
Okay. How did you react to being pat on the back?
I didn't think a thing about it.
Did you notice anything about Mark at that point?
Yes.
What did you notice about Mark?
Mark was pissed.
Why do you say he was pissed?
because he started to make a scene after we left the bar. He was making a scene and yelling.
What kind of things was he yelling?
Same things he always does, that I'm a slut and a whore.
Did you have some sense as to why Mark was yelling at you that you were a slut and a whore at that point?
Well, I think he may have, I don't remember, but he may have said like something about letting some man touch me or something. I don't remember, but that's how I figured out what he was talking about.
Lori, did you see that as a proportionate reaction to what had happened with Dan at Mulligan's tapping you on the back?
Bless you, Fritz.
Bless.
No, it's her thoughts about whether it's proportionate. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you see that as a proportionate or appropriate reaction to what had happened between you and Dan?
Was it appropriate?
Do you believe that Mark reacted appropriately?
No. He overreacted.
Now, at that point, was the argument over?
No.
What happened next?
We had been leaving. We had walked out of Mulligan's. We got into the party bus and we went to our last bar at that time, which was the East End, which Matt Gurek, who was here earlier, a bar that he bartended at.
Were you able to observe whether or not Mark was still upset at the point that you reached the East End bar?
East Side, yes.
East Side, my apologies. How could you tell?
Well, because he continued to argue and make a scene.
Still appeared to be angry to you?
He was angry, yes.
What, if anything, happened next?
Well, at one point, he pulled me out of my chair. He tried to pull me out of my chair. I don't know if he wanted to talk or if he was trying to get me to leave. I don't know what he was. I don't recall. I don't remember. But at one point, then he just took everybody that came from home and left.
Well, let's talk about when he was pulling you from the chair. Was he angry with you at that point?
Yes.
What kind of things was he yelling and was he yelling and screaming still?
Was he? Yes, he was.
Do you recall anything particular that Mark was yelling and screaming at you as he was trying to pull you off the chair?
I mean, it's going to be the same things.
I'm asking specifically as to the East Side bar. Did Mark say anything in particular while he was grabbing you on the arm?
Probably let's go. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't.
Lori, is it fair to say that you're nervous testifying today?
I am, yes.
You heard Mr. Gierock's testimony about what Mark said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, I know what you're talking about. And I don't even know how this came into context, but he called me.
You can say the N-word. Or just refer to it as the N-word.
He called me an N-word loving whore.
And was he doing anything to you while he was calling you that?
Well, I think that's when he was pulling me out of my chair.
What was your reaction to that, Lori?
Well, I didn't understand where that was coming from, but I mean, it was scary. I don't know what he was doing.
Okay. Now, what happened next?
Then he got his group of people and left.
Did you leave with them?
No, he left me behind.
Were you the only one left behind, Lori?
From the party bus? Well, okay. From the people that came from home and on the party bus, yes.
Okay. Now, did you and Mark have a chance to chat about what had happened the next day?
We did. I mean, I know that we had some text exchange.
And at any point, did Mark apologize to you?
Of course.
Is that something that he did often after incidents like this?
He always apologized the next day.
Did you always accept his apologies?
I did.
Were you always willing to forgive Mark?
Yes.
Why?
Because I loved him.
Let's talk about August 3rd of 2018. Do you remember having plans with Mark that day?
Yes.
What were you supposed to be doing that day?
So that day I actually switched my shift so I could get done early. Mark and I were going to do what we called a date day. So I was going to get done at 1, I want to say, and then Mark and I were going to the two of us hang out in the pool together all day.
Okay, so kind of a special day that the two of you had planned?
Just the two of us, because normally we have people over in the pool.
All right. Why don't we walk through the day starting in the beginning? Do you remember interacting with Mark at all when the two of you got up?
Yeah, so I actually logged on and I worked at home. So I logged on to work and Mark actually went out to breakfast with his parents.
And was there anything about that was notable to you?
Well, I mean, I think they met at 7:30 a.m. And I know that's Mark started drinking at that time.
Okay, where did they go for breakfast, if you recall?
Nutbush.
Okay, they do have great breakfast there, but what would Mark, were you familiar with what Mark would typically drink at Nutbush?
Well, normally at breakfast time he would get a bloody with a beer chaser.
So a Bloody Mary with a beer chaser?
Correct.
Was that typically all that Mark drank at breakfast?
Well, after the Bloody Mary and beer chaser, he would normally just order a bottle of beer.
Okay. At some point after breakfast, did you have a chance to interact with Mark?
Yes.
And did you notice whether or not he had been drinking at breakfast?
Well, I think he kind of threw it in my face that he had a good Bloody Mary, so while I was working.
All right. Now, what happened next?
So Mark was coming home, and he said he had gotten a call from Mo, a guy that he works with, and said he had forgotten that he promised Mo that he would golf in a golf tournament that day.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you, Lori, how did you react to Mark saying that he was going to go golfing instead of spending the day with you?
I was super disappointed.
Okay.
But I told him I wasn't going to say no, he couldn't go. But I was hoping that if I said that he would make the rational decision and not go, since we did have plans.
Did he end up going golfing?
He sure did.
And is there anything about Mark and golfing that concerned you?
It was drinking beer all day.
Okay. Is that something that he typically did when he was out golfing?
Yes.
And did you have any chance to communicate with Mark throughout the day?
Yeah, I mean, we were texting and calling for a portion of the day.
At any point, did you get the sense that Mark was beginning to become intoxicated?
Yes.
And did that concern you, Lori?
Yes.
Why?
Because Mark turns into a different person when he's drunk.
Now, at some point, did the time of day get into the evening?
Yes. So, well, originally when he told me he was going to go golfing, he said he would come home. He'd be home by 4, which I already knew that wasn't going to be true. So I gave him to like 5 or 6 into when I started calling him, and that's when he started ignoring me. So yeah, went into evening, and then he stopped answering my calls. So I ended up calling Mo to try and talk to my husband.
Okay. Did you get a sense that Mark was drunk from what you were able to observe?
Oh yeah.
And at some point, did it get later into the evening?
Yes.
Had you seen Mark by the time that you were ready to go to bed that evening?
No.
What was your impression of where Mark was or what he was doing at that point?
They were bar hopping.
Okay. And were you concerned that Mark had been out drinking all day?
Yes, since 7:30 in the morning, correct.
Did you take any steps in response to that when you were getting ready to go to bed?
I did. I locked the door.
Why'd you lock the door, Lori?
Because I didn't want any altercation.
You were worried that, is that something you were worried would happen if Mark came home in that condition?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you figure that Mark would do if you locked the door and locked him out?
Well, I would think that he would go sleep in the man cave. He's done that before.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the man cave. Does that have a couch or a futon or something where somebody can sleep on it?
It had actually a pretty large couch.
And you said that that's something that Mark's done before, that he's passed out in the man cave?
He has.
All right. Did you end up sleeping through the night that evening, Lori?
No.
Why not?
Because Mark came home, I want to say he came home at like 11:30 at night, somewhere around there, 11:30, I can't remember what time it was. But he was locked out, so he started pounding on the bedroom windows.
Did you have a chance to observe Mark at any point while he was pounding on the bedroom windows?
I don't know if I looked out the windows, but I mean, I obviously heard him.
And what was your impression of whether or not Mark was drunk or sober at that point?
I'm going to say he was like annihilated. He was drunk.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, at some point, he called his parents over. And I mean, I guess I should say that the house that we lived in was Mark's, but under his parents' name.
Now, did you want to let Mark in when he was in that condition?
Absolutely not.
Did Mark eventually end up getting into the house?
He did.
How did that happen?
He broke down the back door.
Did you physically see the remains of the door after it had been broken down?
I did.
And what's the first contact you remember having with Mark inside of the home at that point?
Well, he and his mom and his dad all like ran through the house into the bedroom where I was laying.
What in particular did you notice about Mark when he ran into the bedroom?
He ran over around the other side. So our bed is here, and they come in this door, and I was laying over here, so he ran over here. His parents stayed over here.
Did anything concern you about the location where Mark ran to?
Yes.
What concerned you about that?
Well, because he ran over and lunged for something.
All right, and when you say lunge, do you mean that he was lunging with an arm, with a hand grasping for something?
Correct.
Where was the hand lunging towards?
Well, we have a safe, and there was a loaded gun laying in the safe.
Is that something that was typically there?
Yes.
And what was your impression of what Mark was lunging for when he ran into the room?
The gun.
Did Mark end up grabbing the gun?
No.
Now, Lori, did you take any action in response to Mark breaking down the door and lunging towards that safe where the gun was?
I did. I called the police.
Why did you call the police?
Because my husband was drunk and running for a gun, and he was upset.
Were you scared of Mark at that point?
Of course I was.
All right. At some point after the August 3rd of 2018 incident, did you and Mark end up breaking up?
After the August 3rd, yes.
And did you end up moving to a different location at some point, Lori?
I did. I moved into an apartment on Alaska.
Do you remember what the address was?
Yep, it was 518 Quincy Street, apartment number 1.
Now, after you and Mark broke up, did Mark leave you alone?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because he used to break into my apartment when I wasn't home. And when I was home.
Okay. Let's talk in particular about one of those incidents. You mentioned that Mark, that there was a particular incident where Mark broke into your apartment in Alaska, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not you had been talking to Mark in some form earlier that day?
Well, I mean, I believe we were texting.
And did you have some sense, Lori, as to whether or not Mark was upset during your exchanges?
He was upset.
What, if any, steps did you take in response to that?
So I actually had a deadbolt as well as a lock on the door handle. I locked them both. And not knowing if he was going to come over or not, I actually took a chair and I propped it up to the door to do an extra step of security so that Mark couldn't get through.
Well, let's talk about that. What kind of chair was this?
I have a high-top kitchen table, so they're higher chairs.
Like a higher backed chair or like a stool?
I think they call them like pub tables maybe, that they're just taller, and so the chairs are taller as well.
Is this something you'd ever done before, Lori, propping up a chair underneath your doorknob to prevent it from being kicked in?
No.
Was there something about your interactions with Mark where you had the sense that things were not going to go well?
I had a feeling that he was going to come over, yes.
Now, Lori, did you end up going to bed that evening?
I did.
And when you went to bed, was your door still locked and secured with that high-back chair?
It was, yes.
What do you recall happening next?
I heard a big crash, like a big something, and then I just heard somebody run through my apartment and run into the bedroom and jump on top of me.
Did you get a sense of who that was jumping on top of you?
It was, I was going to say my husband. He wasn't my husband at the time. He was my fiance. Maybe boyfriend, I guess. I don't know if we had broke up. I don't remember.
It was Mark Phillips?
It was Mark, I'm sorry, yes.
And what was Mark doing when he jumped on top of you?
Choking me.
Could you breathe?
Not well, no.
How did that feel, Lori, when Mark broke into your apartment in the middle of the night, jumped on your bed and began choking you?
It was terrifying. It was scary. You don't expect to be assaulted in your own bedroom by somebody you love.
Did Mark let up at some point?
I mean, he must have. He had to have.
What would you do, or how would you deal with Mark when he was this angry and this out of control?
I mean, I guess my best word I'd use is I'd submit to him.
What did submitting to Mark look like?
I mean, if he's like coming over to say, hey, I know you want so-and-so or something, I would just like be like, no, Mark, it's not true. Like, I would just make sure that he knew what his thoughts were not true, or just kind of just give in to make things better.
Would you always give in to Mark whenever he is in one of these moods?
Yes.
Now, Lori, at some point, did you and Mark end up getting back together and moving into the house in Holman?
Yes.
And did Mark's behavior get any better during that time frame after you moved back in?
I mean, we still had issues. There was still some more incidents.
And I want to talk a little bit about that. Were you still scared of Mark?
Not when he's sober. Never when he's sober. But if he was ever intoxicated, yes.
Were there times that Mark would get intoxicated after you moved back in?
Yes.
And were there times when Mark got intoxicated that the two of you would argue?
Yes.
And I want to talk in particular about a time after you moved back in. Do you remember having an argument with Mark after you'd been drinking at night?
I believe I know which one you're talking about. If I'm sleeping in the other room,
Yes.
Yes.
And do you remember what the argument was about?
I have no idea. I mean, I can just imagine it was some jealousy thing.
So after Mark, and was Mark drinking that evening?
Yes, that evening, yes.
So what did you do when the two of you started arguing?
I decided to move into the spare bedroom and sleep there for the night.
What happened next?
I woke up to Mark coming in the room. I don't know the time or anything. Like, I don't even know if there's a clock in that room. But it was dark out. And I woke up to the door opening, and Mark just stood in the doorway.
What was your perception of what was happening right then, Lori?
Well, because he just stood there, and I didn't know what he was doing. So my mind started racing, and I honestly believed that he was holding a gun and that he was going to shoot me.
Had you reached that point in your relationship that you believed that your husband was capable of killing you?
Yes.
Lori, did you have some general idea that others were concerned for you at that time frame?
Yes.
And at the time, were you willing to listen to their concerns?
I mean, I listened to them, but in my mind, I had everything under control.
In hindsight, do you believe that you actually had everything under control?
No.
Now, were there points in your relationship that you were isolated from being able to seek out a support system?
Yes.
Particular to your cell phone, were there points in time where you would be denied access to your telephone?
To my telephone? Well, anytime we were in an argument, Mark would take my phone away from me.
Was that fairly frequent?
He always took when we were arguing, he always took my phone from me.
Is there another time where you believe that you had been isolated in the course of your relationship from sources of support?
Yes.
What are you referring to with that?
So Mark and I had an argument, and for some reason he went downstairs in the basement, which I was like, there's nothing down there in the basement. We don't even go down there. So I thought that was odd because I'm up there talking downstairs to Mark. And then he came back up and he left. I want to say he left to go to, well, I was going to say Bismarck, but I bet you he was working in the cities then. And he left. He had my phone. And so I just went to log into work and I couldn't log in.
What kind of work were you doing at the time, Lori?
I was working at Mayo Clinic in Human Resources.
Did you work remotely typically?
All the time, yeah.
Did you rely on internet access in order to work in that time frame?
Yes.
What did you do when you went to log in?
Well, I went to log in and I was unable to log in. I couldn't get the internet up.
Did you take any steps in response to that?
Yes, so I called our internet provider, and they couldn't get there till the next day. So
Let me ask you this. How were you able to call the internet provider if Mark had your telephone?
That's a good question. So I don't know how I contacted them. That's a really good question.
What
Somehow I did. I don't know.
What did you do in terms of work that day if you were unable to log in?
Well, I don't think I was able to, unless that's the day I actually drove to Rochester. So I ended up having to drive to Rochester because I couldn't log in.
Okay.
That day or the next day. Unfortunately, it was like over 5 years ago.
Did the internet issue ever get resolved?
It did.
And what was your impression as to the cause of the problem with the internet?
They advised that the line was intentionally cut in the basement.
Mark was the only person who had been in the basement?
Correct.
How did that make you feel, Lori, when Mark would take your telephone, cut off your access to internet, cut off your access to sources of support?
Thank you for gifting 5 memberships.
I was completely isolated, and we lived, if I can, like out in the boonies. Like if something were to happen, I don't know what I would have done.
So, Lori, I got to ask you, after all of these red flags and warning signs, why did you keep coming back to Mark?
Because I loved him.
Do you acknowledge in retrospect that the relationship was unhealthy for the two of you?
Today, yes. Today I can acknowledge that, yes.
At the time, do you think that you were able to see exactly how toxic things were?
At the time, no.
Were there points in time, Lori, that you would minimize or justify Mark's behavior towards you because you loved him?
Always. I always did that.
Now, the two of you eventually got married. When did that happen?
December 29th of 2018, sorry.
And did Mark's behavior, the angry, jealous behavior, stop after the two of you were married?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about what your future plans were. We've heard a little bit about a move to North Dakota. Was that going to happen in February of 2019?
Yes.
Oh no, the circle. Thank you, RA, for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the new members.
What was the reason for the move?
Mark's job.
Did Mark get a different position?
He probably took over the North or the Bismarck maybe manager possibly. I don't know. He's worked in Bismarck previously, and it was a good sales job for him up there.
Okay. How did you feel about going to Bismarck, Lori?
Well, I mean, it meant that I was leaving everything behind.
Did you see any silver lining or positive aspects to going to Bismarck?
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked about how if we got away from like everybody around home in Winona, that we would have a new start.
Is that something that you believed would happen if you were just in a totally new environment, that you'd be able to start over, so to speak?
I believe that, yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the home itself. I'm going to get an exhibit marked. Sorry, I'm off for 526.
I just want to, is that a different exhibit than the aerial photo we had earlier?
It's a little bit more enlarged.
Oh, no objection. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss something.
Any objection being received? And
no.
Okay, be received and published.
Published. All right. Lori, I'm publishing the exhibit. Do you recognize this overhead photograph?
Yes.
And I just want to go through some of the points of interest on the photograph, so to speak. Was this where you and Mark had lived prior to February of 2019?
Yes.
All right. So I am pointing to a large structure in the middle of this photograph. What is that?
Oh, sorry, I was looking over there. That's the house.
All right. And how many doors did that house have, or how many exterior entrances or exits?
Well, there was a front door and a back door.
Which door did you use more frequently?
The back door.
All right. And where is the back door in relation to this photograph?
So, the back, yep, right back there, yep.
Where I'm pointing the laser pointer right now?
Correct.
Okay. And I see there's a structure behind the house. What is that?
That's the man cave.
And Is that what you were describing earlier, where Mark had some couches and a television and other things out there?
Yes.
What is this over here?
So on the right is the 2-car garage, and on the left is the 1-car garage.
What did you have in the 2-car and the 1-car garages?
Well, the 1-car garage was like storage, and the 2-car garage we used, so the Outback, the car was in there. And when we had the Camaro, when it wasn't in storage, the Camaro would be in there too.
Okay. And you said that you would usually park the Outback. Is that a Subaru Outback?
Correct.
Who would typically drive the Subaru Outback?
Well, I mean, it was new. I mean, so when I bought the truck in December. When we bought the truck, we traded in my Cadillac. So I lost my car and took over the Subaru in December then. So me.
So the Subaru had been Mark's previously, though?
Yes, yep.
All right. And you said that you would park the Subaru typically inside of that 2-car garage?
Yeah, on the right side. On the right side.
Okay. Where would the truck typically be parked once you and Mark purchased that?
The truck would always be parked in between the man cave and the house.
All right. And I'm using the laser pointer. Is that approximately the area where the truck would be parked?
Correct.
All right. And I noticed that you have a horseshoe-type driveway here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a particular driveway that you would go into or out of when you were driving in and out of the property?
Me or Mark or in general?
Let's start with you. Was there a particular driveway that you tended to use?
I always used I think that they're calling this one W, the one on the left. Is that W?
I'm going to hand you the laser pointer. Why don't you point out the one that you were using?
This is the one that I usually drive up, right here.
All right. And did that matter which direction you were coming from, which driveway you tended to take, Lori?
I mean, I think I always use that one. If we're coming from West Salem, Mark would take this one, but I think I still take this one.
Okay. And who typically drove the Dodge Ram pickup truck after the two of you purchased it?
Mark.
How many times would you say that you had actually driven that pickup truck?
Maybe 3 times. It was too big for me. It wasn't my thing. It was Mark's thing. It was a big truck.
Let's talk about the difference. Could you describe some of the differences between the Subaru that you typically drove and the Dodge Ram?
Yeah, well, the Dodge Ram was much bigger. Mark ended up getting like the step-up things. I don't know what they're called to get into the. Otherwise, he'd always have to push me in because it was too high for me to get up. The step bar, whatever it's called.
So the rail on the side of the truck?
To step up into the truck, yes. We had to get those. I don't know why they didn't come with the truck, but we had to have that installed.
So those steps that we've seen in the previous exhibits in this case on the truck, was that something that Mark had installed after the truck was purchased?
Correct.
All right. And those steps you mentioned were because the truck was high enough that you couldn't get yourself up there ordinarily?
To try to hike myself up, correct. And he was, honestly, I swear, he would push me in to help me up there.
Sure. So let's describe the house a little bit itself. How many floors did it have?
Well, I mean, it had the basement, which nobody ever went into, the main level, and then an upstairs.
Where was the master bedroom that you shared with Mark?
The master bedroom was on the main level.
And how many bathrooms did the house have?
1.
Where was that at?
The middle of the house, I would say.
Was that on the main
Oh,
level?
main level, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Now, I noticed a structure in the back here behind the garages at the very north end of the photo. What is that?
That's a barn.
Okay, what happened in the barn?
Mark stored things. We did a lot of like crafting, like making tables and stuff like that. We did some crafting down there, but like I want to say his lawnmower and maybe UTV, ATV were down there.
Okay.
Calm down.
Lori, there was reference to a hot tub. Does the hot tub appear in this photograph at all?
No, the pool nor the hot tub are in this photo.
All right, I'm going to give you the laser again. Could you point out where the pool and the hot tub were?
Yep. So the deck went here, the pool would have been right here, and then the hot tub was on the deck next to the pool.
So behind and adjacent to the man cave?
Correct.
There was some testimony about security cameras. Were you aware of home security cameras at the house?
Yes.
How many cameras were you aware of at the house?
3.
And generally speaking, let's talk about the location of where those viewed. Can you point that out to me, please? Let you keep this.
Okay. So there was one, well, he moved them often, but from 2019, there was one that was approximately here, there was one that was here, and then there was one over the hot tub going down to the barn. Could you hear me?
Okay, so for the record, Ms. Phillips indicated with the laser pointer that there was one on the west side of the house, approximately in the middle, intersecting the western side driveway. There was one camera that appeared to be on the north end of the house over the back entrance. And then there was a third on the barn facing towards the structure where the pool and the hot tub would be. Did I get that correctly?
Well, it wasn't on the barn. I mean, it was facing the barn.
Okay.
It was up on the deck.
All right. Who put those cameras up, Lori?
Mark.
And generally speaking, how do those cameras function?
Well, I mean, we would get alerts to our phone. So.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to stop here. So, we will pick it up on Monday. She's still got the rest of this day, which is an hour and 15 minutes, and she's got everything from this morning. So, she's still got some stuff to go. So what we'll do is we'll start Monday morning with this, and we will do our speedy trial and skip on through as much of the fluff as we can, and then that way, because they didn't do closing arguments today, right? I think I read they're doing that Monday. I think, possibly. Oh, they did do them today. Wait, they're deliberating now? They did closings. Oh, I thought I had read a thing saying that they were doing closings on Monday. So they're deliberating. So we're on jury watch. And I don't even have eyebrows. This is the second verdict watch. And my eyebrows kind of look like her eyebrows right now, actually. Oh well. Well, we have too much to make it through, and I can't do it today. I wonder how late they're going to go tonight. Well, regardless, we'll be starting before them on Monday. Because we'll start Eastern time zone, and then see what happens. Maybe we'll catch up to them. Maybe we'll keep one screen on verdict watch or whatever, and then we'll catch up on the rest of the stuff that we haven't seen. And if we have to stop mid testimony to get a verdict, then that's what we'll do. Stats, 185 miles per hour. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Perfecto. I like speed trialing. I appreciate y'all hanging out. It's good to see some of you that I haven't seen in a while. It's nice to see you. I appreciate y'all hanging out today. It's been a good day. Tonight, if you want to watch on Discord with us, they're dropping the link here for the Discord, but we're going to stream the 2020 episode of the Charlie Adelson and Dan Markell shebang, the whole shebang. They're doing an episode of 2020, an episode on it on 2020 tonight. So we're going to watch it on Discord, and you can see me sitting in the gallery in the promo and making a weird face. But I am excited to see what all they have to say about it. It was such a crazy trial, and it was so cool to be there. So if y'all want to come watch it with us, I think it starts at 9 Eastern, I believe. So we've got a little bit of time. You got about 3.5 hours. I didn't come here to math. Yeah. Okay, good. Perfect. Angie, thank you. 9 Eastern tonight. So if y'all want to come watch with us, we will be on Discord watching that. 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific. Did I get it right? Got it right. Member performance, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We're glad you're here. Amber C, sorry I've been away temporarily. Can you update on what's going on with your podcast? I've been away too. I was in Tallahassee and covering Charlie Adelson, and so I had to put it on hold for a few weeks because got to do the stuff that pays the bills. So I plan on trying to get a new the next episode recorded. I'm going to start writing it some this weekend and then get it recorded next week. So people are blowing me up about it, and I appreciate that because it means that everybody's into it. So that's awesome. I see some of y'all saying that like you don't know how to work Discord. Look, preaching to the choir, because I also had to be like, they have to tag me like we're over here, and then I'm like trying to find my way. But if you go into Discord, if you go into the thing, the whatever it's called, server, that's what it's called, right? Server. There will be like a little event thing. That's the best I can describe. I don't know all the terminology. Look, I just go and I click where they tell me to click. But we're going to watch it tonight. So if you can get in there and go to the, like, if you get in there and just have problems or whatever, just say help, and somebody will be able to help you. We will get you there. If you get lost in the wrong neighborhood, we will get you there. It'll be amazing. And I'm excited to see what they say about it. Amber C, member for 3 months. Missed you lots, Brandi. Glad to be back. I am glad you are back too. It is good to see you. Happy anniversary. 3 months flying on by. Flying on by. Whoever wrote down download the Discord app, or you can do it from the website thingy. It's my technical terms. Either way, whoever wrote down our time for the other testimony, the 2 hours and 16 minutes, is that what it was? I can't remember. We are at 7 hours and 13 minutes. On day 4 is where we're leaving off for this one. Y'all are amazing. All right, I am going to sign off. I need to take Lucy out, and I need to unscreen my eyeballs for a little bit and look at like real life stuff instead of just screen for a little bit before we start the 2020 thing tonight. So I am going to get out of here. Thank you so much. Thank you to, I'm so glad to see all the anniversaries today too. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm really excited to finish this one up with y'all on Monday too, because this one, I've heard that her cross-examination gets real interesting too. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. So I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. And I will see y'all either tonight for the 2020 thing in Discord or Monday morning at 9 Eastern.